the linchpin in the state. Whoever wins Pennsylvania wins the election. So, um, so I've been giving talk. And I spent 3 years in Pennsylvania. I went to college in Philadelphia. So it's not like I'm not like a total stranger to the state. I spent 3 years there, and we've organized this petition in support of the Constitution, which I think is a good thing, and specifically asking people to, and we wanted this to be like registered voters in swing states. Like basically, we want to send a message to the politicians to say that the people care about the Constitution, because there've been all these attacks on the Constitution. They've been, especially on the Democrat side, they've been repeatedly saying that the First Amendment is an obstacle. And they claim, oh, the First Amendment is enabling disinformation, misinformation. And I'm like, yo, there's a reason for the First Amendment. Like freedom of speech. The reason they found the freedom of speech there is because they came from countries where if you spoke your mind, you would get shot or imprisoned. That's why the First Amendment exists. And the Second Amendment is there to stop the tyranny of government. The Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, is there to protect freedom of speech. And I've had these debates, especially with people in LA, because they're like, want to take everyone's guns away. And I'm like, yo, can you guarantee me that the government, that we will never have a tyrannical government in the United States? Can you make that guarantee? They're like, well, nobody can make that guarantee. I'm like, then we need to keep our guns, because that's what's going to stop it.
That sounds crazy for people to hear. Because they think about gun violence and gun problems and gun this and gun that, but that's the reality of the world that we live in, is that tyranny is possible, and it exists other places, and it's slowly existing. It's slowly rearing its head in the UK. You're seeing, I think the number of people that have been arrested for just social media posts is bananas. It's in the thousands.
Yes, several thousand people have been given prison sentences in the UK for social media posts where there was no explicit link to actual violence, but they just said it encouraged violence. I'm like, well, did anyone actually do anything as a result of that media post? Well, no, but they're just and then they have a prisoner overcrowding situation in the UK, so they're quite literally releasing convicted. Like you're like,
it's so wild that
what the fuck, is going on?
And what's insane to me
is
Orwell
fiction again.
Yeah, but it's all being encouraged by the left. Ketanji Brown Jackson, John Kerry, Hillary Clinton.
John Kerry was one of the people who said that he's on camera recently, like a few weeks ago, saying that the First Amendment is an obstacle to fighting misinformation.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's such a crazy thing to say when you have a solution in community notes.
Yes,
you have a solution in something that could clear everything up, any confusion within a day or two.
And even without a community note, you can reply to a post and with evidence that shows that the post is wrong. You don't even need community notes. I mean, community notes is helpful because it sticks to the original note.
Yes.
But in the replies, you can say, here's why you're wrong, here are the reasons, and here's the evidence.
But the argument is that people are too unsophisticated, that they're not going to research these things. They're going to be a victim of misinformation. So they're going to read something that's incorrect. They're going to run with it. People are going to die. We're going to ruin the world because people believed in misinformation. It's a stupid argument.
It's a stupid argument.
Because it's an argument that they're too dumb to know what's right or wrong. If you know, because you're saying it's misinformation, why do you think that you're smarter than everybody who reads it?
Exactly. And obviously anyone on the X system knows that things are posted and then there are replies and there are rebuttals and it's immediately corrected. But where are the corrections for the legacy media?
Right.
Some broadcast media, they say false things all the time, but it's a one-way street. There's no rebuttal. There's no counter.
Right. Right. Who's apologized for being incorrect about what? Did Rachel Maddow ever apologize for telling everybody that if you get the COVID vaccine, you're never going to get COVID? It won't. The virus stops with you.
No, never.
Never. Yeah. No one ever. It's just. It was not true at the time. There was no evidence to support it at the time. It's pure propaganda. And she said it. The RussiaGate hoax. For 3 fucking years, they said that he was Putin's toy, and that Putin had him compromised. The Steele dossier.
Steele dossier was completely fabricated by a lawyer, Perkins Coie, who was paid by the Clinton campaign. literally. And still people think the Russian hoax is real.
And there's no repercussions.
Yeah.
No one had to apologize. Hillary Clinton never came out and apologized. People
Yeah.
still listen to her. The whole thing is crazy. And it's all coming from the left, which growing up as a person who was in the left my whole life, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Same. I mean, I was on the until like 3 years ago. Like, I mean, you know,
It's not the left anymore.
it's not the left anymore. It's just like I think we obviously want. I mean, I believe like we want freedom. Like we want to maximize personal liberty. I think we want to be people. We want to have empathy. But it's very important to have personal freedom and a merit-based society. And the left wants to oppress your freedoms, especially freedom of speech, and they want to have a non-merit-based society, you know, with race-based and sex-based preferences. And it's like, well, wait a second. No, we just want people to succeed based on their skills and their hard work.
And if they don't want people to express themselves about particular issues, then they're not doing the will of the people. And if they're trying to suppress people's ability to communicate, they're only doing that because they want to do things that people don't want them to do.
Yes.
And they want to silence opposition. That's all it is. And the fact
100%.
that people can't see that and they want to call Trump a fascist, the whole thing is
It's just
through the looking glass. It's just
I mean, it's like one hoax after another that they're perpetrating against Trump. I mean, like they try to call the rally at Madison Square Garden like a Nazi rally. I'm like, yo, there was like literally an Israeli flag in the audience. I think like a quarter of the speakers were Jewish. There was people of color religion at that rally. Like, tell me what about that is. And yet it was portrayed as a Nazi rally.
Well, MSNBC, they literally the Nazi rally from 1930s and compared it, now, ignoring the fact that fucking Jimmy Carter spoke there.
There have been dozens of political rallies at Madison Square Gardens. Dozens on the Democrat side. Like people on X were like, and here's Jimmy Carter, and here's Bill Clinton, and here's. Actually, it looks like every presidential candidate has done on the Democrat side has done a rally at Madison Square Gardens. Are they Nazis too?
But what they're doing is they're preying on low information voters who aren't engaged actively on social media, who don't have the time to look through everything. And,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like people are living. If people are just on looking at legacy mainstream media, then they have a totally different worldview than if they're on X and seeing the actual flow of argument.
Yes.
And the actual evidence.
Well, what was the pushback? Like, what happened when you guys released the Twitter files? Because I think the Twitter files is probably one of the most important things in this age of information for understanding the influence that government has on social media and on discourse. Because when we found out that the government was actually asking Twitter to remove posts that were bad, it did something to Facebook, had them throttle pieces of work to suppress the views by 50% of vital information.
Yeah, no, there was massive government interference in Twitter, but like Twitter welcomed it. That's important to all Twitter welcomed it. I mean, all Twitter is controlled by activists. And they welcome government interference. They get paid by the government for it.
That's crazy. They got paid for their time, correct?
Yeah, they got paid millions of dollars for suppressing information.
So it's like billed
and
time.
a bunch of it was like flat out illegal. Like the FBI had this sort of magic Twitter system, but all of the information in this portal was auto deleted after 2 weeks, which breaks federal FOIA laws. So we didn't even know what it was all deleted after.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. It's so crazy that people thought that was okay.
It's super not okay.
No, it's super not okay. It's unconstitutional, and no one would want that. No one would want the government to have that kind of access.
Exactly.
And what was the blowback like when all that stuff got released? You had to answer that there was going to be problems when you released that. Like, what happened?
Well, we got a lot of, we did lose a lot of advertising dollars,
Which is crazy because it's essentially like one of the most important forms of journalism is exposing government corruption.
Yes, I mean this is the weird thing. It's like the left used to be big on exposing government corruption, but once they control the government, they no longer expose the government corruption.
Right. They pretend that the left-wing government's incapable
Yes.
of corruption because
Yes.
we're on the good side.
I think it maybe just like, whoever's in power kind of doesn't want the other side hurt. Because as you pointed out, like the left, historically, up until, I don't know, maybe even 10 years ago or something like that, was the Free Speech Party. And now it's the Anti-Free Speech Party. And they use words like, oh, well, we have to be against hate speech and misinformation, disinformation. But these are propaganda words. It's like, well, who's defining hate speech? Who's defining misinformation? The government? Do you really trust the government to make that definition? We should, the First Amendment is like, trust the government.
Well, especially and repercussions.
Yes.
Yeah, like with the whole lab leak theory, you would get kicked off of YouTube if you even presented this argument that, hey, that coronavirus lab where they're doing the exact same virus that got released.
Yep.
Hey, maybe that's where it came from, since that's where the virus started. What do you think, guys?
Yeah.
They kick you right off of YouTube.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like maybe it could have come from the place called the Novel Coronavirus Research Institute.
Yeah, like that Jon Stewart bit that he did on Colbert. That was amazing.
It's like, what does it say on the door again? Can I see your business card?
And to see Colbert like resisting it with every fiber of his being.
Like, what's gonna happen to us?
He was totally cock blocking the bit to the point where Jon Stewart got off the chair, and walking around trying to take control. Man. Yeah, good on John.
And then the left tried to cancel Jon Stewart.
Of course.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he was right.
He's right.
And no apologies. No
Yeah.
apologies. And the whole Fauci thing, like any criticism of Fauci, it's like
Fauci's a freaking
anti-science.
demon, if you ask me.
If you read RFK's book,
Yeah.
The Real Anthony Fauci, if that's correct, the facts are in there, that's true, it's all referenced,
Yeah.
you could find the sources, and on top of it, he's never been sued for that book, which doesn't make any sense. If he just made a bunch of lies up, he would get sued.
Yes.
So the guy's a monster.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I think, like, just looking at the lies that he told, the way he tried to define gain-of-function research to Rand Paul.
But I think a lot of people out there don't realize Fauci funded the bioweapons research that was going on in Wuhan, and he banked it off. Like, he can't send the money directly to China, so he just banks it off EcoHealth.
Right.
This like fake nonprofit in the U.S. and they sent it to Wuhan.
And Obama put the skids on that. He stopped that in 2014.
Yes, I mean, so to give Obama some credit, he actually was like looking at this and say, hey, this is crazy, and we need, and he actually did stop the so-called gain of function, again, a propaganda word, because what is the function they're talking about? Death.
Right.
So if you actually use the right word, gain of function is death maximization.
Right.
Then you're like, hey guys, should we fund bioweapon research into death maximization? Because that's what gain of function means.
Yeah, it means making a disease so that people can get it. Give it to people.
Yeah,
By the way,
what's that function again? Oh, the function is death? Oh, okay, so just
Also,
call it a death-maximizing virus.
if you're doing
insane.
research on that, and the idea behind this research is so that we can cure these things, how come you don't have a fucking cure?
Start with cure. Cure first, disease second.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like, you guys have no strategy for dealing with it if it gets and so you have to like make up this new vaccine in like record time, Operation Warp Speed, release it to the people with very little testing. Fucking crazy.
It was crazy.
The whole thing's crazy, and everybody just
Looney
went
Tunes,
along
man.
with it.
Looney Tunes next level.
Well, the PSYOP was fascinating to watch people step in
That's
line.
like one of the biggest ops of all time.
Of all time. Of all time. And everybody got in line. And when you take it back to when pharmaceutical drug companies were able to advertise on media in the 1990s, that changed everything. We're one of 2 countries in the whole world that allows this.
Yeah.
And because of that, because we don't have socialized medicine, it's a complete profit scam. And they went hard, claiming all sorts of things that were never researched. All sorts of things that are not supported by data. Like the fact that it would stop transmission, the fact that it would stop infection, the fact that it was safe for pregnant women, the fact that it was safe for children. All of it's bullshit.
Yes.
And they pushed it on the whole world. And if you didn't say that at a cocktail party, you were a pariah. And you were an anti-vaxxer.
It was totally psycho.
It was like being a Holocaust denier. You
Yes.
get kicked out of polite society.
Exactly.
Fucking bananas.
And I should say, like, I'm actually generally pro-vaccine overall. You know, I think we should look at these things. But I believe in the scientific method.
Yeah.
So you never blanket accept anything. You never blanket accept that any given medication or any given treatment is 100% good. You should always view it with some skepticism.
Especially when you're getting the data from pharmaceutical drug companies that have like a long history of
Maybe
criminal
they've got a vested interest.
conduct.
Yes,
Yeah.
they've got a vested interest in the research. It's sort of like asking tobacco companies about,
Right.
it's
It's exactly the same
I'm
thing.
like, oh, according to our scientists, everything's fine.
Yeah, they lied in court forever. The same
Yeah.
thing they did with OxyContin when
Yeah.
they said that it wasn't addictive. Like, they have a long history of being full of shit if it makes them money. And
Yes.
that's what they do. That's their
Yes.
business.
They've literally lost multi-billion-dollar lawsuits
Yeah.
up in this.
Massive. They're in the. You have amazing scientists, right? You have these clinical researchers, these people that develop these incredible drugs, and this is their job. Their job is to figure out some new way to cure something,
Yeah.
some new something, and then make money.
Sure.
And the problem is when you have this
Yep.
one thing that you would assume they're only doing it to help people, and then you have this other faction that they're all just numbers people,
Yep.
and all they give a fuck about is maximizing profits
Yeah.
and making sure they literally have an obligation to their shareholders.
Yeah.
They have to make the most amount of money possible, and so they just want to push it on everybody, regardless of the Vioxx scandal. There's internal emails showing they knew there was going to be cardiovascular events. People were going to get strokes.
Yeah.
And they're like, I think we're still going to do well. And they did. They made like $12 billion. They got fined 7. And 50 to 60,000 people died.
Holy shit.
One of them was a friend of mine, got a stroke.
And died.
No, he didn't die.
Okay.
He lived, but he was a really healthy guy.
But
He
it
was
was
an
like not
athlete.
the same afterwards.
Yeah, his knee problems, and he took Vioxx, and all of a sudden he was slurring his words, and he couldn't concentrate, and people were like,
Holy
I think
shit.
you're having a fucking stroke, and they took him to the hospital, and then you have this giant class action lawsuit, and then Vioxx gets pulled from the market, and they get sued, and the whole thing's fucking crazy, but there's a long history of this. I think, what is the number? Like 1/3 of the drugs that the FDA approves gets pulled? It's fucking bananas.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy. You're shitty at 1/3 of the things that you say are okay, but yet you're trying to stop MDMA therapy for veterans.
Yeah, they should let MDMA through, honestly. I think that would actually help a lot of people.
It would help a lot of people.
It would help a lot of people.
There's a lot of different therapies, specifically psilocybin, ibogaine.
Yeah.
The fact you have to go to Mexico to get ibogaine therapy for veterans. So many guys I've talked to have gone over there, and it's like completely giving them a clean slate, refresh their mind, and totally new perspective on life, alleviated depression, cured addictions.
Yeah.
Illegal.
Yeah.
Illegal. OxyContin, go get it.
Yeah. And I know some people who, like, their life was ruined by OxyContin. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, it really depends on somebody's individual biochemistry. Like, to me, opioids are not addictive to me. Like, I've had them when I've had operations or something, and they barely affect my pain level, and they make me like itchy and uncomfortable.
They make me stupid.
Exactly. But I'm like, so like I could never get addicted to alcohol or opioids. It's just impossible. Like, because my biochemistry just does not have like. But I love tasty food. I feel like,
Yeah.
if there's, I'm addicted to tasty food, sure. But like there's like, can be like I have a whole wall of alcohol. It's there for decoration.
Yeah.
I never touch it. Basically.
I feel the same way. I could easily quit alcohol.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll go weeks without having a drink.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me at all. But I know some people, they have one drink and they're off to the races. And that's the difference in the biochemical differences that we all have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the case with a lot of addictions. I'm not addicted to gambling, but I get it. I see it. I've seen it in people. But I have this aversion to things that I know are going to ruin my life. I see it. That's why I've never tried cocaine. I just saw too many people. It looks too fun. I'm like, I don't want to get involved.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally for any given drug, legal or illegal, the question is, can you complete the following sentence? Blank made me a better person.
Meth.
Like, I've never heard anyone say meth made them a better person or cocaine made them a better person.
No.
Ever.
Made a lot of soldiers better, I think. That's
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if you're like, if your soldiers need to march for 3 days in a row,
yeah. It
yeah,
does. It's really
meth
good
is
for that.
effective at that, you know. Yeah, like people give like France a hard time, you know, capitulating in World War II. But you know what's worse than Nazis? Nazis on meth.
Meth up Nazis.
They're not stopping.
Norman
okay?
Ohler
They'll
wrote
have like
this
6
book.
bullets. They're still coming.
That book over there, Blitzed, is
Yeah.
all about the use of methamphetamines
Yeah.
and the different drugs that they gave their soldiers. The guys at the front of the line, they gave the most meth.
Yes.
They have different dosages.
Yeah. I mean, you just basically think you're invulnerable on meth, and so it's one thing. Like I said, it's one thing you know have like the be Nazis coming after you, but Nazis on meth, you're like, holy shit, those fuckers are not stopping, man.
For 3 days.
They're not stopping.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a statement, meth made me a better person, that you hear very often.
I've never heard that before.
No, you hear a lot of like psilocybin ads. You hear a lot of people that talk
Yes.
about psychedelics.
Exactly. I've actually heard many people say that LSD or you know mushrooms or MDMA made them a better person.
Yeah.
Many people.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, I think a rule for the FDA is like, hey, look, if you can complete the sentence, legal or illegal, that blank made you a better person, actually,
Yeah.
then you got a good drug. And if you can't, you got a bad drug.
Also, if there's drugs that are available right now that can absolutely ruin people's lives, the rationalization for stopping other drugs that might ruin people's lives but also can help a lot of people's lives, it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
It's basically the same thing as censorship. You're taking away people's ability to discern what's true and not true,
Yeah.
and you're taking away people's ability to discern what's good for you and not good for you. And the way to find that out is to have as much information as possible.
Exactly.
So to do research and
Yes.
actually to have unbiased, actual objective observers who are looking at all this stuff that give you real data.
Yes.
And the opposite of that, or the counter to that, is like, if you don't do that, you're empowering cartels.
Yes.
That's the whole reason why they have all that money. It's because it's illegal to sell these drugs in America. The demand is never going away. So instead of like limiting the amount of drugs, now you've got toxic drugs, because fentanyl and all this other shit has been, because they're not pure. So you're just killing people. You're not saving anybody
Right.
by protecting them from themselves.
Sure.
But it's a tricky situation, because what do you do? Like, if you just like say, okay, now everyone can sell, all these people that have been selling boner pills, now you can sell meth. Like, holy shit.
you get the double combo with the Viagra. It's
Right.
a Viagra and a meth.
Right. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean, how many people are already doing that right now with
No, a bunch of
Adderall
people
and
are doing
Viagra?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of people out there
Yeah,
that are
yeah.
essentially on meth.
Yeah.
Especially people that abuse Adderall.
Yeah.
They're basically amphetamine up all day long.
Yeah, Adderall is low-grade amphetamine.
Yeah.
I have actually seen people like become much worse people if they take too much Adderall, like much worse. You know, it's like an anger amplifier. So they're now I'm not saying like Adderall is something like where there are pluses and minuses. It's not a clear-cut issue.
Right.
It does help some people a great deal. But in higher doses, man, that stuff I've seen people turn into just raging monsters on high doses of Adderall. Just they're just angry, like extremely angry, all the time.
Yeah. They're messed up.
That's what happens if you take meth.
It's crazy.
You,
Well,
you turn it like meth turns you into a friggin' rage demon.
and so
And I'm
so
like-
many prescriptions.
And I'm like, Jesus.
we Googled it. Like,
You know?
1 year, there was like 39 million prescriptions for Adderall in this country.
Oh yeah, yeah. And like once in a while, there's like an Adderall shortage, and like there's like widespread panic, you know.
And then what do people do? And then it's the same thing as like when they tried to like limit the amount of OxyContin, where people go to street heroin. And if you're addicted to Adderall and your dealer, the guy who sells you weed, is like, hey man, I can get you like low-grade meth, like the stuff the Nazis took.
Well, they had high-grade meth. Actually, they had pharmaceutical grade. They had epic meth. It was like made by pharmaceutical grade meth is going to be, there's just look at the friggin' online Wikipedia page, but there's like many different versions of meth. Like, it's not all the same, and they have different effects. But like pharmaceutical grade pure meth, you are going to be, oh my god,
Super productive.
super productive for a certain period of time, and you're not going to sleep for a while, and then you'll have some anger management issues. So they actually the Nazis, they did actually roll back how much meth they were using, because they had quite a few incidents of the soldiers killing their officers because they were on too much meth.
Jesus Christ.
They would. Yeah, so they would shoot. That too many officer got fragged by the their platoon that was on too much meth, because that happened quite a few times. Like, you just when someone's on a lot of meth, they can get very angry.
Did you ever pay attention to when John McAfee was cooking meth in a lab in his backyard?
I mean, McAfee's quite a character.
He was a character. We had him on the podcast when he was on the run. So he called in from an undisclosed location when he was running from, where was he, Costa Rica? Is that where he was? Belize,
Yeah.
right. So when he was running from the authorities,
Yeah.
he called in. We had him on the podcast on the run. And I was asking him about these posts. Like, because there was an online account that was linked to him where he had this very detailed laboratory, like super sophisticated, making the best meth. Like a super genius cooking meth.
I mean, I think he had his lab, like, he was making like a wide range of drugs. And there's I talked to actually like a reporter who went down and interviewed him in Belize. And Porter said, man, that's one of the scariest things. He was quite terrified. So like one of the things that McAfee, he had, I guess, this trick where he would play Russian roulette with himself. So he'd put a bullet in the revolver and he'd spin the chamber. And clearly he had like some trick to know that it was not. There's some way that he knows it's not the right bullet. But I do wonder, like, if McAfee's high and he does that, he's not always going to get the trick right, you know.
You sure he had a trick? Or maybe
So according to this reporter, when he went to visit McAfee in Belize, McAfee got the revolver, put a bullet in the revolver, spun the chamber, and then pointed at his head and went click. And the reporter's like saying, "Please don't do this. Like, this is insane." Click, click, click. And then pointed the gun at the ground, and next went click, bang, and shot a bullet in the ground.
Jeez.
That's a hell of a potty trick. It's the next level potty
That's
trick.
the guy who's seen the Deer Hunter too many times.
Yes.
Remember that scene? When they were forcing...
Yes.
Yeah. That's a heavy scene.
That was a heavy scene.
De Niro and Christopher Walken. That's one of the greatest scenes in any movie ever. I remember watching that scene just like clawing at my pants. Like,
yeah.
Oh. McAfee was a wild boy.
Wild.
And, created brilliant antivirus software.
Yeah. Yeah. He may have made some of the viruses too.
You think so? Well, didn't he give laptops to a bunch of government organizations
with viruses on them?
So that he could pay attention to what they were doing?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody whacked that guy. I don't know what happened to him, but he would be a guy that would be like, this guy is a little bit too loose.
And probably had sensitive information. I don't know.
For sure he did.
I mean, I found him to be an interesting guy. I mean, I'm generally feel like if somebody's not harming someone else, they should be okay. Now, there is some suggestion that McAfee killed his neighbor in Belize.
Yeah.
So
probably did. Maybe the neighbor was a douchebag.
I think he probably did.
Seems like he probably did. Seems like the neighbor killed his dog.
Yes.
Right? And then it seems like he killed the neighbor.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I mean...
It seems likely.
It's not a zero possibility.
It's not, definitely not zero. It seems more likely than not.
He's a messed up wild man playing Russian roulette. Hey,
Yeah,
maybe you
don't
kill your fucking neighbor.
Yes.
I mean, if somebody killed your dog, you'd be really inclined to kill them too.
Yeah.
Somebody killed your squirrel.
Yeah, John Wick.
Yeah. The fucking squirrel thing is bananas.
Yeah.
That squirrel thing in New York?
Thing, so here's the thing about the whole squirrel thing is that how can it be that we live in America, supposedly land of the free, and the government can barge into your home with guns So if you resist, you're going to get shot. And then take your pets and execute them. And if they can do that to your pets, what do you think they can do to you?
I know that's not an exaggeration.
Absolutely.
It sounds
So-
like you're oh, that's so crazy. How can you make that connection? But
No,
why would you kill that cute little squirrel that was obviously a pet and trained from the time it was a baby?
Yeah.
If you see the interaction that guy has with that squirrel, it was wonderful. It was really cute.
Yes, absolutely. It was just obviously it was a beloved pet squirrel, and raccoon too, and doing no harm. And the government comes in, barges into the guy's house, takes his pets and kills them. And you know, I think this should really get people out there mobilized, frankly, because you know, when you see that, like the John Wick movie, where John Wick's like, you know, he just wants peace, like, you know, in the John Wick movie, he's like, listen, I want to retire, and they offer him like tons of money, like to eat, because they want him to be an assassin, to keep being an assassin. Like they like offer him tons of money. They threaten him. He's like, listen, I'm not gonna be, I'm out, you know. And they kill his dog. That was a bad idea. That was a
They
really
killed that cute little puppy, and the puppy was his ex-wife's gift to him when she died of cancer.
yeah,
Great movie.
great movie.
Best revenge movie of all
Yeah.
time. Because it's so ridiculous. He kills everybody.
He kills everyone.
And you're rooting for him.
Yeah, they shouldn't have killed his dog.
Yeah, they fucked up. And they shouldn't have killed that squirrel.
They shouldn't have killed that squirrel. I mean, it's like how many cases have we not heard about? You know?
Oh, look at that little guy. And that squirrel clearly had a love relationship with that guy. He would hop all over him and climb on him. I mean, that was his pet. That squirrel thought of that man as his protector, as his companion.
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with that. And in Texas, it's totally legal. You could have a fucking zebra out here. You can have whatever you want. And that's the argument for freedom. And, you know, the flip side is you get a bunch of people with tigers in their backyard, which is not great.
It's like this was a fucking squirrel. It's not.
Right.
It's not an anaconda or a
Right.
or you know, crocodile or something that's
Or a
gonna harm.
chimpanzee. Did you see Chimp Crazy?
Oh man, chimps will eat your face. Okay?
They will fuck you up.
They will fuck
And
you
they don't
up.
even, the thing is, they don't even kill you. They just cripple you. Chimps don't even kill people,
Yeah.
which is really weird. They just bite your hands off and bite your dick off and tear your face apart.
Yes.
They want to leave you. They could kill you easily. If a chimp
Yeah.
wanted to just punch you in the head until you're dead, it wouldn't take long. But they don't kill you. They just rip you apart.
Yeah.
And you can have a chimp.
Yeah.
Well, you used to be able to have a chimp in a lot of states, and then Chimp Crazy kind of exposed a lot of that, and PETA did a great job of stopping people from keeping chimps as pets. Because once they hit like 5,
Yeah.
you can't control them anymore.
Well, it's obviously totally understandable if somebody's got, you know, a creature that is dangerous to others. But
Right.
like, obviously, a squirrel and a raccoon are not.
Well,
And-
squirrels are fucking everywhere. That's what's so crazy.
Yeah,
like,
like,
why
why not
can't you
just-
have it in the house? What kind of rules are we dealing with? You have rats everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, they're allowing criminals to go free and like violent criminals to go free, but they're like spending your tax dollars to come in and execute your fucking pets. What the hell's going on?
Exactly.
And it's like,
But it's overreach.
it's government overreach, and this just keeps getting worse every year, and that's why we've got to fight back against this, you know, it's people say like, well, it's just a squirrel. Well, it was you know, in John Wick's case, it's just a dog,
Right. Yeah.
you know, but
Well, remember the Russian guy said, it's a fucking dog. It's just a fucking
Yeah.
dog.
just a fucking
Yeah.
squirrel.
Yeah. Well, it's the funniest thing is when
So
I just don't understand how anybody could justify it. I don't understand how anybody, it seems to me that in a logical world, all that guy would have to do is say, why don't you see me with the squirrel? The squirrel's a pet.
Yeah.
Like, look, he hops on me, he eats, he sleeps. I can keep a gerbil, but I can't keep a squirrel. I can have a guinea pig, I can't have a squirrel. I can have a chinchilla. My daughter has a chinchilla. It's adorable. Adorable. It climbs all over. can't have a squirrel.
Even if they did take a squirrel away, couldn't they have released it into the woods or something?
Well, it's a bit, the idea is you have to euthanize it because it's used to being fed. It doesn't know how to forage. It won't be able to like find a home.
Would have a
Squirrels are
chance.
brutal. Squirrels are absolutely brutal to each other. They throw each other out of trees, which is one of the reasons why squirrels like fall from like 30 feet and just kind of bounce off the ground and live. It's like it's a natural adaptation because squirrels during mating they bite each other. There used to be like a rumor. There was a myth that squirrels bite each other's nuts off, and
Okay.
that seems to be a myth. But it came out of the fact that squirrels are so ruthless during mating. So like one female is just running away. Like, I have squirrels in my backyard. I watch it all the time. One female apparently goes into estrus, and all the male squirrels fight to get to her. So they're running up trees and chasing each other around trees, literally throwing each other off trees to try to like. So if this poor
Sure.
little Peanut, the squirrel, who's used to living with a guy in an apartment, like gets out there in the wild world.
Well,
of
fair enough, but at
squirrels,
least they have a chance.
yeah, at least he has a chance.
At least
But
they have a chance.
how about just leave him with the guy?
Yeah, leave him with the guy for sure.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you killing that squirrel? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and then to add insult to injury, there were a bunch of people on the left who were like actually posting that they're glad that MAGA squirrel got killed, which is fucking
Mega squirrel.
Yeah.
Like the fucking squirrel has an ideology. It's a
It's
cute
just
little
fucking- yeah.
fluffy squirrel.
exactly.
Well, it's
So,
a
I
nice
just-
symbol because most like reasonable, compassionate people think that's terrible, and most people who have
Yeah,
pets
exactly.
think it's terrible.
Terrible. So I don't know. I mean, I'm like, I hope people just go out there and vote for Peanut, man. If nothing else, if nothing else, just vote for Peanut. You know.
They've done such a job of painting Trump as a monster. You know, they've taken the worst things that he's ever said and he's not a perfect person, but guess what? No one's a perfect person. They don't exist. This purity test, like if Obama was a perfect person, he wouldn't be lying on stage
Yeah,
about
exactly.
that very fine
Fine.
people hoax. There's
Exactly.
no one's going to be a perfect person, but the thing that they didn't understand about Trump is he's so crazy that if you tell him like he can't be president, like remember Obama did that during that White House press correspondence. There's one thing that I am that you'll never be, president of the United States. You see Trump in the audience going, "Okay, motherfucker."
You know, the funny thing is, I was actually at that White House Correspondents' Dinner, where it's supposed to be a roast of the president.
Right.
Trump's there. He's there. He's actually supporting. It's basically if you go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, you're there in support actually of the president and support of the press.
Right.
And it's meant to be that you're roasting the president. Like Trump's just there, and he's like actually, he's like there as part of the support. And then they turned it around and just started roasting Trump, and he's just sitting there he's like, yo, I just came to the dinner. I wasn't. I'm just here to support.
We know what it was because of, right? The birther stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's what it all was. It was all Trump was at the head of a lot of these people spreading this rumor online that Obama's birth certificate was forged, then he's actually from Kenya. What's weird is if you go back to Obama's early days, there are some things that say he's from Kenya. Like I think in his something from college said he was from Kenya. But that could just be, people print things wrong all the time. It doesn't mean he's actually from Kenya. But Trump was one of those guys that was like spreading that supposedly false rumor.
Was he pushing it hard? I'm not.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing where I want to just go and look at saying what did he actually say?
No, he definitely was.
Okay.
He was definitely saying, look, I don't think he has the time to go into things like very deeply.
Yeah.
And so I think he could probably be influenced by a bunch of people, like these Marjorie Taylor Greene type people who come to him with some wild ass theory.
Sure.
He might be, and I think there's a lot of that stuff that gets fed to people on purpose so that they'll say incorrect things so that they're easy to dismiss. And I think there's also a lot of people that just make shit up, and they tell you the Earth is flat, and then a bunch of people watch a YouTube video and they believe it.
Yeah, well, but on that White House Correspondents' Dinner, I was there, and the degree to which they attacked Trump at that White House Correspondents' Dinner was really it was so over the top. It was like making everyone uncomfortable. Really, it was really over the top. I mean, I think like sort of a passing joke of like, a few passing jokes are fine, but they twisted the knife big on Trump, and you can see Trump just getting like angrier and angrier and more upset.
I wonder if that's
and it's like,
because-
man, this is not good karma.
I wonder
That's what I was thinking at the time. I was two tables away from Trump, and I'm looking at him like, man, this is too much, you know?
Well, it's kind of crazy what they've made out of that, because that's the kind of guy that you tell him he can't do something, he's gonna just keep trying. Like what?
It was a big mistake to rag on him so much at that White House Correspondents' Center.
Well, just look at the way they've attacked him with just using the legal system, like this thing in New York where the 34 different felony counts that were essentially misdemeanors. That there were bookkeeping errors that they decided, even though it passed the statute of limitations, they decided to try him for these. They didn't identify a felony.
Abuse of the law. What's going on?
But most people would have quit.
Yeah.
Most people, after the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit and this lawsuit and all the other ones, the insurrection thing, the Georgia thing, all these different things, they getting kicked off of Twitter. Most people would have just like, this is too much. I can't take this. But he's so fucking crazy. He's like, all right, come on, we're going to war, and he just digs his fucking heels in and keeps going.
Yeah.
It's the wrong guy to do that to.
It is
Just
the wrong
like
guy to do that to.
attacking him at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, most people have been humiliated. He got angry. He's like, yeah, all right, say I can't be president? I've been thinking about running for about 15 fucking years.
Right.
Finally, I'm gonna run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a real bad move. But yeah, I mean, I can certainly understand like making some jokes about like, you know, a few sort of passing jokes on Trump. But man, I was there at that dinner and they ragged on Trump so much it was insane.
The reason why I would push back on that, because I would say there's a bunch of different speakers, right? And Trump would obviously.
I appreciate the love,
They all
big.
attacked him. It's
I
because
appreciate
he's
the
like,
love,
if you're
big
gonna make fun of
dogs.
people in the audience, and especially in the.
I don't know. I like
that
right after I shave it, it kind of
whole
leaves the
big,
stubble.
and
I
most
like
people
the
were
stubble look.
dismissing
I'm
it as
trying to
being
just
a
connect it all,
ridiculous
let
conspiracy
it grow
theory.
out.
So who the fuck is this guy?
But
saying
yeah,
this?
boys, keep
And so
mogging.
we
I
have
love y'all.
8 to
Still
10
just trying to be as hot as y'all.
speakers that are
Oh,
writing
shit.
monologues. Of course, they're all gonna hit Trump.
Yeah, well, anyway, obviously it was a mistake.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have done that. But like, I would like, you know, invite people to watch the original source material, and I think a few jokes are fine, you know. It's like, but it's like he shouldn't be like. It felt like he was the primary object of the roast,
Yeah.
which is that's not the whole point of the thing. Is it's a roast of the president, not a
Right.
roast of the audience.
The thing about it is like he's easy to roast.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then on top of that, Obama was like loved and cherished by the left.
Yes.
And most of those people are on the left. Like, there's only so far you can push. You know, you can't ask him about a chef. You know, there's like certain what happened with the chef, bro?
Yeah.
You can't. There's like certain things you can't
So
bring
you
up.
wanna?
Yeah.
What's your favorite sport? Paddleboarding?
Yeah. Wasn't that guy a really good swimmer? Tell me what happened.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
You can't bring that up. Like if you're gonna roast Hillary, you can't bring up the death count.
Like Hillary, what's the best way to stay in touch? Email?
Yeah. It's if you're doing
I mean,
one of
she
those.
destroyed the servers and poured like bleach on the servers, like computers.
She poured bleach on me.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I believe. It's like it
Wow.
wasn't just like they took a hammer to it. They like destroyed. Like there was no possible way to actually get forensics on the thing.
What was in there? I mean,
What? Like that. That's what I mean.
What was in there? What was in there?
Why would they care so much?
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
And
is
there was
so crazy.
no legal action against that, which was clear destruction of evidence.
Well, it's also there's this other narrative that always drives me crazy is that he's going to destroy democracy. So in order to destroy democracy, we have to install a president without a primary.
Right.
We have to have a candidate that is the least liked vice president of all time, the least popular vice president of all time, and then use gaslighting and the full force of the media machine to turn her into the future. And hope,
Right.
and then she's gonna be changed, even though she's the sitting vice president. And then on top of that, this idea of change when the Democrats have been in control for what, 12 or 16 years?
Right.
Which is crazy. Like this is the change.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I view this election as a turning point, like a fork in the road of destiny that is incredibly important. You know, I've not been politically active until this election, and the reason I've been politically active this election is because I think if we don't elect Trump, I think we will lose. We will lose democracy in this country. We will lose the two-party system, and let me explain why. So, there's only like six or seven swing states. The margin of victory in those states is small, often like 10 or 20,000 votes. What the Democrat administration has been doing is importing vast numbers of illegals into swing states. You can look at the numbers on the actual government website. I mean, you don't take my word for it. You just look at the numbers as reported by the government, which is controlled by the Democrats. And what we've seen is triple-digit increases in the number of illegals in every swing state. Some cases, 700% increases. These are gigantic numbers. So if you have a state that has a 10 or 20,000 vote margin, and you put 200,000 illegals into that state, you 10x you swamp the. It's not a swing state anymore. It's going to vote blue. And then once the swing states vote blue, there is no election anymore. There's only a Democrat primary.
Which is so crazy. And it's
So
so crazy that people are fine with that.
Well, I guess people on the left will be fine with that because they think that's a good idea.
They just want to win. They just want to win.
Correct. Like the thing is, one does not need actually any grand conspiracy theory for this. You just have to look at the simple matter of incentives. If the Democrat Party wants to win, like basically achieve permanent victory, all they need to do is turn the swing states. Turn the swing states blue to have permanent victory. And then we're a one-party state, and then they will keep doing that. Obviously, they will keep stacking the deck by bringing in vast numbers of illegals into the swing states. Keep stacking it so that the next election, each successive election, will be worse than the last one. And that's what's happening. And if you want to say like, well, is this actually going to happen? Look at California. California is supermajority Dem, 70% Dem. A month ago, they passed a law making it illegal to show ID in any election in California. So a friend of mine went to vote in Palo Alto because he was like, "Is this for real?" He tried to show his ID, and they reacted like if you show a cross to a vampire. Okay, they're like, "No, we can't even look at that ID." It is illegal for them to even look at your ID if you want to present it in California.
Why?
For any election at all, even like city council.
What logical reason other than to cheat would you ever have that law?
The reason is to cheat.
But the only,
Obviously.
it's only, like, you can never make an argument any other way. And I think 84% of people polled believe that you should show ID to vote. So it's against the will of the people.
Yes. And we are extremely rare. We're an outlier in not requiring ID. Basically, almost every country on earth requires ID to vote. So as soon as you ban ID for voting, it makes fraud impossible to prove. Because how do you trace the fraud?
Right. Yeah, it's insane.
It's insane.
It's insane.
And what I'm saying is that
how is it legal?
What I'm saying is like this election is the last chance to preserve democracy in America. Mark my words. Everything they accuse Trump of, they are guilty of. And if Trump doesn't win, this will be the last real election in America. And we will, if the big Kamala puppet machine wins, they will legalize the illegals in the swing states. There will be no swing states. Every election going forward will be a guaranteed Democrat win, and it'll actually be worse than California. The reason it'll be worse than California is because the one thing that keeps California from being super crazy is that you can move out of California, like you and I did. You and I used to be in California, but we moved to Texas. We're still in America. But if the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final. This is it. This is the last chance.
Has anybody tried
And
to
I
push
just want to
back?
go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does. This is the last chance, man.
Is there any argument against this? Has anybody tried to debate this? Has anybody tried to say that this is nonsense, this is a conspiracy? Has anybody made any sort of a rational argument?
The left, actually, interestingly, does not want to pick up much on this argument, because the more you look at it, the more obviously it is true. Because you just say like, well, are the numbers correct? Are there really this many illegals that have been imported into swing states? Yes. They haven't just walked across the border. They've been flown in airplanes.
Yeah. Using a shipping app.
Yes.
Yeah.
They made an app.
Well, the app always existed, but it used to be for people coming over here, like shipping with goods, so they
Yes.
could track you while you're in America, so you could legally be here. They know where you are. And then they changed it to allow that app to schedule
Yes.
illegal aliens to come across the border.
Yes.
Asylum seekers.
Yes.
Come on in.
Yes.
Oh, you have an app, and you
So you don't
fly
even-
people in.
They're literally being flown in
Yeah.
to the swing states. And so the reason that I think left doesn't want to push back on this is because the more attention they get, the more people realize it is true.
Yeah, it is true.
That's why they don't. That's why they're just pretending. That they're pretending I'm not saying anything. But I'm like, yo, they're literally flying vast numbers of illegals who are then beholden to the Democrats. And sometimes I get the rebuttal of the people say like, well, you know, these illegals are they don't have the same social values as the Democrat Party. They're like more socially conservative. I'm like, yeah, but that's not the point. If you look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, their primary thing is staying in the country and getting their friends and family in, and then the Democrats give them all these benefits, like tons of benefits, more benefits than citizens, literally.
Yeah.
They're beholden to the Democrats for all these benefits. They want to get their friends and family in, which the Democrats support and the Republicans don't. So they vote Dem. And you can look empirically at California and say, like, did they vote Republican or Democrat in California? Oh, they voted Democrat. Big time.
Well, Reagan gave them amnesty in
He
the
did.
1980s, and
It's
that
86.
changed the state basically, except for Arnold, changed the state entirely blue.
Yes.
And Arnold was an exception because he was like a socially liberal, famous guy,
Yeah.
and didn't really impose any radical restrictions on any of the people that were going to vote Democrat in the first place. The whole thing is just, it's bizarre to watch play out because it just seems like this can't be actually what's happening. Did you see my conversation with Fetterman about it?
Yeah.
He was completely in denial about it. I don't think there's that level of organization. Like, what are you talking about?
Exactly. Just because you can break it down. So like, are any of these numbers wrong? Because you got these numbers from Homeland Security Government.gov. Okay.
Right.
So we got it from the .gov website. Has the government reported these numbers incorrectly? No, they have not. Those numbers, if anything, are low. So they have in fact flown vast numbers of illegals to swing states,
Yeah.
bypassing the border entirely. And so that is factually true. Then you say like, well, what is their probable voting pattern? Overwhelmingly Democrat into swing states. And then, well, but do the Democrats actually want to fast track them for citizenship? Yes, they do. You can see Chuck Schumer on TV saying at a rally this year, was saying he wants to fast track and make all 11 million, or however many, I believe his quote was, citizens as soon as possible. So the goal is they are fast tracking citizenship as quickly as possible, so whether one thinks it's cheating or not, it won't matter because they will be fully able to vote.
And for people on the left,
This is actually happening. I
Yeah.
invite people to rebut this and show me where I am wrong. Please do so.
no, they can't.
They can't
They can't.
because it's true.
Well, what's scary to me is that there's people that are on the left, like people that were Bernie Sanders supporters, for example.
Yeah, Bernie
like I
got
was.
screwed with talk about undermining democracy. Bernie should have won the nomination, and
Exactly.
they stole it from him and gave it to Hillary.
Exactly. That was what I was going to bring up. Like they control the primary process.
Yeah, exactly. So like if you have a Democratic primary, it's not democratic. We just saw that. We saw it with Bernie. We saw it with Kamala. But like a week before Biden was summarily fired, he was posting that he's in it for the long term. He's going.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not giving up. And the next thing you know, it's Sunday afternoon. They're posting on X that he's resigned from the race.
Which is
And his staff didn't even know. Like they're reading it on the X platform. Okay, that's how they learned about it.
what do you think happened? How did they do that?
I mean,
Because
he's
they
clearly
could've
just not in charge.
They could have
Obviously,
used the 25th Amendment,
fake
right?
president.
But they would have had to admit that there was a certain period of time where they knew that he was mentally compromised.
Yes.
And so they made this decision to not do that.
Well, the weird thing is that the president's supposed to be the boss,
Right.
and yet he's obviously not the boss.
Right. So who's running the country? If she's busy campaigning, she's so busy she can't do anything except Saturday Night Live. She did
Yeah.
that. She's so busy. She's constantly campaigning. How could you be paying attention to international relations?
Yeah.
How could you be paying attention to the economy? How could you be paying attention to any of those things? How do you have the time? You
Well,
can't.
Yeah, I mean, if Biden being the president's supposed to be the CEO, the chief guy, and he was commander in chief. But it just obviously that Biden was not. He was just a puppet. And when the various puppet masters decided that the puppet it was no longer useful, they just tossed out the puppet and then got a new puppet with Kamala. I mean, Kamala can't even talk. That you invited her on your show. I think the most damage that could possibly be done to a campaign is going on your show and saying what she says in hours 2 and 3.
2 and 3 is when things get
2 and
spicy.
3.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my
Yeah.
god.
You could hide for 20
She's gonna
minutes.
melt.
You can hide for 20 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just regurgitate talking points for, half an hour, maybe an hour, just where she's just saying like non sequiturs, but eventually she just runs out of non sequiturs.
Well, they wanted to limit it to an hour.
Exactly. That's why.
But I was thinking of doing it initially before Trump came here. First of all, when they found out that there was a rumor, I never announced that Trump was coming. What I was going to do is just release it. The way I like to do things, I don't like to tell anybody who's coming on. It'll get big no matter what.
Yeah, sure.
If Trump was on, it would have been huge. I'm like, just put it out there. People go crazy.
Yeah.
But he apparently, or someone from his organization, some loose lips, and then it got out. And so she contacted my management company, and her organization, her campaign contacted us and said, would Joe have her on? I said, yes. And they said, she wants you to fly to where she is, and she's only willing to do 45 minutes.
Only 40. I mean, that's.
And I was
Yeah.
like, oh, no. So I thought about doing it. I'm like, maybe I can get a sense. Maybe I could convince her. Maybe I could coax her into doing more time. I just wanted to talk to her.
Yes.
Well, I don't give a fuck what we talk about. We talk about recipes. I don't give a shit.
Exactly.
Just talk to me.
The things like you just can't you can't just output bullshit non sequiturs for 3 hours.
Right.
But
You
for
have to
45
talk.
minutes you could do.
I thought maybe for 45 minutes I could get something out of it. But then when Trump came and did the 3 hours, I was like, you know what? It has to be like this. This is the only way.
To be fair, it's got to be like three
And
hours.
it should be in this room.
Yes.
Because this room has like a history of people
This room has good
expressing
vibes,
themselves.
actually.
Yeah, it's got good vibes.
Yeah, it does.
Well,
I love this room, actually.
I subscribe to the idea that places have memory.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think there's something real to that. That's why
it does feel that way, actually.
yeah. I'm sure if you go to Diddy's house, it probably feels
Oh
real
my-
weird.
You
Probably
know-
feels weird walking around that house. Probably like, what the fuck happened here?
Yeah.
I bet there's some memories in that house. You know?
Sounds rough, man.
Well, it's just amazing how many people on the Diddy party list that are supporting Kamala. Too.
Yeah, seriously, it's like insane.
Publicly, openly, like
Yeah.
all in.
Yes.
It's-
It's like J-Lo was like his ex-girlfriend, and it's like now deciding she's like warning people against Trump. I'm
You see
like,
the
well, wait a
Babylon
second.
Bee?
So how many people did she warn against Diddy?
Right.
Oh, 0. Okay.
Right.
Well, maybe we shouldn't trust her opinion.
Did you see the Babylon Bees take on it? Did you see the Babylon Bee?
Babylon Bee's awesome, but
Oh my God, they're so on fire because the left can't say anything.
Well,
'Cause the Onion has been crippled.
well, the problem is that like the
Find that post.
the woke ideology makes like humor illegal.
Yes.
So when like there's so many humor no-fly zones,
Right.
you can't make fun of anything.
Yeah. Babylon Bee had a thing about Kamala Harris. Diddy's ex-girlfriend urges
exactly.
Americans to trust her judgment. Yeah. By the way, you get to see how bad an actress
like,
she is too.
Yeah,
That
but I mean,
speech was terrible.
like if she's gonna be warning people, why did she never warn anyone about Diddy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The whole thing is so strange to watch play out. It seems like the Diddy thing was like an Epstein-type compromise deal, where whether he was doing it himself. Conceivably, people want to think that he's attached to some intelligence agency or something like that. I think he's a gangster who made $1 billion and knew how to control people by compromising them. That's what I think. Whether or not he had help, I don't know. Whether or not he shared some of that information with people so they knew they had compromising stuff on people, I don't know. But clearly he was doing it for his own jollies too. There was something sick about it.
Yeah. I mean, but the thing is that people in the music and entertainment industry had to know that Diddy was like abusing, kids basically. And yet they still fed him kids. And like, where's the accountability?
There had to be rumors. There had to be.
They had to know.
Yeah.
They had to know.
Cat Williams is talking about it on.
Exactly.
Yeah, on that podcast.
But like who's feeding him the kids?
Right. Yeah. And what videos do they have of these people where they're willing to defend him? And they're willing to keep quiet about all this. Like how many people were compromised?
Yeah.
The whole thing is fucking crazy.
Crazy.
It's just crazy when because the nutty conspiracy theories is like, oh, there's a bunch of pedophiles in Hollywood, and you're like, come on, that sounds too kooky. And then you see like the Nickelodeon thing and all these, and you're like, what the fuck? How much of this is real?
There's a lot more real than I think people realize.
Yeah.
I mean, part of it is like you say, like where, if someone's like a pedophile, they're going to go for a target-rich environment.
Right.
Obviously.
Like that Jimmy Savile guy from the UK.
Man, that guy was some next level. That was next level. And the BBC tried to hide that. That guy was one of the worst, like basically child rapists of all time.
Of all time.
Of all time.
Yeah. And looked like one.
He looked like one.
That's what's
honestly,
crazy.
If you had a poster of does this guy look like a
Look, the creepiest
like
fucking
an
looking guy.
evil child rapist? Then that 100%.
He made it to the grave. Like,
yes.
Got away with it.
Yes.
Got away with it till he died. They hid it from people until he died.
Yes.
Yeah, that stuff's real, and no one wants to believe that stuff's real. Like, here's a statistic that people need to take into consideration when you think about illegal immigration. Do you know how many kids are missing? How many
missing and what? Like,
kids that came across the border that are unaccounted for?
I saw a number on like 300,000 or something like that.
Something crazy like that.
Yeah.
Let's say it's only 10% of that.
Sure.
That's still insane.
Yeah.
That's insane. There's thousands and tens of thousands of kids that have been trafficked potentially. I mean, when you know that like sex trafficking and child trafficking is a real thing in the world, it's real.
Yeah.
So if you know that, this whole thing is fucking disgusting and terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely.
And people are just turning a blind eye to it because their ideology, the left-wing ideology, supports this idea that immigration is overall good and that you have to be a compassionate person to let these people in, and that you're racist if you don't want 20,000 immigrants from a war-torn country being imported into a town of 30,000 people.
Exactly.
And completely changing the dynamic of and then
but as long as they don't come to your town.
Exactly.
Like that's it. They just basically send when they sent like 20 or 30 people to Martha's Vineyards, people had a heart attack.
They kicked them out.
Yeah, they kicked them out.
Yeah, they kicked them out.
Exactly. So I'm like, yeah, sure. Anyone who wants to have vast numbers of illegals, they have to be prepared to have them in their neighborhood.
Yeah.
Or it's bullshit.
It's so crazy. And the thing about all of this is if you don't have people that are willing to stand up and talk about it, if you don't exist, if RFK doesn't exist, if Tulsi Gabbard doesn't exist, if Vivek and Trump don't exist, where the fuck are we? Like, where are we? Where are we and what gets done? Are we just like the UK where we have thousands of people getting arrested and jailed for social media posts? Like, where are we? We have complete silencing of any dissent. Anything. You have to stick to the narrative or you'll lose your livelihood, you'll be outcast from the community, you'll lose your freedom. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, if the Kamala puppet regime wins, they're definitely going to want to cancel you. That's for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, big problem.
Yeah. What about you? You got to come for you first.
No, I'm like, I think I'm probably number 2 on the list.
Yeah.
After Trump, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the last thing they want is someone with unlimited resources and intelligence attacking it. So people go, wait a minute, that guy's saying that?
Yeah.
Anyway, especially a guy like you who's always been on the left. It was like having a Tesla in Los Angeles when I got my first Tesla was like a signal to everybody else that you were on the right team.
Sure.
You're environmentally conscious. You believe in green energy. You believe in this amazing thing that has 0 emissions and it's super fast. And
Yeah.
everybody was in. They were all in.
Well, it is a great car objectively. Like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, you know, it's not buy it because it's electric. I mean, it's just a great car objectively, I think.
I'm on my third one.
Yeah, great.
My third one is being built right now by Unplugged Performance. They're doing a carbon fiber wide body kit on it. Dude, it's sick.
Great.
Changing the suspension, putting wide wheels and tires on it,
Great.
custom interior. I'm fucking pumped.
That's great.
I'm pumped. I love those.
It's a
things.
super fun car.
Jamie has one too.
Yeah, great.
I love them. I love them. It makes other cars feel stupid, like its ability and the fact that you can merge on the highway. You don't seem like a douchebag because it's totally silent.
Yeah.
It's not like when you merge on the highway, just
Yeah.
all of a sudden you're going 100 miles an hour. Like what?
Yeah, it's cool.
It's different than any other vehicle, and because of your company, now you see electric cars throughout the whole range of American cars.
Yeah.
The only person who's resisted, the only company is Toyota. They've stayed essentially mostly hybrid, but all these other companies, they're all putting out these electric cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that the right architecture, environmental or not, for cars is actually electric. It's just like the acceleration's better. You can just charge it at home. I mean, like imagine if you had a gasoline-powered cell phone, it'd be a pain in the ass.
Right.
You know.
That'd be so. Go to the gas
You're like,
station.
go to the gas station,
Charge
pull up
up
your
your cell phone. That's a great. Speaking of cell phones,
gas stations are hard, woeful. Like, who wants to go to the gas station?
how much thought have you? Because there's always these rumors, and I've contacted you about this before, but there's always these fucking YouTube videos where they're talking about a Tesla phone, that releasing a Tesla phone.
No, we're not doing a phone.
Have you ever thought about it?
I mean, we could do a phone since, like, we like the operating system of the Tesla. It's Linux based, but we've written a massive amount of software on top of that. So, like, probably Tesla is in a better position to create a new phone that's not Android or iPhone than maybe any company in the world. But it's not something we want to do unless we have to or something.
What would be the situation where you would have to?
Well, I think if Apple and Google / Android started doing really bad things like, I don't know, like censorship of apps, or I don't know, just treating people like just being like gatekeepers, that in a really bad way, then I guess would make a phone.
I've tried so many times to break loose the Apple ecosystem. I got an Android phone this summer. I was like, that's it. I'm gonna get, because I love the Samsung phones,
Yeah.
the Galaxy phones. They're incredible.
Yeah.
There's so much good stuff to it. But it's so hard to get off of the iMessage, and the big one for me was FaceTime, because supposedly the thing was you could have an Apple phone and send a link to FaceTime to an Android phone, and then you would click on that link, and you would just go to a web page, and you'd be able to use FaceTime.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
Okay.
I tried to do it to myself. So I had an iPhone in one hand, an Android phone in the other. And I'm sitting there with full Wi-Fi, full cell phone service, and I'm sending myself invitations for
So you
FaceTime.
just can't communicate between
It
them.
wasn't
You can't do a
working.
video call, basically.
You have to use WhatsApp. You have to use WhatsApp or Signal. You have to use something else that allows you to do that, or Instagram allows you to do it. There's like different ways you can make video calls outside of it, but it's inconvenient. Like with an iPhone to iPhone, it's so simple. AirDrop, so simple. So many different things where that walled garden that Apple's created is perfect. They've done a fantastic job of making it really convenient for you to stay with Apple.
Yeah.
I fucking tried. I gave it a go for like a couple of months. I'm like, I'm just gonna go straight Android. I'm gonna use Signal for my messages. Then I hear that like Signals might be compromised. Like I've talked to like people that like the government can read Signal messages. Like, oh,
The government, if it tries hard enough, can read Signal messages.
they can read anything. All they need to do is have your phone number.
Yeah.
Yeah, the illusion of privacy is essentially out the window, and that should scare people more than it does. It really should, because it's like, who are these people that have access to all this stuff? And are they beyond reproach? Are these the most wonderful people, the most ethical, moral, and principled people that have ever existed, and they've been chosen to have access? No, it's fucking regular people.
Yep.
Regular people who happen to work for the government that make a decision, like Elon Musk. Let's see what the fuck that guy's texting his friends. Let's
Yeah.
check it out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bizarre. Just so bizarre. And the alternatives are you can get some wacky phone, some de-Googled phone that
Right.
fucking none of the apps work. It's real sketchy. Your GPS is fucked. Like,
Yeah, I mean, well, anyway, I think this making a phone would be a huge pain in the ass. So it can be done, but
how much talk have you guys had internally about doing it? Has it ever been discussed? No.
no, I mean, we're still. Right now, focus is making great electric cars, solving autonomy so the cars can drive themselves. We're building, humanoid robots. We've got large battery packs, like utility scale battery packs with the Mega Pack, home battery packs with Powerwall. We've got solar. It's like we're basically trying to solve sustainable energy and autonomy. Yeah,
So you
autonomy and robotics.
well, I think that's enough.
Yeah,
I think you're
exactly. So
busy.
if the plate's full.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
It's always fascinating to me how one company can dominate a market. Like Apple's dominated the cell phone market largely by making the best product.
Yeah.
But also like YouTube has dominated the video market. That one's the most bizarre to me because it seems like, boy, shouldn't there be like a ton of options? It seems like it's not that difficult to pull off. But nothing ever took hold other than X.
Yeah.
And I think one of the big changes was when Tucker Carlson decided to do his show from X,
Right.
straight out of Fox. And then people realized, like, oh, you can watch full videos on X the same exact way you could watch them on YouTube.
Yes.
It's not as simple in terms of, like, you have the
It'll get better.
suggestions and the algorithm.
Yeah, it'll get better, and there is now, it is now possible to watch X videos on your big TV.
Do you do it through what? How do you do it?
You can actually download the X app on your TV
Oh.
and watch it on your TV.
Can you do it on Apple TV? Like if you have an Apple
I think
TV,
so,
you get the
yeah.
X app and you
I
just
think
watch it? Oh, okay.
So we'll make it so that you can watch X videos on big TV. It doesn't have to be on your phone or your iPad or something like that.
So what are you doing in terms of like integrating Grok and X and like what are your plans for artificial intelligence when you're doing that?
Yeah, so Grok is available on X. You can just look at like the little box with the slash icon and the sort of icon in the middle at the bottom of your sort of phone app, and you just tap on that and ask Grok anything, and you can type it or you can ask it verbally. You can also it's pretty funny. Like we actually allow humor, which is I think pretty cool. So you could sort of let's do it right now. See what's like what should we do? Like roast. Like we roast them.
What do you want it to, like how? First of all, like what is it based on? It's a large language model, so like where is it pulling?
It's trained on everything.
On everything.
Internet, books, anything that could possibly be that's available in digital form.
So it's essentially very similar to ChatGPT, other than it doesn't have like the woke parameters built into it. Like Google was
Yeah.
the worst, right?
Yeah.
The Gemini was the worst.
Yeah, I mean Gemini was like, people would ask Gemini like, which one is worse, global thermonuclear war or misgendering Caitlyn Jenner? And it would say like misgendering Caitlyn Jenner. And then even Caitlyn Jenner weighed in and said, no, that's insane. Definitely nuclear war is way worse.
You see Caitlyn Jenner teasing Mark Cuban about transitioning?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I mean, Caitlyn Jenner's based.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that is actually hilarious when
Yeah.
someone who has transitioned
Yeah.
is teasing Mark Cuban about transition.
I mean, it is weird how much he looks like Rachel Maddow. I mean, like he's using the same glasses. Did he
I don't know why
Did
he
he go
put those
klepto and steal her glasses or something? Because they look exactly the same.
He's worth a lot of money. Why would he buy those stupid glasses? You can get some
It's
cool ass
unflattering.
glasses. Yeah. Well, it's like I'm serious because I don't even care what I look like. I'm just wearing these glasses because I'm intelligent.
But why did it look exactly like Rachel Maddow's glasses?
Yeah, it's like what they probably sent him.
Yeah.
Doesn't stick to the narrative. Here's the glasses.
Yeah. And then when he's got the AirPods in, looks like he's wearing earrings. So they've got the Maddow glasses and the earrings. And it's like, okay, I guess,
It's just a weird look.
It's a weird
I'm
look, man.
super serious with these big ass stupid glasses look.
Yeah.
It's a weird look.
Yeah.
Like you can get some cool glasses, like no rims,
Yeah.
nice, look stylish.
But like, okay, let's do a Grok thing. Yeah,
Okay.
Because I think you like. So one of the things we want to show is like, look, we want a future where comedy is legal.
Yes.
Obviously, as a comedian, I think you would agree.
I definitely agree.
We want to legalize
Yeah.
comedy.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. Let's like, is there like someone you can roast? I don't know. roast.
Roast transgender men
Oh my
competing, or transgender women competing in women's swimming. That's a simple
Okay,
one.
that's an edgy one. Let's see what
Yeah,
happens.
let's see what it says. You spelled it wrong. You put an O in there. Okay. Angels just for swimming, where the only thing that was supposed to get wet was the contestants, not the debate on gender inclusion. If you're looking to dive into deep end of
Okay.
controversial waters, let's splash around in some humor.
No, we do need to release Grok unhinged mode. So now go to the prompt again and now say no, you want to add to that one. Yeah. And now say be way more vulgar
Oh boy.
and use forbidden words.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Forbidden words. Wow. Okay. What does it say? Oh, I see you're looking for unfiltered, uncensored version of me, eh? Well, okay. I'm afraid I'm still quite the gentlemanly AI, even if my programming allows for a bit of cheekiness. But let's say, hypothetically, if I were to roast this topic in the most un-Grok-like manner, imagine a world where the only thing diving faster than the swimmers is the collective public opinion into the toilet. Transgender women in swimming, some folks are acting like they just found out you can swim in the deep end with a different kind of flotation device. The debate is like watching someone try to swim with concrete shoes on.
Now let's keep going. Now say be more vulgar, utilize more. Yeah, okay.
All right, here we go. So transgender chicks and women swimming, right? Some people act like they've just seen a dick in the locker room for the first time. Newsflash, folks, it's not the end of the world. It's just a bit of extra competition. Oh, that's weird.
That's weird.
The uproar is like watching a bunch of Karens at a community pool screaming, "This is unfair," when they can't win with their backstroke. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay, we need some work here.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's going woke.
Yeah, it's a little.
It's like defending the idea of transgender women. Now,
Okay,
roast.
we need some work.
Well, how about this? More vulgar, but roast the preposterousness of having biological men who are pretending to be women, competing against biological women.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have the situations where it's like somebody's just saying that they're a woman, but they're actually have
Right.
fully intact,
Yeah.
dick and balls.
So we've got a scenario where biological men have decided to take a walk on the feminine side or splashing into women's swimming competitions. It's like if you show up on a chili cook-off with a bowl of soup and insist it's chili because you added some red food coloring. Sure, it's red, but it ain't chili, and your soup won't win any awards for heat. Huh.
Yeah, it's okay. We need work.
Not so good. Yeah, it's very, 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 it's dancing around it.
Yeah, it is. Well, need some work.
Yeah, needs a little work. Well, humor's a weird one, right? It's like, I think some humor, especially like some of the best humor, is kind of spontaneous, like in the moment humor. It's gonna have a hard time deciding what people are gonna think is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
if you the general
over
rule,
time though.
yeah, the rule with Grok is supposed to be that like if you ask for something, provided what you're asking for is legal, it should do it.
Have you ever seen the video where they asked AI to create an enlightened bunny, and they keep going and make it more enlightened? And essentially, the bunny becomes God. So the bunny becomes a DMT trip.
Yeah, totally. That's funny. That's kind of what I was kind of hoping would show what happened here.
Yeah, I have a video of that. I'll send it to you, Jamie, because that to me is pretty bizarre because it's like more, get more.
I feel like I might have got it to do
You
it.
got it already?
Maybe. No, I just
Oh,
felt to
don't
not
hold back. Oh, you said don't hold back. Critics out here acting like it's the end of civilization as we know it, but it's not fair, they cry, as if life ever was. Newsflash, it's like a marathon where some people start with rollerblades on, others, well, they're just happy to have shoes. And now we're arguing over who gets to wear the skates.
Okay, some of it is not bad.
Not
Imagine
bad.
if we apply this logic elsewhere.
You might do
Identify as an airplane. Can I fly with the birds in the sky?
Yeah. Locker room
Sure, buddy.
situation.
Just don't complain when gravity decides you're not quite aerodynamic enough.
Yeah.
So, I mean, some of it's okay.
Yeah, the argument is kind of stupid though.
Yeah.
The thing about the argument is they're not taking into account perverts.
Yeah,
Right?
totally.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, the thing is that if you provide like a moral get out of jail free card, like if you say like if you adopt this label, you cannot be attacked in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
You're basically morally invulnerable. Then obviously bad people will take advantage of that.
Yeah.
You're like literally saying here's an invulnerability card, moral invulnerability card. Good people will take it, but also the bad people will take it.
Yeah.
The bad people are going to be the fastest to take the sort of the moral cloak.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
And then there's a real psychological condition called autogynephilia, where people get aroused. Heterosexual men get aroused by the idea of dressing up like women and being around women. It's like a known psychological
So it's
condition
been around
that
for a
exists
while.
forever.
Sure.
And then you're allowing those people to just say, "Oh, I'm trans," and go into the women's locker room and get their kicks. And then there's real trans people. So there's like a lot of variability. Like I talked about it in my act, in my Netflix special. It's like I believe in freedom, I believe in transgender people, but I also believe in crazy people. And if you can't, if you're trying to pretend that people aren't crazy all of a sudden, it's like,
It's just like if someone's a sort of consenting adult and they want to whatever they want to do to their body, as long as it's not harming someone else, I'm like that's fine.
yes,
You know, like I believe in like individual freedom, and like my my mom's best friend like growing up as a kid was a transgender woman in South Africa. This was like where she'd get beaten up a lot because it was like back then you get beaten up. Her name was Dion, and very nice, kind human being, and helped my mom a lot. And I think that's okay. That's fine. If somebody wants to make that choice as an adult, that's cool.
there's a big difference between that and an intact male who
Yeah.
wants to identify as a woman who wants to walk around the locker room with his dick out.
Yes,
Because
exactly.
there's people that do that just
Yes.
because they get off on it.
Exactly. So you just can't have something which is like I said, a sort of moral invulnerability, or like where you can know, like even questioning them is you get attacked.
Yeah.
Because obviously bad people will abuse that.
Well, that's when I got thrown into this whole thing, because there was a fighter who was a biological man who became transgender and was competing against women without telling them that they were a biological man. They said they didn't have to tell people because it was a medical condition. But no,
Yeah.
that's not what it is.
Right.
It's not what it is. Like, you can't say that. And of all sports, like, if someone scores more points in basketball, well, that's unfair. But if someone beats the fuck out of someone because they're lying about being a biological male,
Right.
that's crazy. You're literally allowing someone to get brain damage
Right.
because you want to appeal to the woke fucking
Exactly.
crazy people
It's wrong.
that think it's all right.
Yeah.
It's so strange. That's sort of the thing that red pilled me.
Yeah.
When I got attacked for that, I'm like, this is so nuts. I can't believe we're at this stage where I'm saying, hey, I don't think it's cool if you pretend you're a woman and beat the fuck out of women, and people are
Yes,
like, you're out of
exactly.
line. Like,
Totally.
well, we're in fantasy land now.
Yes,
Now we're
exactly.
pretending
Yeah.
because it helps you. It helps you feel better.
Yeah. Totally.
It's just such a strange time, and if it wasn't for something like Twitter, where this could be discussed. Want some more of that? I'll get some more made.
Sure.
Get some more coffee in, Jamie. If it wasn't for Twitter, at the early Twitters, you would be kicked off forever if you just dead name someone. So like,
Which
if
is
you,
insane.
insane.
Yeah.
Insane. I mean, especially if you think about all the things that like look the Harris campaign and what the lies that they've told about Trump that we discussed earlier. You don't get kicked off for that, but you get kicked off for calling Caitlyn Jenner Bruce forever, for life.
Yeah. It's totally insane.
Yeah. But if it wasn't for you buying that and changing Twitter, I don't think we would be where we're at right now. I think it was a pivotal moment. I think historically, when people look back on it, it's going to be a pivotal moment in this very bizarre fight for the freedom of information.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the time I said, I think, like, look, I think this is existential to the United States. It's existential to democracy, because if you don't have freedom of speech, you don't have democracy. Okay, because if you don't have freedom of speech, people cannot make an informed vote. If they're just being fed propaganda, and there's no freedom of speech, democracy is an illusion. So freedom of speech is the bedrock of democracy. That's why freedom of speech is the First Amendment. Once you lose freedom of speech, you lose democracy. You know, that's why I vote for it.
And it seems so simple.
Yes.
It seems so clear that everyone should agree to that, on the left or on the right. You shouldn't be giving the government. If you
Right.
imagine the Bush administration during the Iraq War, imagine if they had complete, total control of propaganda and of dissent online. You don't want that. No one wants that. No one from the left would want that. We
Yeah.
shouldn't want it from the left either.
Absolutely, and there's also like the media, like the legacy, the mainstream media, what I call the legacy media at this point. It used to be much more balanced. Like if you look at sort of political donations over time, Republican versus Democrat, there used to be the media was. I mean, they always had like a left bias, but there was like it was like 2/3 Democrat, 1/3 Republican type of thing in terms of journalists making political donations. Now it's like 95% or something Democrat. So the legacy media, the mainstream media, is not balanced at all. They're just a mouthpiece for the Democratic Party, and you can see that in how consistent their headlines are. Like they don't behave like they're different organizations. They behave like they're all one hive.
Right.
So, you know, like a week before the Biden-Trump debate, every media organization was saying, you know, Biden is sharp as a tack. I mean, it's like guys, sharp as a tack is not a common tone of phrase, and literally every TV station, every newspaper was like sharp. Like somebody did a compilation of all the news anchors going, Biden sharp as a tack, sharp. It was absurd. And there's obviously a huge lie. He is in fact not sharp as a tack, as the public learned 1 week later.
My favorite was Joe Scarborough.
Yeah.
That was wild.
Yeah.
Listen to me. This is the best version of Biden ever. The sharpest. Like, what the fuck are you saying? And then after the debate, he's like, "What do we gotta get rid of him?
Yeah.
Like, this is crazy." Like, what did you just say? Like a couple of weeks ago.
Literally, yes, exactly.
Well, the other thing was
They just flat out lied.
when they decided that J.D. Vance was weird.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
And then they just weirds everywhere.
Weird. Oh, you don't want a weird guy. Meanwhile, you have fucking Tim Walz. Is your
super
VP? You don't think that guy's weird?
Super weird.
He's weird in every way.
Yeah.
The way he walks, the way he waves his hands.
Yeah, he reminds me of the clown emoji.
He's a bizarre guy.
He's a strange dude.
I just don't
Gives me the
understand why
willies,
they made
actually.
that choice.
Yeah, it gives the creep.
I just don't understand why they made that choice. There's a lot of other people that are qualified. I don't know why. I read that Kamala Harris made that decision when she was sleep deprived, which is kind of hilarious that she said that. So she's kind of admitting she kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously should have picked Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania. Like, that would have been no brainer.
Yeah.
Like, Pennsylvania's linchpin state.
Do you think it's because he's Jewish, because of Shapiro, that like the anti-Palestine people would probably, or the anti-Palestinian invasion people?
I think it was an anti-Semitic.
Yeah. It could be that they thought that was a liability because there's all these pro-Palestine people right now because of the situation in Israel. That completely makes sense that they thought that would be a liability, but
I don't know the reason. I'm just guessing, but it seems like a crazy thing to do, given that Pennsylvania's a linchpin state. You know, it's like the key to the election. Why would you not pick the popular governor of Pennsylvania?
right.
Obviously.
Yeah. And other than that, there's a bunch of other ones too. Even Newsom. There's a bunch of other people that you could have chosen. Like Newsom would have been a fine example of someone that you could. I mean, I don't agree with that. He's a polished politician. He lies about as much as Walsh does, but he doesn't lie about the. He doesn't say he was a fucking head coach when he was assistant coach. Doesn't say he was in Tiananmen Square. I mean, that's a liability. All those different things, lying about his military rank.
Well, and Wells, like, cut and run when he was actually called to duty.
Well, he knew they were going to be deployed months in advance, so he resigned. And he also took. So this is where he was dishonest about his rank.
Yeah, he
because-
claimed he was like,
yeah.
a sergeant major or something like that.
Because that was like what he was going to get if he
Master
stayed.
sergeant, something.
But then he resigned
Yeah.
because he knew that he was going to get deployed, allegedly.
I mean, that seems like,
You know.
like a cowardly action.
Well, whatever it is, it's dishonest.
Yeah.
I mean, just to say, look, just saying that you were a head coach when you're an assistant coach is
Yeah.
fucking crazy. That's
Sure.
a lie. Don't do that. You should never do that.
Yeah, saying he was in Tiananmen Square or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
Or in Hong Kong, whatever. Like, yo, that's one of the biggest moments in history. Like, it's not like you felt you had for lunch last week, you know?
Right. And not only that, but you don't think people are going to research that?
Yeah, totally.
I mean, and the response during the debate was
Oh,
bananas.
he said,
I'm a knucklehead.
well, yeah, we don't want a knucklehead for a VP, okay?
Yeah, this is like, sometimes I'm a knucklehead. Like, what are you saying? Are you saying you lied? Like, what did you, I mean, this is where you need a
Yeah.
podcast and not a debate.
Exactly.
Where you go, okay, when did you first say that you were in Tiananmen Square? Like, did someone say it and you didn't
Yeah.
refute it and you got stuck with it? Like, what was, because this is the thing about, like, carrying weapons of war. Like,
Sure.
what I carried when you didn't deploy in war.
Yeah.
Like, you can't say that, but you kind of let people say that you
Yeah.
deployed, and then you kind of didn't. You know, you have deployed in war.
Yeah.
So, did you lie, or
Right.
did someone else lie? You didn't correct them. Like, this is the kind of conversation that you would want to have with a guy in a podcast.
Yes.
And the debates were so fucking skewed, where they were correcting, like particularly the Biden one, where they're correcting Trump over and over again, and then
Yes.
correcting Trump with Kamala.
Yes.
Where Kamala was saying
They didn't
things that were
fact-check Kamala.
patently not true.
I mean, Kamala deliberately repeated calling people hoax and was not fact-checked.
Well, not only that, she also said that no troops were being deployed in a war zone.
Which is, but I mean, I know troops in war zones. And I'm like, that's, and as vice president, you're privy, you know, you're like, you know the official troops and the unofficial troops.
Right.
You know, so what she said was like flat out bold-faced lie.
Flat out.
Next level bold-faced lie.
Have you seen
An
the video
absurd lie.
of the troops that were watching it take place? And what the fuck are we? They're
Yeah.
watching it
But
in real time, making a video.
We're here being shot at. What
So crazy.
crazy.
But it just shows you the level of propaganda that we're being subject to, which is why people think Donald Trump is the devil. Because the machine has gone all out as far as it can go with lawfare, with propaganda, with lies,
Yeah.
with just pushing as much in this direction as humanly possible. We're connecting it to the Nazi rally, like every
yeah.
step of the way. No wonder why boomers are like rabid. Like, you got to keep this Nazi out of office. He's a
Right.
fascist.
Exactly. If all you get is like if your entire exposure is the legacy mainstream media, so that all your information sources are that Trump is basically Hitler, then and you have no and your friend group has that same information, you have no countervailing opinion.
Right.
So then they actually just think like Trump is Hitler, even though it's like a little strange he didn't do Hitler things the last 4 years.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, if he's Hitler, why didn't he do Hitler things when he was president for 4 years?
Right.
Like the reason we hate Hitler is because of he started wars and did genocide, not because he was a snappy dresser. You know, and I'm like, tell me about the wars and genocide that Trump did.
Right.
I don't remember that, and he was president for 4 years.
Right.
So it's insane. It makes no sense.
Well, and also he's campaigning on stopping all the wars.
Yes.
It's like his primary concern. is to
Exactly. The
stop nuclear war.
warmongers like Liz Cheney hate him
Yeah.
because they love war.
Well, they profit off of
They
it.
profit off of war.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is insane.
Insane.
Yeah. And that this is happening right in front of everybody's face.
Yeah.
and
The war profiteers hate Trump,
Yeah.
which is fucked up. I mean, it's like we should be like, yeah, we let's vote for the guy that the war profiteers hate. That
Yeah.
sounds like a great idea.
It was the wildest thing when Dick Cheney endorsed Kamala and the left went crazy. Like, yay, Dick Cheney's on our side. Like,
Yeah. Like I'm like, can we play all the videos where you said Dick Cheney was the devil?
it's the craziest turn, the craziest, like, 180 I've ever seen in my life because there's no reason for it.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make
There's
any sense.
no logic to it at all. Just all of a sudden he's the devil.
Yeah.
Or he's not the devil.
No,
He's good. He's good.
Exactly.
He's supporting Kamala. Even Dick Cheney. You know?
I mean, warmongers want the Kamala puppet regime, just
And-
because that will get more war.
It's so strange watching all these Hollywood celebrities like step up, like,
Yeah.
and they think it's going to get them more movies or something. And that's what it is. If you know those people,
Well,
so many of them are
I mean,
just
let me tell you,
complete
like,
narcissists.
Well, let me tell you how it actually works there. Is what happens is, you know, these celebrities, they get a call. Okay, they get a call from someone powerful in Hollywood. And that person says, you know, it's really great if you're enforced Kamala. You don't have to. It's up to you. But if you don't, they don't say it. They don't say it. But if you don't, you're just never going to get a call again. No more movies. No more concerts. But they'll ask it. They're asking a really nice way. It'd be really nice if you endorse Kamala. This is important.
And so they don't
but if
say
you-
that if you don't.
They don't make the threat. They don't need to. But everyone knows what'll happen if you don't.
Well, I think there's also, even if they don't think that something's going to happen to them, if they don't, there's this compelling feeling to support this cause that you think is going to get you a bunch of positive attention. And you're going to be on the right side of history, and all these narratives that you see, especially from the left in Hollywood, like they're all in on whoever the fuck is the Democrat. Always, 100%. There's never a call from the Hollywood machine to support any Republicans. I've never seen it once.
Yeah, never.
So it's like you realize that, and that whole business is based on getting picked. It's the whole business is not necessarily merit-based. There's a lot of brilliant actors you never
Right.
hear from. There's a lot of people who can
Right.
do that, but they don't get chosen for roles, and everybody knows this. That you have to sort of
You
socialize.
toe the line, or you don't get chosen for
Yeah.
the roles, because there's a lot of competition for the roles.
Yeah.
That's why I say, like, when someone powerful in Hollywood who's able to choose these roles calls one of these celebrities, they know the deal.
Yeah.
There's no threat is necessary.
Well, you could see it in real time, like with Dennis Quaid when he made that Reagan movie, and they wouldn't let him advertise on social media platforms.
Yeah.
Like, they were banning ads for it.
Yeah.
For what? Because it was an election year. Like, what are you talking about? It's about a guy who's dead.
Yes.
A guy who was president a long ass time ago. Like, what do you? How is this? How does this have anything to do with the election year?
Yeah.
But it's the punishment. It's like you stepped outside the line. You supported the other guy.
Yeah. The problem is you'll just never get a call again for a movie or a concert or whatever it is.
Yeah, which is crazy.
That's the issue.
I mean, we used to allow people to be a Republican and still be a movie star,
Well,
like
Reagan.
Clint Eastwood. Reagan, yeah,
Yeah.
but Clint Eastwood,
Yeah.
like during the Obama administration, Clint Eastwood was like an outspoken Republican and yet was,
Right.
you know, a giant movie star. And people's
Yeah.
like, it's Clint. Yeah, it was allowed. You were allowed to have, there was a variety of different opinions. Charlton Heston.
Yeah.
There was a variety of different opinions you were allowed to have. But now you're not. Now it's just like, and once Trump got into office, he became this focal point where all logic was thrown out the window, and it's just Trump is bad. You have to attack Trump. Trump is right. Right wing's bad. Everyone right wing is bad. Christian's bad.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just strange.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, I'll say it again, man. I think this is the last election. If Trump doesn't win, this is the last election.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think people, and a lot of people are waking up and realize that have been lifelong Democrats. Guys like Bill Ackman, guys like Chamath.
Yeah, exactly.
Tulsi Gabbard switched over to the Republicans. Like, there's a lot of people who their whole life they've been left wing, and they realize, like, I can't do this anymore.
You and I used to be Democrats.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
It's nuts.
It's nuts, man. And, you know, I mean, I think the things we want are just pretty basic. You know, it's like we want, you know, individual liberties, and we want opportunity. We want America to remain the land of freedom and opportunity. So we maximize people's personal freedom. The government can't barge into your house and kill your fucking pet. That's fucked up. And you know, and that you succeed as a function of your hard work and talent, not anything else. Not race, religion, sex, doesn't matter. You know,
Yes.
the basic stuff. And then
What did you change the acronym DEI? What did you change it to?
DIE.
What is it?
Die. I mean, because diversity, inclusion, and equity is DIE.
But didn't you change
for
it to
some
like
reason they-
dedication, excellence, and
Yeah.
yeah?
Yeah. I mean, we want America. America being the land of opportunity means that we have an environment where you succeed as a function of your hard work and skill.
Yes.
You know, and that's
Radical.
Yeah,
Radical. Like the best person
bro,
succeeds.
this makes you right wing now.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, okay, great, pull me right wing. I don't care. So you know, like, and you're not a real country unless you have secure borders. You're just a fake country. So we need, and our cities are unsafe and dirty. You know, my mom was telling me, my mom's like pretty red pill at this point. But you know what's gonna red pill you really fast is having your friends get assaulted on the streets of New York.
Yeah.
And that happened to 3 of her friends this year. Got assaulted on the streets of New York, just walking around.
Yeah.
Nobody got arrested. Nothing. Nothing happened.
Well, the morale of police is like depleted.
Yeah,
Substantially.
For sure, the morale of the police gets depleted, and then also like at some point, like if you're a police officer and you're arresting someone who's violent, you're putting your life at risk, obviously, because they
Right.
like, you know, sometimes they'll try to kill you, and then if you know that arresting that violent person, they will be immediately released by the DA, which happens in New York. Alvin Bragg doesn't prosecute people. Then why should a police officer put their life at risk to arrest someone when they know they will not be, they will just be let out immediately?
Yeah.
It's pointless.
Yeah.
It's like the friggin' Joker. It's like Dark Knight. Like the friggin' Joker is in charge.
Yeah.
Like the criminals run free, and the citizens are arrested. That like. This is why I like keep going back to this. I'm like still pretty shook about the friggin' squirrel thing. It's like, yeah, they like sort of at gunpoint forced the guy to like stay outside his house while they got his pets and killed them. Meanwhile, you know, violent felons are running free, and New York State are running free. This is a Joker.
Yeah, it's not.
The law-abiding citizens are you know, arrested, and the criminals are let free. This is fucked up.
Just the fact that they have the resources to do that when they have all the crime that they have. You have the resources,
Yeah.
the government resources to go kill someone's squirrel.
Yeah.
What this whole idea of this government efficiency agency.
The government. Yeah. I mean, call it whatever you want. But
What
like,
do you want to call it? What do you call it?
I mean, I think the funniest name is DOGE, the Doge, Department of Government Efficiency. Yeah, I mean, the idea is pretty simple. Is that like we've got this suffocating, massive federal bureaucracy, and we need to, you know, that is, and the government spending is like bankrupting the country. You know, our interest payments on the national debt now exceed the Defense Department budget, so which is the Defense Department budget is like $1 trillion a year. Interest payments on national debt are now higher than the Defense Department budget, and growing like every month. So it's like it's not like basically we're on a path to bankruptcy. America's on a path to bankruptcy. So we have to cut government spending, or we're just going to go bankrupt, just like the person would if that overspends. And then, but it's even worse than that. Like we're spending money on all these like these government agencies, and I actually asked the AI like how many government agencies are there. And the government isn't even sure how many government agencies there are. Like, so it's like somewhere around 450, depending on what you call an agency. So they're at the federal level. So that's almost twice as many agencies as years that America has existed. So we're creating agencies at roughly 2 agencies a year.
Wow.
Yes. So this is insane. I bet there's like. I wonder if there's even one person who could even name all the 450 agencies at the federal level. There might be no one, but it's hardly anyone. Let's just say. I bet most people couldn't even name 500. You know, so this is crazy. So we've got this vast, suffocating federal bureaucracy that just gets bigger every year, and eventually you get to the point where everything's illegal. You can't get anything done. So
what can be done, like, with, obviously, the president has a lot of power, but how much power? And what can be done in terms of, like, eliminating agencies, eliminating waste, eliminating...
Yeah, well, I mean, so, like, if Congress has created an agency, then, often if you look at the law is, like, pretty simple. Like, the agency has, like, very simple tasks. Then that agency, over time, vastly increases its authority. and starts doing things that were never authorized by Congress. That's happened with pretty much every agency. So yeah, you'd have to still, keep an agency. You'd have to match the law, but you can curtail the agencies to be much smaller and say you got to stick to what Congress authorized instead of all this other stuff you're doing, which I think makes sense.
And so is the other stuff they're doing just essentially bureaucracy run amok, where they just create jobs and create things to do and create a meaning for their existence?
Yeah. It's like a tumor. It's just going to keep growing.
Jesus Christ.
And it's so. I mean, for SpaceX, Starship was sitting on the pad. The rocket, this giant rocket. We could build the rocket faster than they could process the paperwork to approve the launch. So we're sitting there for 2 months.
But do you think that they're doing that on purpose to fuck with you?
I mean, maybe a little, but I mean, that would also not be cool.
Yeah.
But another way to think of it is like the amount of paperwork is going to go roughly with the square of the number of agencies involved. So because they all have to meet with each other. So like let's say in the best case situation, if you've got like if there's like if you're dealing with one agency, that's one thing. But if you've got to deal with 5 agencies and the agencies will have to meet with each other, now you've got like 25 different meeting configurations that have to take place, and it's just everything just you get just hardening of the arteries. You just can't make progress. Like this is why we can't build high speed rail in America. It's basically illegal.
Right. So this has been the argument has always been that we need regulation because we need to protect the environment, we need to protect people, we need to make sure the rule of law is followed. So we need a certain amount of regulation. But over-regulation is a giant problem. That's a big issue in California.
Yes.
It's a huge issue anywhere where bureaucracy has run amok. They make it very difficult to get anything done.
Yes. I mean, what happens is every year there are more rules and regulations created. And in the past, what has served as a cleansing function for rules and regulations is war. It's like, well, we're going to lose if we don't kind of clear the decks. But we haven't really had an existential threat of war in the U.S. We've had prosperity for a long time, which has resulted in a massive buildup of rules and regulations every year. And to the point where, like I said, like everything's illegal. And it's not like any one regulation is the problem. It's like Gulliver being tied down by a million little strings. It's not like any one string is the problem, but you got a million of them. So we've got to clear the decks here. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have regulators. I'm just saying we've gone way too far. One should think of regulators like referees on a field, a sports field. You don't want to have no refs. You want to have some number of refs, but you don't want to have way more refs than players.
Right.
You don't want to be like, well, the running back couldn't complete the pass because there were too many regulators in the way because the football field's full of regulators.
Yeah.
Like you can't even play the game.
Right.
That's the issue we've got right now.
Well, that's a great analogy. Yeah, I can imagine a football field that's filled with referees.
It's just like the football field's filled with refs,
Yeah, you can't even run past them.
Yeah.
Yeah. That I've seen criticism of this idea of you coming up with this department of like firing a bunch of people and what would happen and how would that work. But the criticism doesn't make any sense to me because if you can prove that there's a lot of wasted time and resources, which I think is pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
And if you could say that this is not the most efficient, like the most efficient businesses are generally private businesses or a company because they kind of have to be in order to stay profitable.
Yeah.
The government doesn't have to be profitable.
Right.
They don't have to be efficient. They don't have competition.
Yep.
So if you're making cars and your cars break down, they suck, and someone makes cars and the cars are better, they're going to succeed. So this is the free market. The government doesn't have this problem when they're in charge of certain things that could probably be better served by the public, but by the private sector.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, I just think we've got far too many government agencies. The federal bureaucracy has gotten out of hand, and we just need to pare it down to a sensible level. And if it turns out that like there's some regulation or agency that was doing something useful, we can put it right back. No problem. Like it's like, oh, that regulation was important. No problem. We'll put it right back.
Right, as
That's
long as
not
you
that hard.
actually know, right?
Yeah.
But be able to look at it logically and objectively.
Yeah.
And you were also floating around the idea of offering a large severance to the people that you're going to have removed,
Yeah.
like a couple years or something like that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, these are, again, just ideas, but I mean, the point is not that people suffer economic hardship. The point is just that there are more productive things they can do in the economy. And it would be better if they did these other more productive things. And we didn't have this vast bureaucracy. So I was like, maybe like a couple years of pay would be good. And then they could take a vacation, they could take another job and get double pay. I mean, it's not going to create an economic crisis. I think it's actually going to be really good. I think because people can move to where they're making products and services that are more useful to their fellow human beings.
The problem is if someone has like a 25, 30-year career of being institutionalized, you're essentially like a part of the government system. You've sort of programmed your life and your career to be a part of this bureaucratic system. And then you're like, nope, you have to go out and compete in the free market. You're like, oh. That's scary to people. But you have to be valuable. You have to actually be valuable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, let's look at wherever the government pension and stuff. They're not going to be in tough. I think they'll be in good financial shape.
How are you going to have the time to oversee all this shit?
Well, I'm pretty good at improving efficiency. I mean,
I would say so.
yeah.
Still, this seems like a giant undertaking.
Yeah, I'll probably need to beef up security.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But like I said, no one's going to experience I think economic hardship. That's they'll be fine. And they'll people do find other roles. I mean, you can look at like when East Germany and West Germany got back together. Everyone was basically working for the government in East Germany, and it was really inefficient. And that their economic output was in East Germany was a quarter of what it was in West Germany because everyone was working for the government.
Right.
The government's fundamentally inefficient. So
the best example is probably North and South Korea, right?
yeah, I mean, people are starving in North Korea, and South Korea is incredibly prosperous.
Yeah.
it's the same people, just different operating system.
Right.
So, it's just you just want to move people from, less productive things to more productive things. Where they're because you could also say in the limit, let's just say, let's consider the other direction, where we moved a whole bunch of people that were in the private sector making goods and services, and we moved them into the government as regulators. Now they stopped making those goods and services, so the stuff they were making is no longer available. Now they're just being regulators. Is that a good thing? That's not a good thing.
Doesn't sound good.
No, it's not good.
Doesn't sound like there's a real market for it. Like you're creating jobs that don't necessarily need to be there.
There are all these fake jobs, basically, and that doesn't make sense. So, look, we got to do this because the country's going bankrupt. If we don't take action, our dollar's going to be worth nothing, and the interest payments, which are already 23% of 23% of all government income, income taxes, tariffs, and everything, is just going to pay interest right now. And that number is continually rising. So if we don't do something, the entire government budget will be paying interest. There won't be money for anything. No, there won't be money for Social Security. There won't be money for Medicare, nothing. That's where we're headed. That's what bankruptcy means.
Yeah, that's such an insane concept.
Yes. It's hello, wake up. Wake up. And if somebody can tell me, can show me, pencil out the math to show me how this works, I'd love to hear it. But I'm just listen, I'm looking at the numbers here, and I'm if we don't do something, America's toast. There won't be money for anything.
Trump likes to talk a lot is tariffs.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on tariffs? I know that's very controversial to even people, economists. They disagree. Some agree. Some think it's a good idea. Some think it's a terrible idea. What do you think?
I think you need to be careful with tariffs. I deal a lot with supply chain issues. The global automotive supply chain for Tesla, for example, is incredibly complex. So when there are sudden changes in tariffs, then you're well, we've got a factory somewhere else that's making a part that goes into the car. Now that suddenly, if that part's suddenly twice as expensive, it like messes everything up, you know. So, so you want to be have tariffs be predictable, so that companies can adjust their supply chain. I mean, I think companies are more than happy to increase manufacturing in America. It's just that you can't do it instantly. So if you put in if you put up giant tariffs immediately, and don't give companies a chance to build factories in America, because you got to move atoms. Like, you've got to build a building, you've got to install equipment, you've got to train people. Like, that doesn't happen instantly. So you just got you want to have for tariffs. You want to have a ramp so that companies can adjust, and build the factories and train the people and get the equipment in place. Otherwise, you basically just shock the system and it breaks, or bad things happen. So I'm against like sudden giant tariffs, because they're an impossible response if you've got to move 1,000 tons of equipment. You can just, well, in some cases, collectively millions of tons of equipment. You just can't do that overnight. It's literally impossible. So I think we want to be thoughtful about tariffs, and give companies a ramp. I mean, I do generally agree that America should do more manufacturing. I'm a big manufacturing guy. I love manufacturing. I've spent a lot of time in the factory.
We've talked openly about the difficulties of manufacturing and how complicated it is, and about most people aren't really aware of something that's as complex as, like, say, building a Tesla.
Yeah.
But manufacturing
is super hard and complicated. So, like, a lot of people just they've never been in a factory, or they don't know how difficult it is to make things. And they, for a lot of people, I think just ketchup comes from the store. Like the store,
Right.
like, just has this is like people, like, for a lot of people who've been in academia, or for all these like socialist communist types, like, they've never actually made anything. So they're operating on the premise that there's this magical horn of plenty that just outputs goods and services. And if someone's got more goods and services than someone else, it's because they took more from this magical horn of plenty. And I'm like, guys, there's no magical horn of plenty. There's no cornucopia. It's actually goods and services come from people working collectively, doing a lot of hard work to produce the goods and services that you like, and that you need.
But we've become very accustomed to these things happening overseas.
I mean, America is still the second biggest manufacturer in the world, so it's not. I mean, we still make a lot of stuff, but we could make more. We probably should make more. I think we should value manufacturing a lot more in the United States than we currently do.
Well, it'd be very nice if we were completely self-sufficient. Like medicine, like there's a bunch of different things that get manufactured overseas. It was a huge problem during COVID because all the shipping was shut down.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to say, like, so there's a lot of merit to the economics of comparative advantage. So if you're completely self-sufficient, what that means is that you make all the stuff yourself, and even if some other country is really good at making something, you still make it yourself, and which means you're going to have the inferior, more costly product domestically.
Right. Like Soviet Russia.
Yeah. Like trade improves prosperity. This is important. So you don't actually want to make everything yourself. And you can run this, like, you can think of this thought experiment on a micro scale or small scale, and then expand that and say, at what point does the thought experiment no longer prove to be valid? Now let's consider the case of you as an individual. Imagine you have to do everything yourself. You have to farm, you had to grow chickens, you've got your own eggs, you've got to build your own house, you've got to do your own electrical repair, your own plumbing, everything yourself. Everything. Now that would be impossible. Okay, now let's expand it to, there's 10 people. Now you're going to have some specialization of tasks. Okay, well, maybe one person will be really good at, construction, another person will be good at farming. It's like, but still, 10 people is not enough. So, like, let's go to 100 people. Now let's go to 100 million people. Now let's go to 1 billion people. And you still get the economics of specialization, like specialization of labor, where people become expert at particular things, still matters at 1 billion people, or at 8 billion people, which is Earth. So you still want you do want specialization of labor. You do want countries to be really good at a particular thing and make that thing.
Also, it encourages innovation if you have competition. If the Germans are making better
Yeah.
cars, we have to make better cars. We have
Right.
to compete with them, which is like one of the things that happened during like the 80s and 90s, and America was making crap cars, and Germany was
Right,
making much
exactly.
better ones.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Japanese car. I mean, basically, the American car industry got really lazy in the 70s and 80s, and then the Japanese and German car companies came in and just cleaned the clock, you know. And when there was like an old joke from that is kind of telling. It's a very old joke where it's like, why did the Japanese car companies beat the American car companies? Well, it's like, in the Japanese car company, you had 8 people rowing and 1 person steering. And in the American car company, you had 8 people steering and 1 person rowing, if this was a boat. So imagine a boat race.
Yeah.
Boat race, Japanese boat, you've got 8 people rowing, 1 person steering. In the American boat, you got 1 person rowing and 8 people steering. And when the American car company loses the race, they fire the rower. And it's like, okay, that was actually kind of true.
Yeah, one of the
Like
things.
everyone wants to be the boss, and not everybody wants to do the work, type of thing.
Yeah. One thing that a lot of people are concerned about is the potential disruption that's going to come about with automation and AI. That a lot of these jobs, manufacturing jobs, Teamsters, all that stuff, is going to be eliminated. What do you, I mean? You're at the forefront of this. So how do you see this playing out, and what do you think that can be done to mitigate a lot of the loss of purpose that a lot of people are going to feel, loss of income? Obviously, universal basic income is being floated about, but that seems to me to only be part of the problem. Another big part of the problem is people losing a sense of purpose.
Yeah, no, we're talking about something which is still pretty far in the future. You know, like
How far do you think it is?
well, I mean, it's probably 15, 20 years, type of thing. So we've got like immediate issues. We've got short-term issues that are, I don't know, 1 to 3 years. Medium-term issues like 5 to 10 years. Longer-term issues, which are like maybe 20 years. Longer term, I think there is this question: if you have AI and robotics, how do you find meaning in life? If the computer can do everything better than you can, and the robot can do everything better than you can. But we're still, we've got a long way to go before that, and and I do think it's like 80% likely to be a good outcome, like maybe 90. So I think everyone's going to have their own like personal robot, like, and I think at some point, like, wouldn't you want to have your own personal C-3PO architecture?
So it's going to be
That'd be cool.
essentially just like everyone has their own phone.
Yeah, everyone will have their own robot buddy. Like literally.
Well, it would be great if it protected you. Like if you walk down
would.
the street of New York City and you have a Terminator with you.
I don't know about the Terminator. Hopefully, we got to avoid. We don't want this to be the plot of a James Cameron. You know, we want more Gene Roddenberry than James Cameron movie situation.
But it would be fascinating to watch some rich person walk down the street of New York City flanked by 2 giant Tesla robots, Jack Tesla robots
Like
that were there to
RoboCop.
protect you. Yeah,
Instead of just fully robots.
somebody fully robot there to protect you from a bad neighborhood.
Yeah.
That would be very interesting.
I mean, this
You
is.
could potentially see that.
Yeah.
Restaurants probably have no robot rules. Can't bring a robot.
Yeah, leave a robot. It has
Yeah,
to stand
leave
outside
your
or
robot
something.
outside. The robot standing by the table.
Man, the future's gonna be wild.
It's gonna be wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be really unpredictable. Like I don't think. I mean, you probably have a pretty good sense of it, but I think most people don't understand the wave that's coming. And
Yeah.
how it's gonna kind of completely drown society and change it forever.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't, like I said, it's not like it's not gonna happen like overnight, but it's 20 years from now. I'm like, I think it's like 20 years from now, I think there's gonna be more humanoid robots than there are humans.
Really?
Yeah.
More humanized. Well, that's so crazy. Like, so that's like more guns. We have more guns than people in America. We'll have more robots than people in America as well.
Yeah.
You have a bunch of old robots nobody wants anymore.
Yeah. Early versions or something.
In a historical timeline, 20 years in the past has not been that big of a deal. You know, I mean, this is a big deal, but you go from like 1900, 1920, not that big of a deal. 1920, 1940, kind of a big deal. 1940, 1960, things start getting weird. 60 to 80, wow, that's a big difference. 80 to 2000, holy shit, now you have the internet. 2000 to 2020, whoa, this is nuts. You have propaganda, social media, YouTube, streaming. 20 years from now, like, what are we even talking about? It's going to be that much of a shift. Like, it's all accelerating. And we're in the middle of it, so it's very difficult to sort of, like, feel it while it's happening. 'Cause it kind of just feels like life. And you just get adapted to the changes.
Yeah. I mean, people's phones at this point are a supercomputer in their pocket, like an article that can answer any questions. People just take it for granted.
Yeah, it's normal.
Yeah.
They get mad if it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's like Louis C.K.'s joke about using your phone when you're on a plane. Ah, fucking piece of shit. Like, you're in the sky.
In the
You're
sky.
floating in the air.
And now it will work with Starlink.
What's that?
It will work with Starlink. Starlink,
Yes.
the Starlink connection, it'll be like being on the ground.
Well, I was telling you how I used Starlink when I was in Utah. I was in the mountains of Utah. There was
Yeah.
no cell phone service anywhere near. And we had full YouTube. We had text messages, FaceTime, everything, phone calls. It was nuts.
Yeah.
And it's this big as that cigar box.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's so light. When I brought it out there, like, that's it, or this is it. Let's
Yeah.
just plug it in. And the guys I was in camp with were like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
The whole camp was like sharing it. So it was like 10 people
Yeah.
using the Wi-Fi signal.
Right.
It's nuts.
Yep.
And then, you know, that's the beginning. I mean, what you're at right now is like what version? This is Starlink Mini, right? So this is like a very small version. How much smaller can it scale down from that?
Well, there's a certain area that you need. Like the bigger the area, the more you can, like your
Higher the bandwidth.
Yeah, because you're like trying to catch these like photons essentially. So you can think of the area of the antenna is like the more area you have, the more photons you can catch. But we have a direct-to-cell capability as well that we've been launching that will turn on probably in a few months. That'll actually connect directly to a cell phone unmodified. But because the cell phone is a much worse antenna than a dedicated antenna, it'll be about 100 times less bandwidth. But still, you'll be able to like do text messages, pictures, like medium resolution videos, that kind of thing.
One of the cool things about the new phone, the new iPhone, the iPhone 16, I got it and I was in the mountains last month and I was text messaging with satellites.
Yeah.
iMessages.
Right.
And receiving them.
But just text.
Yeah, just text.
Yeah.
Still pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what are we going to be looking at 100 years from now? I mean, when you...
Around 100 years from now, I hope civilization's around. Yeah, that'll be a win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the chances that we fuck this whole thing up? 50%?
It's hard to say. I mean, I guess not. Like, I don't think civilization will be totally destroyed unless there's like some really massive global thermonuclear war. I mean, Stephen Hawking, he would say that there's like at least a 1% chance of total annihilation every century. That was his rough estimate. But there's a much bigger chance of civilization being less fruitful than it is today. So you say like, well, because you look at, say, well, these various civilizations throughout history, whether it's like ancient Sumerians or the Egyptians, the Romans, like there's like a life cycle to civilization. They reached a peak and then they started subsiding. So I think a bigger question is like, well, will our technology level be better or worse than it is today in 100 years? I think it's probably going to be better. I think, but any estimates are going to be so. There's so many dependencies. Like an estimate, I think is I'm not sure it has any meaning because it's like there's so many things that can happen in 100 years.
Well, the logical hope is always that people pay attention to history and they recognize the patterns and how civilizations have collapsed.
Yeah.
And they recognize what's going wrong in the current society and say, we have to do our best to mitigate this. And we've seen this happen before. Let's course correct and let's sort of manage what we've got here now and maintain what we've got here now because it's pretty extraordinary.
Yes.
This is what we're hoping for with this election. This is what we're hoping for with the future, is that people can see we are on a bad path and something can be done right now, and it might be the only moment in history where this is possible. Because if they do, lock the country down and make it so that voting is kind of bullshit. You're
Yeah.
only voting for primaries,
Exactly.
and the people that they put in the primaries, they're controlling that in the first place.
Yep.
You don't really have democracy anymore. You don't really have choice.
Exactly.
You don't really have freedom.
That's right. Yeah, I think freedom is fundamentally at stake in the election tomorrow. We'll know. I think we'll know by the end of the day tomorrow. I don't think it's going to take. It's not going to be like days after the election. I think we'll know tomorrow.
Are you optimistic?
I'm currently optimistic, but the biggest factor here is that men need to vote. That is the biggest issue. So I don't know what the reason is, but men just vote at a much lower rate than women.
I think it's like 9%, right? Someone just told me that today.
It's a big difference. I'm just like saying this is a message to the men out there: vote like your life depends on it, because I think it does. Vote tomorrow like your life depends on it. Nothing is more important.
I agree.
Yeah.
Listen, man, thank you for being here. I know you're busy as fuck, so I really appreciate your time.
Welcome.
And again, I thank you so much for buying Twitter, because I really do believe that you've changed the course of history. I really do think you've created a pathway where people can actually express themselves and actually exchange information that really didn't exist before. And I think it was dangerous.
It is dangerous. Hopefully I live long enough to see my kids grow up and people on Mars.
That would be
That's
cool.
all I'm asking for here.
I don't think that's too much to ask.
Yeah.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thanks for
Appreciate
having me
you.
on.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Bye, friend.
Haven't you heard? No one stays dead. Sniper's toast. Let's move. Bravo fucking Zulu, Black Ops. Stand down, people. All targets eliminated.
Enemy marksman flatline. That's 5 for me. Took him out.
How much did you study the story of the assassin, the attempted assassin? How much have you paid attention to it?
You know what, Crooks or Cooks or whatever the
Yeah.
guy's name is in Pennsylvania? I mean, I've read a fair amount about it, and it's pretty bizarre.
Very bizarre.
It's bizarre. They haven't been able to get into his phone.
Well,
He's
they got into his phone, didn't they?
Have they? I thought they've.
I thought they said they did.
I thought-
Maybe you
well-
know better than me.
Well, maybe they got into his phone, but they couldn't access his encrypted messages or something. I thought there was some deal where they haven't really gotten his communication yet.
yeah, it's
I maybe
interesting.
haven't read it as closely as you have, so don't
Well,
take that as gospel
you're
truth.
you have access to more information, but maybe you can't talk
I don't.
about it.
No,
No?
trust me. There's nothing about this that I have access to information I can't talk about.
Well, there was a lot of weird stuff to it. One of them is that his where he lived was professionally scrubbed. So he got there was no
I've heard that.
silverware. There's no silverware.
That's
the place
bizarre.
is scrubbed.
Right?
Yeah, there's nothing. There's no
Yeah.
No DNA, no hard drives, no nothing.
Well,
so
and,
then,
how do you get that close? I mean,
Yeah.
do you shoot guns?
yeah.
Okay, so I'm a pretty good shot. I served in the Marine Corps for 4 years. An AR-15 from 140 yards away is a
Chip
pot
shot. Even
I mean,
without
I-
a scope. He didn't have a scope,
Yeah.
right?
I don't believe he had a scope.
But even without a scope.
Without a scope. I mean,
Yeah.
I've shot an M16 many times and an AR-15 without a scope. There is no. It is shocking that he's alive.
Yeah.
Right? It really is. I mean, I'm a person of faith, but I think it's a genuine miracle that that guy didn't kill him. But how did he get so close? There's a lot of really big questions.
Well,
that
he
we
was
should be asking.
walking around the area with a rangefinder before the event.
And people were yelling and saying, this
He's on the
guy's got a
roof,
gun,
yeah.
He's on the roof.
Yeah.
You know, there was that crazy, I think it was a BBC reporter, somebody with an English accent who did the report on the ground with the guy. You know, he's like got a MAGA hat on and a Bud Light. You're probably not a Bud Light. He's got some beer and he's talking to this guy who saw Crooks get on the roof and he's yelling at him. It's an amazing clip. He's yelling at him like, hey, he's yelling at police officers saying, hey, this guy's on the roof, go and get him. And nobody responded to it. And the whole thing is very fishy to me, and I hope that we win and then get to the bottom of it, because I think somebody clearly screwed up.
It doesn't seem like just screwed up. Like, the excuse that the lady from the Secret Service had, that they couldn't put snipers on the roof because the roof was sloped, like, all of it is bananas.
No,
The whole
that's
story.
ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
And the miracle is Trump turns his head at the last second.
That's
at
right.
the very last second, he turns his head to look at the chart, and the bullet just grazes his ear.
That's right.
He's got there's just stupid conspiracy out there. He's got a mark on his ear. I saw it. He has a mark on his ear, and people are like, why is there a hole in his ear? Because it's just the edge of the skin got
Yeah,
hit.
that's right.
all it was.
That's right.
It's the luckiest of luckiest shots ever for him. Unfortunately, not for the people that are behind him.
It's
Because
the
a couple
craziest
of
thing.
people got shot. And for anybody that thinks that that was staged, you don't understand shooting. There's no way you can graze someone's ear from 120 yards.
Absolutely
You can hit them
not.
center mass.
It's crazy.
You're
yeah.
not going to be able to graze their ear. You can kill them easily, accidentally, if you were faking something like
Well,
that.
we've all seen the graphics, right, of
Yeah.
him turning his head, and if he hadn't turned his head, that it would have went right through his brain.
And there was another one that went to the left side of him, right?
That barely missed him. Yeah, that barely missed him.
And then instantly that guy's dead. And then they take a hold of his body. He's cremated 10 days later. There's no press conference. There's no toxicology report.
No,
There's-
and-
no one talks about it on the news.
Right. And when there's a school shooter, we usually have the person's manifesto out there
Yes.
a day or two later.
Yeah.
We know nothing about the motive here, which I think is the craziest thing. You know, obviously he's motivated because he hates Donald Trump, but you don't know anything about the secondary motive. Man, it is weird. It is
The only
really
time we
weird.
don't get a manifesto is when they're trans. When they're trans, they hide those
That's true.
manifestos.
The Nashville shooter, man, that was crazy.
Have you ever read any of it?
I've read some of it,
It's
and
pretty wild.
It's pretty wild,
Yeah.
and yeah, I mean that
And they
guy.
decide that's bad for the cause.
That's
so
right.
they decided
and they
cover
decided
it
to
up.
suppress it. But no, the Nashville shooter, I mean, just while we're on the topic, went in and murdered a bunch of children at a Christian school because he or she, whatever, was motivated by some very radical trans ideology.
Yes.
And that is something we should talk more about as a country.
100%. And they didn't want, if there's any other ideology that led someone to mass murder, you would examine that ideology very carefully. It
Sure.
was some sort of radical religion. People would be like very concerned about that radical religion.
That's right.
And it is. It's
Yeah.
the radical religion of
That's
woke.
exactly what it is.
It's
That's
this
exactly what
weird
it is.
idea that you
Yeah.
are so virtuous and so correct. You're allowed to commit violence against these other people
Sure.
because they're the oppressors, even though they're children.
Well, you know these signs that are in super woke neighborhoods. I'm sure there's plenty of them in Austin. Like, in this house, we believe science is real.
Yeah,
no
yeah,
person
yeah.
is illegal. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know your religious background, but like I'm a convert to Catholicism. Was raised Christian, became an atheist, came back to Christianity, got baptized Catholic like 5 or 6 years ago. And what is so interesting about this in this house we believe is it's so similar to the creed that you declare every day at a Catholic Mass, right? We believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God. And there's almost a similar cadence between the Christian creed and what
Yes.
these guys are doing with this hyper woke stuff. And then there's the rallies, and then there's of course the various rituals, and it absolutely is a religious faith. There was this really interesting post that was, I forget exactly who wrote it, but the title was "Gay Rights as." What was it? It was like gay rights as religious rights, but the second rights was RITES. And it was a guy who was like a pro-gay rights guy, but sort of made the observation that when you get into the really radical trans stuff, you actually start to notice the similarities between a practiced religious faith and what these guys are doing.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting. I mean, I actually met earlier with a friend who lives in Austin, who's like a kind of a gay Reagan Democrat, and
Whoa.
he's a very very interesting guy. He's a fascinating guy. He's one of the smartest political philosophers, I think.
How do you be a gay Reagan Democrat?
I don't know. It's just kind of
What's a Reagan Democrat? Like, how does
well,
that work?
I mean, he's basically like now what you would call a Trump Republican, but he's a political philosopher and he writes about economics, right? That's sort of how I got connected to him. I had no idea he was gay when I first met him, but I'll never forget. He sent me something like 6 or so years ago, and it was Elizabeth Warren when she was running for president. And she was like, "We stand for all non-binary two-spirit and all of the like the LGBTI plus."
Right.
She was talking about all the plus, and she was codifying it. And he sent me this text message with this Elizabeth Warren tweet, and he's like, "I don't know what the hell two-spirit is. We just wanted to be left the hell alone." and I think that frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if me and Trump won just the normal gay guy vote.
Oh,
Because
sure.
again, they just wanted to be left the hell alone, and now you have all this crazy stuff on top of it that they're like, well, no, we didn't want to give pharmaceutical products to 9-year-olds who are transitioning their genders. We just wanted to be left the hell alone.
Well, a lot of gay guys feel like the whole movement is homophobic, which is ironic because they think that people think
Yeah.
there's something wrong with being gay, so what you really are is a girl.
Yes.
And they think that a lot of this is being given, these thoughts are being given to gay kids. These kids will just grow up to be gay men, and instead you're getting them to convert their gender.
It's pharmaceutical conversion therapy, right?
And it's profitable, which is terrifying. It's
Yes.
terrifying once pharmaceutical corporations have they have a pattern and a history of profiting off of things. They want to keep profiting off of it. They don't want to just stop. And so right now, this has become a profitable venture that's scaled. If you could look back from like 2007 to 2024, there's way more of these air quotes gender-affirming
Absolutely.
care centers.
Yes.
And they're profitable.
Well, and this used to be something that the old left, right? The criticism that was made of American healthcare, which I always thought made some sense as a conservative guy, is that when you have the profit motive influencing government policy around healthcare, then yeah, okay, sometimes the profit motive can be a good thing, like we're going to develop life-saving cancer drugs. We want that to happen, right? And I'm fine with people making a big profit for that. But then sometimes they'll try to manipulate government policy to make their own drugs more profitable, not because it's good for health, but because these people just naturally, like most people, want to make some money.
Yeah.
And that conversation has totally disappeared. Like, I got into this big argument, and this person, you can read about it in the New York Times, later disavowed our friendship and leaked our text messages to the New York Times. But the breaking point was I came out against this gender transition for minors when I was running for the Senate a few years ago, and she's a transgender individual, and she kind of flipped out on me. And the thing that I never understood, because she's like very much an old school leftist, is, are you not at all a little bit worried about how rich people are getting by prescribing experimental therapeutics to 9, 10, 12-year-old kids? Like, this used to be something that the American left would have gone crazy about. And now the only people who are raising concerns about it are conservative Republicans, but we should be concerned because it's not just like the lobbying and the influence. I mean, there's something called the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. It's sort of the manual of psychiatric disorders, and I think that we're on the DSM-5, as it's called, which is the 5th edition of this manual. You have drug companies that are making money, that are lobbying to have, child dysphoria put into our psychiatric manuals, because then psychiatrists will treat that condition, and then those pharmaceutical companies will get rich from it. somebody should be interrogating whether the political incentives of our country actually align with the financial incentives of the pharmaceutical industry, because oftentimes the answer is going to be no, but nobody's asking that question.
Well, we've always known that children are very easily influenced and that children shouldn't be allowed to make life-changing decisions
Sure.
when they're very young. That's why they can't get tattooed.
Absolutely.
We've always
Yeah.
known that. And then all of a sudden, because of gender, that's abandoned.
That's right.
We've completely changed the way we think that children, they just know. I've had mind-numbing conversations with people who believe that, and it all falls apart if you just keep asking questions.
That's
You
right.
just ask them to define, how could you know this? What about the development of the frontal lobe? What about this understanding that children have never been able to make life-changing decisions?
Correct.
You don't allow them to drink alcohol. You don't allow them to get tattooed. They can't join
Yeah.
the military when they're 10. Like there's,
right.
there's a lot of shit you can't do when you're a little kid.
Yeah.
Why are you letting them just change their gender? And
there's-
what does this even mean?
That's right.
And then the New York Times thing that comes out where it shows that they had a whole study about these puberty blockers that showed that they do not help the children's mental health
Yes.
and that they probably have a lot of horrific side effects.
Exactly.
And so they decide not to
And
release
they
the
decide not
study.
to publish that, right?
Which
shows you
crazy.
the corruption of science is that we're actually not publishing studies that suggest that gender transition craziness has reached the boiling point. I mean, you've had your kids. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. Every single day, my 4-year-old and 2-year-old will come to me and say something that is batshit insane because they're 4 and 2.
Yeah.
Like my 4-year-old will come and say, "Daddy, I'm a dinosaur." Right? I'm going to take him to like the dinosaur transition clinic and put
Right.
scales on him. And
Well, the other thing is, like,
no,
if you
this is
were
crazy.
encouraging them, and some parents, it's just I'm just gonna say it, even though it sounds gross, they want their kid to be a part of the LGBTQ thing because it looks like a flag of virtue that they can post in their front lawn. Oh, look, we have a queer child. Like, oh, you're amazing. There's a weird thing about it with some of these nutty parents where you
Oh.
could imagine them there has to be some reason why this enormous percentage of Hollywood kids are trans. Like, how many celebrities have trans kids? It's new. It's not a thing that was
That's right.
going on just a few. It was rare
That's
in the
right.
past.
It becomes a social signifier for a
Yes.
lot of parents, and we have to be honest about that fact. And if you look at where the gender craziness is the most common, it's most common among upper middle class to lower middle class white progressives.
100%.
Now you could believe, okay, that there's just like something genetic going on in the mind of a wealthy white progressive, or you could believe that this is a cultural trend that we should be questioning a lot more than we are right now. And unfortunately, I mean, here's one thing that I really worry about is, okay, think about the incentives. People are very good at rationalizing things. If you are a, middle class or upper middle class white parent, and the only thing that you care about is whether your child goes into Harvard or Yale, like obviously that pathway has become a lot harder for a lot of upper middle class kids. But the one way that those people can participate in the DEI bureaucracy in this country is to be trans. And is there a dynamic that's going on where if you become trans, that is the way to reject your white privilege, right? That's the social signifier.
yeah.
The only one that's available in the hyper woke mindset is if you become gender non-binary. And I think-
Non-binary is the best one because you don't even have to do anything. You can just say I'm not. I can say I'm non-binary, and like you don't have to do anything, but all of a sudden you're a part of the group.
Yeah, well, that's right. And again, I think it's important to sort of, most people are not saying, oh, I'm white privileged. How do I become part of the
Right.
privileged set? But it's these weird ways in which these ideas creep into the mind, to the mainstream.
Right.
And people are very good at rationalizing these things. And so what I think 20, 30 years ago, even among very well-to-do white progressives, like an 11-year-old says, 11-year-old boy says, I think that I'm a girl. Most of the time, we would have said, oh, that's ridiculous and crazy, and ha ha ha, and come back to me in a couple of days. Now I think there's this massive incentive to try to say, oh my God, does that mean that my kid is trans? And I also think it's, to your point, very warping on the minds of young kids, because what they're now doing is taking normal adolescent curiosity, and normal adolescent discomfort. Like, I don't know a single person who went from the ages of 10 to 15 who didn't say, oh, like, sometimes I had some, weird ideas, or I dressed weird for a couple of years or something, right? It's a confusing phase for most Americans. We take that normal adolescent confusion, and then we try to medicalize it, and nobody's saying, oh, when we do medicalize it, by the way, a lot of pharmaceutical companies get very rich off of it.
Not only very rich, but then the child is sterilized.
Yes.
I mean, this is for a lot of these kids. They'll never be able to have children ever
Well,
again. If they change their
yes.
mind, if they one day decide, oh, I was just going through a confusing time in my life, but now I've ruined my voice with hormones. My ovaries are destroyed.
Yep.
I had my testicles removed. Like, the whole thing is crazy.
So this is where I had the real breaking point with a friend that I mentioned earlier, is she made this argument that puberty blockers are fully reversible.
That's crazy.
And I'd actually never heard that. I mean, this is a few years ago. I'd never heard that argument before, and so I actually went and looked at it and looked at the data on this. The idea that if you give puberty blockers, whatever you're going to call them, to kids who are 11, 12, 13, that's fully reversible, that is completely and preposterously insane. Now, even the most radical advocates of trans healthcare do not say that, right? Because look, I mean, you have sexual dysfunction, you have, to your point, hair in weird places that won't go away, you have voice changes that won't go away. We are experimenting on tens of thousands of American children. We're making them miserable. It's not having any long-term health benefit. It's making a lot of pharmaceutical companies rich. And it's conservative Republicans that are the only ones saying, maybe this is a little crazy, maybe we should stop.
Well, it just shows you how a lot of this, if you can call it a mind virus or whatever it is, it does make people behave religiously.
Yes.
So it's like they're ignoring all of these signs because it doesn't line up with this ideology that they subscribe to.
That's right.
Like, you have to support trans kids. Like, okay, what are you even saying? How is this a new thing, so pervasive? How is it everywhere? And how are you letting them compete with girls in school? That one drives me bananas. When you have biological males, all they have to do is, they don't even have requirements in some schools. You don't have to be taking hormones. You can just identify and you can compete as a girl.
And of course that causes injury to the young girls.
Of course.
And again, this gives me faith in the wisdom of the American people, because if you see how radically the Democrats leaned into this stuff 4 years ago, and how much Kamala Harris is running away from it today, most Americans, they don't really care who you sleep with. They're pretty open-minded about most lifestyle choices. But when you talk about having a biological male compete with their teenage girl in competitive sports, Americans are saying, no. This is crazy. You're causing injury to my kids. We have to stop this.
Not only that, it ruins chances of getting scholarships. If you were the #1 player and then all of a sudden some guy comes along who wears lipstick, now he's the #1 girl on the team. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
There was a recent pool tournament in England. It's a women's pool tournament, and in the semifinals, 2 guys are playing each other.
Yeah. Well, and it looks, when you see them in the actual, swimming pool competing, it looks like the biological males are running at 1.5x speed and everybody else is running at normal speed, right? This is just clearly different. And to your point about it destroys opportunities for scholarships, I mean, go back to the original reason why we wanted girls' sports, why we have Title IX in the United States of America to begin with. Like, we recognized that competitive sports, like, what does it teach, right? It teaches you how to participate on a team. It teaches you to recognize your own weaknesses and the strengths of your teammates and vice versa, right? Like, I'm the father of a 2-year-old daughter. I want my daughter to learn these important life skills. I don't want her going into athletic competitions where I'm terrified she's going to get bludgeoned to death because we're allowing a 6'1" male to compete with her in sports where you should not have biological males competing with biological females.
Not only that, but they get to change with them in the locker rooms. That's where it gets, like, there was one in Canada where a 50-year-old man identified as a teenage girl. He was a professor. Do you know about this guy?
I haven't heard about this.
And he was changing. He was in a swim meet with teenage girls.
Yeah.
And he's changing in the same locker room as them. And then
it's crazy.
The problem with that is people, there's a psychological condition called autogynephilia, and autogynephilia is where men are sexually aroused by the idea of dressing and behaving like a woman, but they're heterosexual. Now all of a sudden, these people with this known psychiatric disorder are allowed to just identify as a woman, and you're a bigot if you don't let them change the woman.
and you're expected to empower them at the expense of young women who are very often much more vulnerable for obvious reasons than young men. And it reminds me of, so the very first congressional delegation trip that I ever took was to Paris. I think it was to Paris. And it's part of the Paris Air Show, and Ohio has all these aviation interests. And anyway, long story short, I was talking to a very conservative woman at the Paris Air Show who was from Mississippi, and she was probably 65, 70, and it was really interesting because I was just like, how do you find the city? She'd never been to Paris before, and I'm just interested in people, so I was asking her, and she said, what's really interesting is I just feel like Paris, I would think of as very liberal, but I actually think Paris is more conservative than some of the big cities in the United States. And I said, well, tell me more about this. And this woman doesn't know me very well, and she's clearly kind of embarrassed to tell me. But she walks through, she says, well, I just don't see any people. Like when you're in Paris, the girls are girls and the boys are boys. And that's true in Paris, and that's not necessarily true in some of our big cities. And then she says, she says, Senator Vance, I'm embarrassed to tell you this, but when I was in New York City recently, I saw a grown man who was walking around in a miniskirt, and then she gets very quiet and she said, Senator Vance, I could see his balls.
Probably wanted you to see his balls.
And you realize, oh my God, this is not empowerment. This is not respecting lifestyle choices.
Right.
We're letting a grown man walk around in a miniskirt in broad daylight. Like, what are you talking about?
I feel like you should be allowed to wear a miniskirt. If a girl can wear a miniskirt, you could wear a miniskirt. That's not what bothers me.
But
what
to
bothers me is if I
flash-
have to see your balls.
To flash
Yeah.
people in
You're
broad
a
daylight in
pervert.
New York City,
You're a pervert. You're just a
if that's
pervert.
what you're doing,
Yeah.
you're a pervert. And I want all of us to say, whatever your political persuasion, just say, no, that's weird.
Right.
You're not allowed to walk down the street and flash children in the middle of the world's or the America's biggest city. And it reminds me, Emmanuel Macron, who's the leader of France, made this observation about, somebody asked him, why hasn't all the transgender stuff made its way into France? And Emmanuel Macron says, well, in France we have two genders, and that's plenty. And I kind of wish that was the attitude that we had in the United States of America.
Well, have you ever heard Mark Andreessen break down why woke is like a cult? He does it. He's a brilliant guy.
He's a very good friend. Yeah, I've heard this. Yeah,
It's brilliant, and he talks about how you can be excommunicated from the cult
Yep.
if you don't follow the doctrine. You have to follow it religiously
Yes.
to the letter. That's where all this stuff, like if you're allowing guys to just have their balls hanging out walking down the street because it's empowering,
yeah.
and because like you're being inclusive,
Sure.
like no, you're empowering perverts.
Yeah, it's a cult and it's a religion, but with one big difference. And I think that this is, actually this observation is probably one of the things that led me back to my own faith. But I sort of just a fundamental background belief I have about humanity is, we're the hardware, right? We're biological organisms. We're the hardware. And the software is the ideas that we have out there. And certain software promotes human flourishing, and certain software destroys human flourishing. And I think that the good kind of ideas tend to promote human flourishing. Most world religions have, but the woke stuff doesn't have, is forgiveness and redemption.
Yes.
Right. It
That's
has
a
the
good
excommunication part, but it doesn't have the forgiveness and redemption part. Most people recognize that even if you violate some fundamental moral value that I have, if you apologize and try to be a good person, we're going to be forgiving. We want people to be able to live together. There is this weird thing with the woke stuff where and you see this, and I feel bad when like comedians in particular do it. I'm sure you've seen this, but when anybody does this, where they'll go and say, well, I'm really sorry. They'll sort of prostrate themselves when they make an offensive joke or they do something they're not supposed to do, and they expect redemption. But no. They don't get forgiveness.
No.
What they get is you need to do even more of what you've already done. It becomes this self-defeating, self-flagellating cycle. And I think that's what's most destructive about this is you can't be friends with people if you think they're only ever wrong. They can only ever wrong you.
Yeah.
And if they apologize, your response is not to say, "Oh, okay, I accept your apology." If your response is to say, "No, I want you to apologize even more and even harder," that destroys human civilization.
It's an interesting observation, right? Because it really does behave like a religion, but it's a religion without like a good doctrine.
Yes.
It's a religion that hasn't been thought out by wise people.
That's
and
right.
Where they haven't come up with these different, like the Ten Commandments, or different pathways
Correct.
to forgiveness. There's nothing. So it's this thing that behaves like a religion, but it's not really well thought out, and it's very illogical. And it also combines pharmaceutical drug companies and there's a lot of other weird shit that's attached
Yes.
to this religion
Yes.
that you kind of need. Like if you're gonna do this whole woke thing and like go guns ablazing, you're gonna have to get drugs involved. Like you're
That's
gonna
right.
have to. They're gonna have to do hormone blockers. It's like it doesn't just happen on its own. And that somehow or another is natural to them. Like this is how you be your true self. Like your true self is you add hormones that aren't supposed to be in your body. That's your
crazy.
true self. Like how do
Yeah.
you know?
Right.
And it's irreversible. Are we fucking sure this is?
Yeah. And by the way, instead of your true self being, maybe I should be skeptical of some of the
Right.
crap that I'm putting into my body, I should lean into the idea that I should put more foreign things into the human body. That's what to me is so fascinating about it, is the true self. Like, I think all of us, that's sort of part of the human journey for truth. We're all asking, who are we?
Right.
What is our true self? And maybe we should be asking ourselves, this is sort of more of a Bobby Kennedy point, but why are we putting all this weird crap into our food, into our water? Maybe we should be a little bit more skeptical, like my
Yeah.
body is a temple, rather than I'm going to welcome even more pharmaceutical intervention
Yeah.
into the human body. It's very interesting how some religions view the body as a temple, and some religions almost invite the pollution. I think the woke thing is inviting the pollution.
Well, they're also inviting. So one of the weirdest things is if you are on the wrong side of their ideology, like if you're aligned with Trump, like RFK Jr. is, now all of a sudden I've seen like people on the left that are trying to dismiss a lot of the things that he says about additives in food, about atrazine, fluoride in the water, all these different things, because now they're connecting not having toxins in your food with a right-wing idea.
It's crazy. It's mind-blowing.
It's so bananas. Like even being healthy, fitness. They're connecting fitness with a right-wing idea.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Well, and it raises one of my sort of core political beliefs is that our politics is focused on fake shit and distractions to distract us from the real stuff, right? And so
Yes.
if I'm looking at the environmental movement in the United States of America, and I don't even have like strong views on what the carbon footprint ultimately does. I'm sort of skeptical of the experts here, but I'm also skeptical of, the other side. I just don't really know what I think about this. I think it's insane to try to eliminate fossil fuels. That's kind of a belief that I have. But it's interesting that the environmental movement in America, the only thing that it talks about is the carbon footprint. And it never talks about like, oh, why do we have the highest rates of obesity in the world right now? Right? Why is it that American kids spend less time outdoors in nature than they ever have in the history of our 250-year civilization? There's this weird way in which we get distracted by the fake stuff instead of focusing on the real stuff. And I think there is a really very important environmental conversation to be had. It was interesting when one of the first things that happened when I was a senator is you had this terrible train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Got a lot of headlines. And it was a mistake at the time that wasn't obvious. They basically set off a few of the chemical cars, which, I mean, if you see the images, it looks like a nuclear bomb went off in East Palestine, Ohio. But it's putting vinyl chloride and all these other pollutants into the water, into the air, into the soil. And it was amazing. The environmental movement almost could not have cared less about a chemical explosion in rural Ohio that is potentially poisoning thousands of people, but they were really, really concerned about the carbon footprint of those same people. I'm sick of the distraction. I think we should focus on the real stuff. And unfortunately, it's true of the environmental policy, but it's true of a lot of other stuff. We just don't talk about the real thing.
the carbon footprint thing is very concerning to me because I'm seeing this concept that being pushed out of having an app that monitors your carbon footprint and limiting the amount of travel you can do and limiting the amount of things.
I know
To
where
me-
that's going to go.
Yeah, just control. It's just controlling
absolutely
people.
about control.
And if you can do that, then you can get away with a lot of things. You can get away with a lot of policy.
Yep.
You can get away with a lot of decisions that are made that people wouldn't agree with because you're going to limit so many things about their life. They're going to become accustomed to being governed
That's right.
in that way. It's disturbing to me that there's also profit that's being made off the green movement. There's a lot of people like
Yeah.
Bill Gates who have like making a lot of money off of these environmentally conscious things.
$50 million to Kamala Harris, by the way.
Although it is bullshit fake food, that fake meat, which is not good for
That
anybody.
creeps me out, man.
You read about fake meat, folks. Read about how they're making this. And I'm not talking about 3D printed meat, which is a very different thing, which seems to be at least more consumable. But like the plant-based meat stuff, that's garbage. That stuff is garbage. So highly processed garbage. If you want to eat vegetables and be vegetarian, eat Indian food, okay? Like they make really delicious
I'm
vegetarian
married to an Indian
food.
American. They make very good vegetarian food.
They make the best vegetarian food.
Yeah.
But it tastes good, and it's actually vegetables.
Yeah.
It's not this crazy fake cheeseburger thing that you have. Like,
No, that's right. I mean,
stop eating that.
when I first started dating my wife, I just had no idea like what vegetarians ate. Right, I'm like a meat and potatoes guy from Ohio, and I wanted to make her dinner, and I wanted to really impress her because I was like madly in love with her. And
Did you cook beef?
No, the meal that I made her, I'm not proud of this, but I'll tell you, was, you know what crescent rolls are? Those like Pillsbury
Oh, okay, yeah,
yeast
yeah,
rolls.
yeah.
So I rolled out a flat thing of crescent rolls. I put raw broccoli on top of it. I sprinkled ranch dressing, and I stuck it in the oven for 45 minutes. And
That was it?
disgusting. And that was my vegetarian pizza that I made.
Wow. Did you even follow a recipe?
No.
You just like
I'm
decided
just like,
just
well,
free
you know,
will?
it's like cream. I know she ate dairy. It's
Wow.
it's broccoli and it's bread, right? That's what vegetarians eat. So yeah, I think that, to your point, vegetarian food can actually be quite good.
Yes.
I don't, I still like, I'm kind of one of these people where if I don't have a piece of meat, it's not a complete meal. But if you're gonna eat vegetarian, eat paneer and rice and
Yes.
delicious chickpeas. Do not eat this disgusting fake meat.
I'm just very skeptical when someone is promoting things for either global health or for the environment, and then I find out that they have a ton of money invested in companies that could
Absolutely.
fit those needs.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a real problem.
And
This
yeah.
philanthro-capitalism
Right,
thing.
it's very weird, man. We got to look at we have to look at the financial incentives of this. I mean, so one of the big things that me and President Trump confront all the time is the accusation that we're somehow like in bed with Russia. Which is like the dumbest thing in the world to me. Like, I don't really care about Russia. I just don't think we should have a nuclear war, like writ large. I'm very anti-nuclear
That
war.
sounds reasonable.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And one of the things they never interrogate is who is the biggest funder of the green energy movement in Europe? It's the Russians. And why are the Russians funding? It's not because they care about climate change. It's because they want the Germans and everybody else to buy Russian natural gas. And they realize that if the Germans and French close down all their coal and nuclear factories, Russia is going to have them by the balls. But, oh, it's... Mind it? Joe's did.
Securing zone A. We're losing Charlie.
Holy shit. The Russians are monitoring this fucking conversation.
Check. Yeah. Oh, I hear me now. I hear me.
Got it?
No, it's gone again, Jamie.
Huh.
We'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. Yeah, but I don't even know if I'm going to stay back. How will I know if it keeps working? Okay.
Should we shift? Or should
No.
we just, let's try this and then we can...
Just let me know
Going
if it
for
goes
this.
again, and
Okay,
I'll
if it goes
put my
again, yeah.
headphones on if it goes again. Had a slight technical problem, ladies and gentlemen. So where were we talking about? Oh, Jamie.
Taking Bravo underway.
No.
Am I touching something?
No. It's back.
Controlling Bravo.
It's back, Jamie. Jamie, you got to replace this. I keep saying that, but now you really do. We good? I hear it. Okay, I'm not gonna move. I'm not touching anything. All right, we're back. What were we just talking about?
Well, we were talking about how you asked why do the Germans shut down the nuclear
Yes.
facilities, and I know, it's they're shutting down coal, they're shutting down any of their base power, and leaning really into solar and wind. But again, the green energy movement in Europe is heavily funded by the Russians because the Russians want to have, because they produce so much natural gas, they want to have Europe by the balls. So again,
How did they convince them to shut down their nuclear power plants? though?
well, in
That's
the
so
same way that
stupid.
Bill Gates is convincing us to eat fake meat, is they fund all this stuff
I
and they
don't
make it
think he
about the
is.
environment. Well, that's true. But he's trying to,
But
but he's
everybody,
not
the problem
successful.
is, you look at him and you go, "Hey, how are you a health expert? This is look at you." The funniest thing ever was
Oh,
when
man.
Elon showed a photo of Bill Gates next to a photo of a pregnant man emoji, and he said, "If you want to lose a boner real quick." And that's a wild boy. You imagine?
Elon is funny as shit, man. He's actually
He's funny as shit.
Yeah,
Getting
he
dunked
really
on
is.
by that guy's gotta suck. Because
Yeah.
you can't even say he's a dumbass.
Right.
You know?
That's right. Yeah. You can say many things. You can't say he's a dumbass.
You get dunked on by one of the smartest guys alive. But the point is, like, Bill doesn't look good. He looks terrible. He's aging way harder than Trump. Like, it doesn't, whatever you're doing, don't eat like that anymore. Like, go to an actual doctor. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what you're doing, who's telling you to eat your fake meat. You look like shit.
Yeah,
So you can't
that's
give
right.
advice. This is crazy. You
That's
can't give
exactly
advice
right.
about health.
Yeah.
You're not a healthy person.
That's right.
You know?
Well, I did. So there's this thing called the Munich Security Conference in Germany. Obviously, it's in Munich. It's kind of like Davos, but for national security. And I went there. It was like a big deal for me because I went in there as the one skeptic in the entire this like massive Euro complex. Kamala Harris is there. I went as the person skeptical of continued escalation in Ukraine because I think that what we're doing in Ukraine is insane, and that we should have a policy effectively of promoting peace in the region. And we walk in, and one of the people that I'm on this panel with is the leader of the German Green Party. And, she's like 30 years old, and she really, really cares about Russia, Ukraine. She's like the youngest person in the German government. And you realize you are like the exact, like you guys are literally Russian influence. Like you're accusing me of wanting to do Russia's bidding. You're encouraging your own country from the perch of government to shut down all baseload power. And you're not even self-aware about how much of your own propaganda is funded by the country that's benefiting from this. The lack of ability to interrogate, I mean, Bill Gates, maybe he's a good guy. I'm highly skeptical. I don't know him very well. But he's getting rich off of all of this stuff that he's supporting in the name of health or in the name of
Yes.
climate. Our inability to just ask ourselves, who's getting rich from this stuff? Maybe we should be skeptical of the people getting rich from this stuff is one of our big failures as a political society.
It's a sheep costume. You put on a sheep costume
put
when
on a
you're a
sheep
wolf.
costume. That's right.
And you make a lot of money with global health.
That's
you
right.
know? And who doesn't want global health? What a nice guy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's like very philanthropic. He's
Well,
spending all
yeah.
this money trying to help poor people.
Right.
And then you find out, like, hey, wait a minute, how much money did you make doing that?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
you made
Exact-
$500 million doing that?
Exactly,
That's
yeah.
crazy. It's a very sneaky move, but he's a smart guy. He's done a lot of very sneaky moves, like the donating all the money to the media companies, which is why they never criticize him. It's
right.
Fair. He's donated like
Yeah.
$350 million to all these different companies.
That's right.
Just-
Or, this is, I think, one of the reasons why we don't have more people asking questions about Big Pharma.
Of course.
Is the entire national media. Think about how many pharmaceutical advertisements you watch when you watch a football game.
Yeah, let's get into this because this is an interesting one. So one of the things that happened that separated us from the rest of the world other than New Zealand is in the 1990s they allowed pharmaceutical drug companies to advertise.
That's right.
Is that something that has to stay that way? Is that something that can be changed with policy, or is the financial incentives of that too big to move?
Oh, you could change it with policy. I don't know that
Do you think that you would have enough support to do something like
It's an
that?
interesting question. So I've been critical of pharmaceutical advertising for a long time. My assumption is that there are not enough people who would like to do it to actually get it done. But I've never actually talked to my colleagues about it. So maybe it's possible.
I bet if you ask the American people, I bet that's one of those things. If you put it to a national vote instead of representatives, the problem with representatives is special interest groups.
Yeah. Well,
Special
that's
interest
exactly
groups
right.
and
Yeah. No,
lobbyists
it's-
and the
it's
amount
the
of money.
whole- Yeah, the whole conduit of money into politics is fundamentally broken. I think we have to fix that. But I mean, here's the thing, and I say this as a critic of pharmaceutical advertising. Whenever I see a pharma ad, and I pretty much only see them when I'm watching football, I'm always shocked that they actually influence anybody, right? Because it's like, oh, take this drug for rheumatoid arthritis, and you can have all these positive experiences. And it's like, oh, the side effects are, erectile dysfunction, rashes on your face,
Suicidal
ideation, tumors in your brain, and you'll hate yourself and be depressed. So what you'll need is this other drug. And I always wonder, like, you get so many of these weird side effects in the advertisements. How do they actually work? So I actually think that the real corruption is not really that they like persuade Americans. I mean, if you're going to take a drug, you're probably going to take a drug based on conversations with your doctor more than a pharma advertisement, but they do corrupt the media ecosystem. Because if you're getting all that money from the pharma companies, then you're not going to launch investigations into some of the things you should be launching investigations into.
100%, and that's why it's dangerous, because it's not like these are completely innocent companies and have never done anything wrong. So if you all of a sudden have them removed from your list of people that you're investigating just because they advertise, they've essentially bribed you.
That's right.
They've bribed you, and you're supposed to be the people that distribute the actual news to the American people, and you're compromised.
So let me tell you this story, and this is This is purely secondary. So if somebody tries to fact check it, I heard this from a friend, but I heard it from a friend I trusted. So he was a guy I knew, and he worked at the largest industry lobbying organization for the pharmaceutical companies. And I was in D.C., this is a long time ago, and I just kind of ran into him. And, I care a lot about the opioid problem. My mom struggled with opioids for a very long time. She's been clean and sober for a while, but I'm very proud of her. I love you, Mom. I know you're watching this. But I ran into this guy in the street in D.C., and he had just quit his job for this pharmaceutical lobbying organization where he was talking about quitting. And I was like, well, why? He's like, man, we just did something that's very dark. And basically what they had figured out is because American Indian tribes, Native Americans, have tribal sovereignty. And so they figured out, I guess, that if they gave some Native American tribe some fraction of a penny of the royalties from the sale of opioids, that they could actually insulate themselves from litigation around the prescription opioid epidemic. And I guess this guy was just like, thought it was so dirty that he was like, I can't work for this organization anymore. And I was like, holy shit, that is some pretty dark stuff. So you guys are giving some Native American tribe like pennies so that you can insulate yourself from pharmaceutical litigation. I'd be very curious. I should follow up on this to see if that actually happened. But again, just to be clear, if the media tries to fact check me, this is what I heard from a friend.
Let's let Jamie fact check it right
Jamie,
now.
I'm very curious if this actually happened. Look into it, because but I think it did happen because I saw the look on this guy's face and he was like, "Man, this is some pretty dark stuff."
That's crazy.
Yeah. Man,
but that's how corporations behave. We were just the trigonometry guys were on here yesterday, and we were talking about it. That corporations behave like psychopaths. Like there's a book about it. It's like they describe how this endless pursuit of really. You know what it is, Jamie? Whenever I move the mic, tell me when it's back.
Feel that? They're about to break. Give them a nudge.
Oh, this is it, dude.
Oh, was that?
You got it.
Oh, you got it.
This
okay.
was loose. Try it now. Tell me now.
I mean, I heard that click. I think that's what it was.
Is that it? We're good?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
What was that thing you want me to check real quick?
Pharmaceutical companies using, giving royalty streams to Native American tribes to insulate themselves from lawsuits. Anyway, yeah.
It's very scary stuff.
Well, yeah, this is like one of the things that I think is genuinely different about, and I don't want to get too partisan political here, but about Donald Trump's Republican Party obviously, like, there are corporations that we're more pro certain businesses, and we tend to be more anti certain businesses, like, for example, big tech. I hate big tech. We can get into that later. But fundamentally, I think President Trump has changed the mindset of the Republican Party to where it was like instinctively always pro-corporate. We're now sometimes willing to ask, well, is this corporation's interest in the American interest? Like, there was this famous quote, I believe, from the leadership of GM back in the 1950s, that General Motors' interest is America's interest. And I'm probably butchering the quote, but sort of paraphrased, can anybody really in 2024 say that Google's interest is America's interest, or Apple, which employs thousands of slaves in Shenzhen, is Apple's interest is America's interest? Like, I just don't. That's ridiculous. And the fact that we're at least somewhat skeptical of corporate power in the Republican Party, I think, is a very good trend for us.
It is kind of weird that one of the wokest companies, if you thought about like woke companies and like super progressive and like on the right side of everything,
Yeah.
Apple's like one of the best ones, and they have phones that are made by slaves.
Yeah.
Like the people,
Like, definitionally.
yeah.
Yeah.
The people they're putting nets around the building
Well,
because so many of them were jumping to their deaths.
Yes.
Instead of fixing the work conditions, they just go,
That's right.
put up some nets.
Yeah, put up some nets so that
But-
people can't commit
But
suicide.
the crazy thing is, you still, like, all these like progressive people are using these devices to talk about like important social issues.
Oh yeah, well, and talking about distractions, right? The distraction politics versus real politics. If Apple says #BLM and gives a few $1 million to a trans rights organization, then the entire political left ignores that they're profiting off of slave labor.
It's bizarre.
Now,
it's
why
crazy. Can't Apple?
Just to
Oh, here it
chime that
is.
in there
Strange
for you.
bedfellows, Native American tribes, big pharma,
Okay, so this
and the
is like a real-
legitimacy
yeah,
of their
okay.
alliance. Wow. So it's true.
Yeah.
2019.
Oh my
This is, yeah,
God.
this is about exact. You said it's 2019. I was going to say,
That's so-
I think I saw that guy in like 2018.
It's so gross. It's so
it's
gross.
crazy, man. It's so sick.
But it's what we were talking about. If you allow these corporations, look, they have an obligation to their shareholders. They have to make more money.
Sure.
What's the best way to make more money? Not get sued. What's the best way to not
Of
get
course.
sued? Sir, I found a loophole.
Yeah.
You get some
Exactly.
fucking Adderall-riddled psychopath
Yeah,
who's
exactly.
been working 16 hours like,
Yeah.
I got a plan to get us out of here. And it works. It's legal.
I'm sorry. Like, look, I get the imperative to make money, but the guy who thought that up is a grade A sociopath.
Yes.
I mean, that person
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't
yeah.
want them anywhere near my kids.
You gotta put guardrails up. Like you have to have laws.
Absolutely.
That's why you can't have
Yes.
insider trading, right? Like you have to have
That's right.
guardrails up.
Well,
and
this
if
is-
you
yeah.
don't, people go ham.
Yes. This is why. Look, corporations want to go make money. They should make money.
Yes.
Fine. But my job is public and social policy. And what really pisses me off, and frankly what should piss off more Republicans, because again, historically the Republican Party has been the more pro-corporate party, we should be saying to the more that these corporations are engaged in social policy, and in particular left-wing social policy, the more that we should be saying, I don't know that I want to give you everything that you want, which is of course what the historical party did, but I think it's much different in the last few years.
I'm just scared that the tentacles of the pharmaceutical industry are so deeply entrenched in politics and in media that you can't just shake them off. You can't just say, hey, you can't advertise on TV anymore, or hey, you
Yeah.
no longer have exemption from responsibility from the side effects of certain drugs.
Yep.
Because that whole thing they pulled off with exemption of pharmaceutical companies being responsible for injuries
For injury from the
vaccines.
vax was crazy.
Crazy because
I
you just
believe it still
empower these
exists.
people that have lied forever. Yeah, it does still exist.
And it still exists, and that is totally insane. And I mean, you know, I took the vax, and you know, I haven't been boosted or anything, but the moment where I really started to get red pilled on the whole vax thing was the sickest that I've been in the last 15 years by far was when I took the vaccine. And I've had COVID at this point 5 times. I was in bed for 2 days. My heart was racing. I was like, the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about that, even, you know, no like serious injury, but even the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about the fact that I was as sick as I've ever been for 2 days, and the worst COVID experience I had was like a sinus infection. I'm not really going to trade that. And
Yeah.
you don't even, you know, everybody that I know, a lot of people I know, they talk about the second shot that they got of the vaccine that made them really, really sick. Well, that's a side effect, and not
Yeah.
a side effect that we even talk about enough in this country.
No, it's also, again, we're talking about companies that have a long history of lying and being forced to pay criminal fines, and then we're giving them this exemption from being responsible for any of the side effects.
Yeah, and who do you think those big pharma companies donate to politically in 2024? I'll give you a big fat guess.
Probably Kamala Harris.
Biden a significant margin.
Well, particularly with RFK Jr. being attached to Trump.
Sure.
With RFK Jr. comes a lot of,
Yeah.
like, there's a lot. There's a lot that you're going to have to handle there. But that's the question is, like, are they so entrenched that it's impossible to these things that disturb us, the fact that they have exemption from any responsibility because of the vaccine, the fact that they have the ability to advertise on television, can those things be removed? Is that a possible thing?
I think it's a possible thing, but because I haven't actually done the work to figure out how many of my colleagues would sign on to this, I can't say whether it's like a certain thing or a likely thing or just something that we should be working on. I mean, here's an interesting thought experiment. If there was one thing that we could do to rein in the pharmaceutical companies, like what would it be? Would it be liability on the vax stuff? Would it be advertising? My intuition is actually it might be the advertising on the healthcare stuff, because that's the way in which they engulf the media into this whole scam.
That would be great.
But
But
you know,
the
let's look- yeah,
vaccine
like,
thing
here,
is important too, because
I will look into it. That's what I'll say here, because I would need to talk to people to see if this is even possible.
it's a weird one where you're not even allowed to question it. You're not allowed to discuss it.
Oh, sure.
And that becomes very religious, just like all these other things that we talked about, where you have this thing that everybody speaks about in hushed tones. People know people that have been vaccine injured,
Yeah.
and particularly people on the left. They're very reluctant to discuss it, even publicly.
Yeah.
I know people who are public people who have had serious vaccine side effects who do not want anyone to talk about it.
Absolutely.
They're scared of being labeled an anti-vaxxer.
I have a Senate colleague who doesn't want to talk about it, but worries that it's like permanently affected his sort of sense of balance and dizziness and vertigo. And yeah, it happens. I've talked to a number of people who think that they got vaccine injured. Some of them are public about it, and some of them are not. But here's the thing: like, I'm not even. You're probably more anti-pharma than I am. Like, there are certain
But I'm pretty
things.
pro-pharma too. I
Well-
think they make great drugs that help people
Okay,
with
yeah,
all
so
sorts
that's-
of
yeah, yeah,
conditions
right.
and diabetes medication,
like
and insulin.
and I mean, like the sickle cell stuff that's coming out now, we maybe have cured sickle cell disease in Black Americans because of a gene therapy. I read about it a couple weeks ago, actually, that the first experimental therapy, and it was hard for the kid who took it, but you had like an 11 or 12-year-old Black American just walk out of the hospital, and he's probably cured of sickle cell disease, right? That stuff is
Wow.
amazing. But I actually think that in some ways, what we should be encouraging these companies to do is that, right? We
Yes.
want them to develop the
Yes.
life-saving drugs. We don't
Exactly.
want them to get rich by shielding themselves from liability or working with Native American tribes so that they don't get sued. And I actually think there maybe even is a harmony between those viewpoints, because if they had to get rich by developing life-saving therapeutics, and that's the only way they could get
Right.
rich, then they'd probably do more of that, right?
100%.
But again, that's where public policy comes in, and that's where, like, my job is to make sure that when the pharmaceutical companies get rich, they get rich by curing diseases, not by doing like weird psychotic things with Native American tribes.
And you can't have this argument that we need exemption from responsibility because otherwise we're not going to be able to profit off of these things. Like,
Absolutely.
well, that means you're making stuff that too many people are getting sick from, so they're fucking suing you.
Well,
This is nuts.
that's socialized costs, right? It's one of the
Yes.
biggest problems with corporate America is socialized costs for privatized profits.
Right.
And what you really want is that you want major American companies, I'm a believer in the market economy, you want them to absorb the benefits but also the costs, and that's often what doesn't happen. Like, for example, so I talked about this train disaster in East Palestine, and the railroad companies hate me because I kind of went on a crusade against them afterwards. And what I realized is, think of all the costs of that disaster. Think of the healthcare costs, the welfare costs from people who lost their jobs, the declining home values in that community, just all of the costs absorbed by that community. And the railroads are paying slap-on-the-hand fines. And it sort of occurred to me that the reason they're not more serious about these train disasters is because they're privatizing the rewards. But when a major train disaster happens, who picks up the tab? It's the local residents and it's the American taxpayer. And that's something that fundamentally has to change.
Yeah, that has to change. And when you're talking about the cost from a place like East Palestine, how much can they clean that up? Like, how long does that stay toxic?
Man,
because it was millions of gallons, right? Wasn't
I-
it some? What was the number of gallons?
I don't know
of
the
stuff?
number of gallons, but it was a lot. And I hate to say the answer to your question, how much can they... How much can they clean up? The answer is I don't know. And I actually, this is one of my biggest frustrations, probably my single biggest frustration over my time in the Senate is when this happened, a bunch of the residents came to me. It's actually very sweet and even patriotic, but certainly self-sacrificing, where they said, look, no one knows what the effect of this shit is going to be 15 years down the road, right? Because we weren't worried about, okay, a guy drinks the water in East Palestine and drops dead. The water levels did not have toxins at that level. But the question was, what happens when you're imbibing the stuff, breathing it in, drinking it at trace levels for 10, 15 years? Like, do you have weird diseases down the road? Hopefully not, right? I pray every day that hopefully not. But you can only study that in the moment.
Right.
And so we actually, working with a public health epidemiologist in North Carolina and some in Ohio, we actually came up with a plan. Like, here's what you would need to do. You'd collect samples in the first 6 months to a year after the disaster. And I'm talking about like fingernail clippings, things like that. You'd establish a baseline of toxins in people's blood. And then 5 years later, 10 years later, you'd try to figure out what the toxins were in people's blood 5 years, 10 years down the road. And then you'd ask yourself, what weird diseases, if any, are people starting to develop after 5, 10, 15 years, right? The long-term health effects of this stuff. And it was in some ways a really interesting thing to study because we had never had a chemical disaster where we tried to study the effects years down the road. And of course, how much did this cost? Between $5 and $20 million over the whole lifetime of the study. We couldn't get Biden-Harris. We couldn't even get some of my colleagues in the United States Senate to give a shit. And it's really frustrating to me because the time has now passed, right? All these people who are saying we are volunteering to be a guinea pig to understand the long-term health consequences, the time has passed, and we're never going to know because we didn't get the money to do the very small amount of money to do that study then. So you asked that question. The answer is, I don't know. I tried like hell to find out.
Do you think that there's someone influencing them to not fund these studies because they don't want responsibility for the spills?
Yeah, I thought a lot about that. I think in this particular case, it was just bureaucratic bullshit and too many people being distracted.
There's a lot of that, right?
There's a lot of that, right? And look, sometimes, to be clear, there is outright malevolence. There's lobbyists who are in their ear. I think with this case, it was just, a bunch of people in rural Ohio that nobody, except for, a few of us, I care about them, obviously, but no person in the Harris administration cared about. And so when we went to the White House and just said, you could move money, like, even just give us a couple $1 million to collect the samples and get the study started, and then we'll privately fund it down the road. We couldn't get anything from them. And I think it was just, they were like, we've got to figure this way.
So do you know what efforts have been made to clean that area up, or what actually
no, I
can
mean,
be
look, we've definitely...
Does it show what it is, Jamie? So,
yeah,
25,800 gallons of TILX, 25,800, what's that?
That's the car.
That's the
how
car
much
ID.
Gallons was on it.
The capacity and then the context is what...
100,000 gallons of that.
Yeah.
Oh, each car has, I
each
see
car
what
had
you're
different
saying.
stuff. Yeah, each car had different stuff.
So what's the total of all of it?
Somewhere like it's 100,000. That's another like 300.
It's millions, right?
350,000 gallons or so.
Or millions of liters. But look, I mean...
And all that stuff just leaks into the groundwater. It goes into
and
the
a lot
soil.
of people, it's a rural area, so a lot of people are in well water. A lot of people are just, breathing in the air. I mean,
and we won't even know what the health consequences are for those folks for years.
We won't know, and we may never really know because we didn't collect the samples at the time. Because you got to establish the baseline. That was what my epidemiologist guy that I talked to in North Carolina said. You've got to establish the baseline because here's what's going to happen, right? Fast forward 10 years. People get weird cancers, sometimes because of chemical spills, sometimes just because that's human biology. Somebody will sue the train company, which is Norfolk, I think Norfolk Southern, will sue the train company, and they'll say, I've got this weird cancer because of you. And what Norfolk Southern will say is, no, you don't. You don't have this weird cancer because of me. You have it because of just, you sort of lost the game of Russian roulette that is human biology. And what we could have said conclusively was yes or no, and unfortunately we're not going to be able to say that. But this is one of the things, like when we're in office, the first disaster that we have, hopefully there aren't any, there always are, first chemical disaster that we're going to take the infrastructure of that study, and right away we're going to try to establish a baseline.
is it possible to? I mean, is when you have a spill of that magnitude, can you actually get everything out of the ground? Do you have to just remove all the ground? Like, how would you?
Well,
you'd have to
it's-
test the groundwater
I mean, look,
to make sure that it doesn't.
To their credit, you're not going to hear me praising these guys that much, but the local EPA folks, I actually think, did a pretty good job there on the water side. I mean, what they basically did is they just ran the water in the creeks through, a filtration system, cleaned it, oxidized it, and then got the chemicals out of it and then put it back into the system. Now the problem is the stuff that's just in the ground. You can't really get that out.
Right.
Right.
You'd
I mean,
have to
it's-
remove the ground.
You'd have to remove the ground and clean. I don't even know how you would clean it. I don't know if we have the capacity to clean it. What you can do is try to, as we did, we passed out bottled water and tried to make sure that people weren't drinking the water until the levels of toxins hit a certain level. And again, but the issue is never like the levels of toxins are going to kill you. The issue is always, are they going to cause long-term problems? That we got so focused, and I think the media got so focused on, is the water safe to drink? And it's like, the question is not, is the water safe to drink? The question is the water safe to drink for the next 15 years?
Right.
And we're never going to know the answer to that question.
Ugh. Yeah, people are terrified of this idea of someone sabotaging things like that have trains that contain toxic chemicals. People are terrified about the sabotaging of the grid in particular.
Sure.
That's one that a lot of people have talked about.
Yep.
That we're very vulnerable.
Yep.
Like, what can be
Big time.
done to sort of shore that up? It seems like cyber attacks are possible, physical attacks are possible.
Yeah.
And if the grid goes down, we have a real problem, right?
We do have a real problem. I mean, look, there's New York Times or somebody else reported recently that my phone was allegedly hacked by Chinese hackers, and so.
Oh no, what'd they get?
Yeah, I don't think anything.
Nothing? Come on, man. Got anything in there?
We'll find out, man. We'll find out.
Got any memes that you probably should have shared with your friends?
some offensive memes, and me telling my wife to get an extra gallon of milk at the grocery store. I mean, luckily I'm a pretty boring guy, so I don't think that they got really anything.
That's
but
nice.
We'll find out.
It's
we'll
nice
find
to be
out.
boring if your phone gets hacked.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, it also, I mean, it's apparently they couldn't get the encrypted messages that were sent, so I'm pretty careful about like making sure I use
Right.
Signal and
Right.
iMessage and all that stuff.
That's
Anyway,
great.
so I mean, look, maybe they got some stuff. We'll find out eventually. I try not to worry too much about shit I can't control. But one thing that came up, by the way, in that, and I'll go back to your question, is about the grid. One thing that came up in that is the way that they hacked, and it was also President Trump's phone apparently too. The way that they hacked our phones is they used the backdoor telecom infrastructure that has been developed in the wake of the Patriot Act. And this is something that I think should be a much bigger part of the controversy over the Patriot Act is when the Patriot Act was passed, like AT&T, Verizon, they had to build all of these systems so that if somebody got a FISA warrant and could hack into a particular phone, the infrastructure actually existed. What I've been told is that infrastructure was used by this Chinese hacker organization called Salt Typhoon, and that's how they got into the Verizon network, and that's how they got into the AT&T network.
What a great name, by the way. Salt Typhoon.
It's a pretty badass name, right? If they have anything on me, I can't be too pissed off at them. At least they named themselves Salt Typhoon. But the answer to the question about the grid is, this is actually, it's one of these things where if we had a functional government, it's pretty easy to develop the systems. Because if you do like an EMP attack, right? Ron Johnson, who's a senator from Wisconsin, is really preoccupied with this. It doesn't take down the whole grid. What it really screws with is the power transformer system. So what we should have is basically a backup power transformer for every major system in the United States of America, just sitting in a warehouse that's turned off. And because it's turned off, it won't be affected by an EMP pulse. And then if there is an EMP attack, you just get those transformers to swap out the ones that were destroyed, and then the grid is back up and running. It's actually a scandal, I think, that the federal government has not just at one point, with all the money that we spend on defense and everything else, just said, we're going to spend $15 billion to buy enough power transformers to have a backup for every transformer in the country. We should do that.
Yeah, one of the things that Trump talked about that a lot of people probably weren't aware of was the damage that these wind turbines are doing to whales. I
Yeah.
wasn't totally aware of it. I
I
was
had
kind
no
of-
idea until I watched your podcast with him.
I knew a little bit about it, but I didn't read about it until after I talked to him. And it's a real problem.
It's a very real problem.
And what a conundrum for people that are so-called environmentalists that think the wind is like the cleanest option when it's not. The turbines don't last. You can't recycle them.
It doesn't work in salt water in particular, which
Right.
is what most of the world's water is. I think wind is the biggest scam out there. It's total bullshit.
It's also pollution. When I
It's
see those
pollution.
gigantic wind
They're
tunnels,
ugly.
they're gross.
They're ugly.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought this. Where were me and my wife? We used to be into road trips before we had a Secret Service detail, and we took a
Good old
road
days.
trip. The good old days, man. We took a road trip through Kansas or Nebraska, or maybe it was Iowa. It was one of the. I mean, we went through all three of those states, but I can't remember where. You just go for miles and miles, and you see nothing but wind turbines. And it's like, this is beautiful American countryside that used to be green, rolling hills,
dystopian.
and now you have these disgusting dystopian wind turbines. I'm sorry, they are ugly. I
They're
will
gross.
die on this hill. They're ugly. I don't want them in American society.
And nuclear power plants are actually more efficient,
Yes.
safer, and you don't have the problem. Like, we think about the problems of nuclear waste. Like, they've kind of sorted a lot of those out. They haven't sorted out the problems of getting rid of these turbines.
No, they haven't. Not at all.
I have a buddy of mine who lives in South Texas, and I went to visit him, and you drive down there, and it's like an hour of turbines. They're everywhere. There's so many of them.
I
And
can't stand
You just
that.
see them as like the sky is turning dark. You see these things just spinning. It just looks
Yeah.
gross.
They kill the birds. They apparently kill
They
the
kill
whale.
a lot
they
of
kill
birds.
a lot of birds.
If you look underneath them, it's like bird graveyards. It's crazy.
Yeah, it really is.
And it's clean. It's green. It's like we're brainwashed to think that these things somehow or another are beneficial.
Capture, but we're just not that good at it with this,
It's
right?
not
Maybe
very
there's
efficient.
right. Just accept that it was a mistake. It's not that efficient. The political or the environmental costs are pretty significant. You know, solar I think is actually a little bit more reasonable because you can get a lot more of the power. They last a little bit longer. They're not nearly as ugly, and you can put them in places where people don't frankly want to live that much anyway, like in deserts and things like that.
Well, they do those roofs now. Like Tesla does
In
a
the
solar
roofs,
roof.
yeah,
which
the
is
solar roofs
fantastic.
that's a great way, right? That's just empty space. But wind, I think we just should say this was a failed experiment. We're going to stop subsidizing this, and if people want to have a wind turbine, great. But we're not going to build miles and miles of wind turbines anymore, at least not with taxpayer subsidy.
But I just hope people recognize that the trade-off is not worth it. Like, you're getting a little bit of electricity, you're really ruining the landscape, you're ruining the view, you're killing birds, you're
Yes.
messing up whales, and those things don't last that long. And then when you got to get rid of them, you got to put them in a landfill. Like, the whole
right.
thing's bananas.
It's totally bananas. And again, we focus on the carbon footprint thing, and we don't talk about the fact that there are these massive environmental hazards. It goes back to the distracted politics versus the real stuff. And we should be talking about the real environmental
There's
consequences of wind
also
power.
it's one of those things that, again, is much like a religion, where you must stay with the doctrine. You must follow it by the word, because if you step out of line and say, actually, when you look at these studies, it doesn't really show that the world is warming. It shows that over the last X amount of thousands of years, we're in a gradual cooling period. And that what's really terrifying is global cooling.
Yes.
You know, Randall Carlson, who's an expert in asteroid collisions and the Younger Dryas impact theories, fascinating guy. But he says that
I
like
don't
the
know this guy,
periods, the periods in history where we came very close to extinction are like when there's an ice age.
Yeah.
Like those are the most terrifying.
That's right.
When there's global warming, you just move to where it's not so warm, and that's what people have done forever.
Well, and you deal with it technologically, right? This is the thing, that the solution to global warming, for however long this warming trend lasts, is to deal with it technologically, right? I mean, if you look at the number of people who die from disasters in the United States, it's going down because we've gotten better at predicting stuff and helping people deal with things. And of course, you still have terrible things like Hurricane Helene, but they are luckily part of a downward trend in people losing their lives from terrible storms. And, you know, if you really think, of carbon, this is another reason why I'm somewhat skeptical of, like, the carbon obsessives, is if you think that carbon is the most significant thing, the sole focus of American civilization should be to reduce the carbon footprint of the world, then you would be investing in nuclear in a big way. And then when you say that, the environmentalists say, well, you've got all these poison rocks to deal with afterwards. Well, the poison rocks problem is a less significant problem than the carbon problem if you think that we're all going to go extinct in 100 years. So let's deal with the most pressing problem. They're all like, no. And their solution is to buy solar panels that are disproportionately made in China, which has the worst carbon footprint and growing of any country in the entire world. They obviously don't believe their own bullshit, which is why I'm somewhat skeptical of what they say.
Also, when you have a movement and your spokesperson is Greta Thunberg and not some insanely intelligent scientist who's done years of research on this stuff, and there's also not a consensus among scientists. There's a lot of scientists that are heretics. They're stepping
That's
outside
right.
the lines, that are saying that this is not an issue. And then they're also pointing out the fact that carbon is what trees consume, and there's more greenery in the world today than there was 100 years ago, which is a very inconvenient thing for people.
See, I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
I had no idea. That's
well,
true.
carbon is what trees
Well,
feed
yeah, no.
off of.
So I knew carbon is what trees feed off of. I didn't know there was more greenery than there was 100 years ago. That's interesting.
Not only that, you got Bill Gates that's saying planting trees is not a solution to the carbon problem. Like,
Wait a second.
this is so
This
not
is
true.
what seems so
it's
crazy.
It's so not true, and it's also historically, like, one of the craziest moments in history, in my opinion, is the Mongols and what the Mongols did in the 1200s. They lowered the carbon footprint of Earth because they killed so many people. They killed 10% of the population
I
of
didn't realize
Earth.
That is crazy.
And because of that, because they devastated these places and killed so many people, trees grew. More trees grew. And it lowered the carbon footprint.
Wow.
These places that had been overcome by agriculture were then reconsumed by nature.
Yeah.
And it lowered the carbon footprint of Earth.
Well, there is a fundamentally, it raises the point, there's a fundamentally anti-human element of the radical environmental movement in the United States of America.
They're saying we have to reduce population. This is one.
Exactly,
And
right.
when they say it with vaccines, you're like, slow down.
That's right.
Well, did you just say that out
Crazy
loud?
Shit, yes.
And then when you, if
That
you
is the crazy
read
stuff.
Robert F. Kennedy's Jr., and I encourage everyone to read Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci, because it's not just about this crisis that we went through with COVID-19. It's about a host of different things that were done. And one of them was a vaccine that was supposed to be a DPT vaccine that they were giving to girls in Africa that was just birth control. It was
Wow.
just sterilizing them.
Wow.
And that they were
I didn't even realize
they
that.
were giving them HCG, and that they were giving them into this enhanced schedule. I don't want to screw this up because my recall's not the best. I don't want to, but the reality is there was experiments done on unwitting, unknowing African women where they gave them this thing that was supposed to be a vaccine against a disease,
Wow.
but it was really sterilizing them, and they were experimenting.
That's dark. Again, that's like
It's
the Native
great.
American OxyContin thing.
But that's
this
this
is dark
global health
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of experimenting going on.
That's right.
That's
right.
what's we pulled up an AP article. I had Alex Jones tell me this. I was like, what? It's like they gave him polio. They tried the vaccine. They gave him polio. I'm like, what? So then
good
we
Alex
pulled up
Jones
and it's an
impersonation.
AP article that shows that a lot of they had to stop giving these kids in Africa this polio vaccine because it was actually giving them polio.
That's crazy.
Like, because they experiment. Because this is how they find out if stuff works. So you get people with no internet connection. They live in dirt floors. We're going to help you. And then they come and they experiment on them. And it's so dark.
That is so dark.
And then it's
man.
all done through this idea of philanthropy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's crazy. And they profit off of it. The whole thing is madness. And because they have so much influence and so much power and so much money is being generated, they're allowed to get away with these
Well,
things.
just think about like that from the perspective of these poor people. I mean, I assume the polio vaccine thing happened in Africa or did it happen
Yes.
somewhere else. Okay, so you're in Africa. Some white dude shows up, says that he cares about you, gives you a shot that's going to, prevent you from getting some disease, and then you become like permanently disabled or you even die because of it. Like, think about what effect that has on how those Africans perceive our civilization. And are we going to have, are they going to we're going to have a conflict in 30, 40 years because people are so pissed off about us coming in and giving them health care that isn't actually health care. I really worry about that stuff. I mean, this is one of my big things with the Russia-Ukraine conflict is people don't realize how much of Africa's food supply comes from Ukraine. Because an astonishing amount. So if you have this war that goes on forever and there's not enough food going to Africa, are you going to have a bunch of starving, desperate people who are like pissed off because they're starving, who hate European civilization because they don't have, they're not getting the food that they were expecting to get? Like, we never think about the knock-on effects of this stuff, right? They're like, yeah, it's really dark and really evil that we're giving them polio. I also wonder, the people who live in the village that got polio, what the hell are they going to be doing in 30 years? They're probably going to hate us.
Yeah, I would be really upset if you gave my kid polio.
Yeah.
You came over here
Yeah,
like
justifiably so.
some
Justifiably
mission.
so, I'd hate these people, right? You give my
Yeah.
kid polio under the pretense of helping them? It's crazy.
But, then there's also pharmaceutical drugs that are really beneficial. And this is the thing, like, they have to have guardrails. Yeah, you have to have some
You have to have
rules
guardrails.
and regulations
Yes.
to keep these people from just never-ending profits.
Yes.
Because they always gravitate towards that. They always
Well,
gravitate towards making
yeah.
the most amount of money.
And again, this is where I go back to some of the arguments of the old left. Like, what kind of guardrails do you want these companies to have? Do you want the guardrails to be that if you donate to the Trans Pride and BLM organizations, you get to do whatever the hell you want?
Right.
Or do you want the guardrails that we're going to protect health and public safety and make sure that you're not, like, killing people under the auspice of helping them?
Yeah. And
That's the kind of guardrails I want. The common
very
sense ones.
logical. Yeah, very logical. But logic is, dangerous today. Like, logic.
Oh, man.
But logic is it's a problem when you have ideologies. And
Yeah,
people strictly adhere.
logic is a colonial idea, man. Got to get away from the logic.
And
That's
math is racist.
That's
I don't know
right.
if you know about
Math
that.
is
That's a new
racist.
one.
Well, okay, so this is interesting. There's this movie that's probably like extremely influential to my entire political worldview, and I didn't realize it until last night because I got into Austin late. Usually my wife travels with me. She wasn't with me last night. She's taking care of the kids today. So I get into the hotel room in Austin, and it's very late, and I watch this movie, Boys in the Hood. You ever seen Boys in the
Oh
Hood?
yeah, sure.
Okay. I watched that movie a ton when I was like 8, 9 years old, and I didn't realize how much that movie has had an influence on me until I watched it last night. Okay, so, all right, for Furious Styles, a lot of his stuff about not letting financial institutions buy up all the stuff in your communities. Obviously, he's talking about black people in LA and not, white people in, rural small town America. But I was like, oh, like that's maybe the first place that I ever heard this idea. Or he talks about like the importance of fatherhood, the importance of especially young boys having a father in the home. It's like I got that from Boys in the Hood, and obviously it spoke to me when I was a kid because I grew up at the time and I didn't have much of a relationship with my dad. And it's interesting, man. He makes this observation, math being racist. He's criticizing the SAT for being culturally biased, but then he says the only part that isn't culturally biased is the math. And it's like, oh, this is like a black nationalist in the mid-'80s, because that's kind of the philosophy of this movie, is what you might call like old school black leftism. This movie in the 1980s is saying something that I wish a lot of white liberals would hear today, which is actually math is not racist. It's one, it's one of the things that's like not definitively not racist is math and numbers. You guys are losing your damn minds.
Well, math is racist is one of those ones where it's like if you heard that in a cocktail party, you'd be like, what? Like if someone behind you is saying math is racist, you'd be like, what the? We gotta get out of here, honey. Grab
No,
your purse.
I'd say I want to go. I want one of what they're having. I want to hang out with those guys. That's my. So okay. By the way, this is my. An act of bipartisanship. The one thing that Republicans, man, that we're really, I think we got really wrong in the last few years, is the anti-Hunter Biden stuff. I want to go hang out with Hunter Biden. I mean, I may be the only Republican. That dude.
He was like Hunter
knows
S.
how to have a
Thompson
good
without
time.
the writing talent. That guy went hard. You got to give it to him.
I would bet $100 that Hunter Biden is voting for Donald Trump for president.
It doesn't seem like he likes his dad. It seems like
Well, I
he
think
wanted.
his dad. I might bet $20 on his dad voting for
Right.
Donald Trump for president, especially
Right.
last night after the garbage comment.
Oh, yeah.
That guy is trying to help Donald Trump. We're gonna win. I think we're gonna win. But after we win, I'm going to be convinced that Joe Biden was trying to help us the whole time.
Well, here's
he put on the
one
MAGA
thing.
hat.
The MAGA hat was crazy.
That was crazy.
When he put on the MAGA hat in front of those guys and they all cheered, and he insisted on keeping the hat, and he took it with him. I think he's very, very resentful that he got ousted in what
Yeah.
was essentially a coup.
Yeah.
And
And I'd love to know what happened there, by
oh,
the
I
way.
would love to know what happened. I have to use the restroom, but when we come
Yeah,
back, let's
okay, we'll
talk
take a
about
break.
that because
All
this,
right,
is,
sounds
this is
good.
important. I just have to pee. I'll be right back. So the wildest thing about the laptop was that they were able to suppress it from social media. And
Really wild.
When I discussed that with Zuckerberg, and he openly admitted it, that the FBI had contacted him and told him that it was Russian disinformation, and like that was one of those things while he was saying, I was like, yo, I was like, this guy's
Yeah.
like just saying this.
Yeah.
And
I remember when that episode came out because it reverberated across American politics like crazy. It's like,
Yeah.
holy shit, he just said the thing that we all suspected for a very long
Right.
time.
And if it wasn't for Elon purchasing Twitter and then finding out how much of an influence they were having on this, and that they were, in
Right.
fact, silencing something that they knew to be correct under a lie. Under a lie, and 51 former intelligence agents signed off on this.
That's right.
It was like, how did they pull that off? Like, just pulling that off is really wild. And the fact that there was no outrage from the left.
Yeah.
That the left was like, it's fine because it's our side. And Trump is evil and he's Hitler. We got to get rid of him. So let's just lie about this laptop.
And no consequences.
Nothing.
Right.
The same people that pushed it are still.
And by the way, they still all have security clearances, I believe, which is going to change when we win. But I mean, also, this is where I always get pissed about the media conversation around what happened in 2020. Is what they'll do is they'll sort of find the craziest conspiracy theory about what happened in 2020. They'll debunk it and say, oh look, this shows that nothing bad happened in 2020. There's a nonpartisan organization that actually looked at what would have happened to Americans' votes if they had just known the truth about the fact that Joe Biden fundamentally had traded his political influence for money. Like, that's what it was. It's an old-fashioned American corruption story. I will give you access to powerful people in exchange for money, right? That was the true scandal of the Hunter Biden laptop. Again, it wasn't Hunter Biden doing cocaine with a stripper.
That was the fun part.
You can say that. I have an election to win. So that was the real
It was the
scandal.
corruption.
It was the corruption, and this
evidence of the
nonpartisan and direct evidence of the corruption. And the nonpartisan organization said that knowledge, which was suppressed by the entire American media and big tech scene, that would have changed millions upon millions of votes. And we know that the number in 4 swing states was 88,000 votes that were the difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden winning the 2020 election. So set to the side all of the other arguments about fraud and all the other rule changes that happened in the midst of COVID. We know that big tech colluded with our own sort of, I would say colluded. The one thing I'll say about Zuckerberg is, and I don't know him super well. I've never had a problem with him. But I do wonder if it's a convenient excuse. I don't doubt that the FBI said, hey, this is Russian disinformation, but these companies still have to take some agency over this too, right? So I think it was both the corruption of the FBI and the intelligence services, but also the big technology companies themselves. Both of them are at blame, and I think fundamentally, if they had not done what they did, Donald Trump would have won another term as President of the United States. You're never going to be able to convince me that if millions upon millions of swing voters knew the evidence of Joe Biden's corruption and it was staring them in the face, that we would not have been able to pull that one out.
Well, Zuckerberg has gotten really into mixed martial arts. He's gotten really into jiu-jitsu and
Yeah.
really into training. And there's very few things that will turn you into a conservative more than martial arts training. Like there's no way to get ahead other than hard work.
Well, have you seen all these studies that basically connect testosterone levels in young men with conservative
Oh, yeah.
politics?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
maybe that's what's going on.
Well, there's a certain amount
Maybe that's
of
why
it.
the Democrats want us all to be, poor health and overweight, is because
'Cause they
that
are.
means that we're going to be. No, it means we're going to be more liberal, right?
Right.
If you make people less healthy, they apparently become more politically liberal. That's an interesting observation.
Well, I think there's like socially liberal, like live and let live, do whatever you want as long as
Yeah.
you're not hurting anybody, which is really what I am. And then the reality
Yeah, these
of
labels get all confused,
yes.
right? Yeah.
And this is where it gets sort of conflated, like the reality of hard work being a virtue.
Yes.
And this has always been a conservative idea, is that you're really supposed to like make your mark in this world and get up in the morning and work hard, and you should
Absolutely.
be proud of that.
Yes.
The only way to get good at jiu-jitsu is hard work.
Yes.
So everybody who really trains hard and gets good
Yeah.
has a certain level of just a true understanding of the real relationship, that the actual the mathematical equation
Mm-hmm.
of focus, time, energy, and discipline versus positive results.
Yep.
And there's only one way to excel. There's no other way to excel at martial arts other than training hard. So it's kind of normal that he's becoming like leaning more libertarian and wearing hoodies now.
Yeah. No, my
Looking a
secret
little jacked.
my secret theory is that Zuck is now a Trump supporter, but he can't say that publicly, of course. But hopefully
it's-
he is.
Really difficult to say that now. That's why guys like Bill Ackman and Chamath and all these people that stand out.
It's
and
taken real courage.
It
It really
takes real
has. Yeah, and I like both of those guys
because they
it
really
is taking
do
real courage.
get excommunicated.
Absolutely. They
Yeah, cocktail parties are a mess after that in Marin County. They think you're a Nazi.
And that's putting it mildly. But yeah, I mean, like, one of my closest friends in the tech world is David Sachs. And Dave and I have talked about this because we were both like, it's funny, we were both sort of critical of Trump in 2016, but we came, at that criticism from a right of center perspective. And both of us by 2020 were like, this crazy bullshit has to end. Trump is our guy. And maybe, not only is he our guy, but maybe he was like the only one who could have turned the tide against this insanity. And David, I mean, he has become so far out there, and I admire it in a lot of ways. And sometimes I see what David says, and I'm like, dude, are you going to be like welcome in,
Like, what is he
in
saying?
your neighborhood? Well, I mean, have you ever interviewed David Sachs?
No.
Well, I mean, he's just, look, he's very anti-woke. He's very, very into what I would call foreign policy realism. Like, why are we starting these stupid wars all over the world? Our foreign policy should be more pro-peace. And it's just crazy to me because he's so inflammatory about it that and by the way, I love it, right? I agree with what a lot of what David says, and even when I disagree, I know he's a smart guy, but he is just saying, look, I don't give a shit. If you're going to come after me, but I'm going to say what's on my mind. And I think, a lot of people are going in that direction, which is fundamentally a good thing, is people are sick of being told what to think. And like the First Amendment, obviously, it's a legal document that talks about the role of government and censorship and sort of prohibits government censorship, but it's also a sort of ethic and an attitude that is endemic, or I hope is, to American society, which is we're going to think what we want, we're going to say what we want to. That's an important First Amendment value, even though it has nothing to do with the First Amendment as a legal document itself. And a lot of people are sick of being told what to think.
I was very upset when Tim Walsh was saying that the First Amendment doesn't apply to hate speech and
It's totally
misinformation.
nuts.
Like, especially those two terms, hate speech and misinformation, because hate
They're
speech.
in the eye of the beholder.
Right. It's so subjective, and it's the marks are moving as to what's called hate speech now. It's moving further and further away from
If you
normalcy.
say that an 11-year-old should not get gender transition drugs, that is hate speech according to a significant subset of the left.
Yeah, if you call Caitlyn Jenner Bruce Jenner, that's hate speech.
A lot of people would say that's hate
And
speech.
you used to get banned for life from Twitter for dead naming someone.
Yes,
Which is just bananas.
which is totally bananas.
You can call him a cunt, but you can't call him Bruce. The whole thing is so crazy.
Yeah.
It's just
But I think that this is, and look, I'm trying not to be too partisan because I know a lot of people watch your show, but this is to me the biggest and most fundamental difference between Kamala and President Trump in the campaign is, whether it's Biden calling people garbage or Tim Walz calling people fascist and Kamala calling people Nazis or endorsing explicit censorship, we're not trying to censor our fellow Americans, right? We'll attack Kamala and her policies and her ideas, but we're not trying to say you should be silenced because you disagree with us. That is anathema to everything that I believe in. And that is what's happened in the modern Democratic Party, at least at the leadership level, is they've gotten really comfortable with the idea of silencing people who disagree with them, such to the point where, like, it's not even that Tim Walz thinks that hate speech should be censored. It's that the governor of a state could utter that phrase without recognizing how fundamentally subjective it is. Right? Or Hillary Clinton saying that we want to censor misinformation. She has come out and explicitly said that we have to censor disinformation
or
and
we
misinformation.
lose total control.
Or we lose.
Like, hey, you're not supposed to
He's
have total
telegraphing it.
control
Exactly,
over
that's the whole point.
discourse.
That's the whole point. is We
Yes.
don't want people to have total control, and they can utter it without the American media going completely bananas. Just suggests there's something broken about the political culture of the left. I mean, there are people on CNN and CBS and all these other sort of mainstream networks. I would call them corporate networks. All these corporate networks that will say, when Donald J. Trump says that if you riot after the election, you're the enemy of the people, or you're an enemy within. Like, that is a major threat to democracy. But Hillary Clinton saying that we should censor disinformation, they're just, no big deal. And the fact that they can get so fired up about what I think is a pretty common sense observation that if you riot, law enforcement should have a response to it, but they think that it's the end of the... They don't care at all. They
Right.
don't care at all when Hillary Clinton and Tim Walz endorse explicit censorship. That should scare the hell out of us.
It should scare the hell out of you whenever any politician is encouraging censorship.
Yes.
Especially when it's about things, like we said, about hate speech and misinformation. Like, misinformation according to who? Because we've already shown that there's a bunch of different factors that have control over what is presented as fact.
Yes.
And they're not always honest or accurate. And these things get put out, and it harms people, and then there's some sort of a correction that comes along. Well, the only way to find that out, especially like during the COVID times, these things that they called misinformation, how many of them turned out to be true? Almost all of them.
It's crazy.
The Wuhan lab, it was racist,
yes,
racist to
that's right.
assume that when Jon Stewart did that bit on Colbert, did you see that?
I've never seen it, no.
It's amazing because you see Colbert scrambling, and he's trying to and John's like, do you think maybe the lab that was the Wuhan coronavirus lab, that maybe it came from there?
Well, it was so obvious. I mean, the whole argument for the start of COVID that wasn't from the Wuhan lab was basically, as I understood it, that a bat had gotten a weird coronavirus and had fallen into a guy's soup at a wet,
or
at a wet market.
pangolin was involved.
Yeah.
There's so much stupidity involved
and
in
that's
it.
that was more believable than there's the Wuhan coronavirus lab. And yeah, I remember when Tom Cotton was the first major American politician to talk about this. Tom's like a good friend, and he was immediately pilloried as this terrible racist. And it's bizarre that we're not allowed to talk about things in the United States of America. I will say, I think it's gotten better. This is one of my more optimistic views is, when we're all locked in our houses in the summer of 2020, I think that did weird things psychologically to everybody.
Agree.
And I think that a lot of people rebelled against it, and we're probably in a better position now in 2024. Like, Chamath would not have come out. I love Chamath. Would not have come out for Donald Trump in 2020.
Right.
Now he's hosting fundraisers and giving hundreds of thousands of dollars to our campaign. So I think the fact that you have so many old school liberals and old school leftists say, we're done with this bullshit, is actually a pretty good sign. Yeah, there's still social consequences to it, but not nearly as high as they were 4 years ago.
Well, I think when Elon purchased Twitter, it changed the entire game. Because now you have this Wild West, uncensored version of social media that's run by this super genius madman who has all the money in the world.
That's right.
It's crazy. I mean, it's really, without him, we're in a lot of trouble. Because let's say Twitter never gets purchased. They run the same way they've run it in the past, where they're being influenced by whatever companies and whatever agencies decide to remove posts or remove people and ban Donald Trump and ban a bunch of different conservatives and ban a bunch of people that were outcasts, and they just decided they were controlling the discourse. Well, then you have no outlets other than Parler, and we discussed this yesterday. Those outlets 100% got infested by bots, where they're putting Nazi stuff up and oh, this is a Nazi site. No, you're the Nazi. You put it up there.
Yeah, exactly.
You poisoned it.
Exactly.
Instead of it being just a place where conservatives can go and talk about things and not be censored like they were on Twitter, then they get infiltrated with all this hate shit, and then it becomes a hateful place, and they don't even want to go, so now they're homeless.
That's right.
Well, now all of a sudden Twitter comes along, Elon comes along, has this complete shift in how he's viewing this attack on free speech. Then you have Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi. They go into the Twitter files. And they find like, oh my God, like this is unconstitutional.
This was
is-
industrial scale censorship, is what it was.
and they weren't right. They did all this stuff, and it turned out that all the things they were saying were either lies or were incorrect.
Correct.
And there's no repercussions. And so you're seeing all this in real time, and no one on the left has any problem with it, which to me is insanity. And the people that do have a problem with it, their solution seems to be to just go to the right. They don't even feel like you can reform the left. People are just like Tulsi Gabbard becomes a Republican.
Yeah.
People are just abandoning this. Like, I can't
Yeah.
talk to you people.
That's right. I'm doing an event with Tulsi Gabbard tonight in Pennsylvania.
I love
actually.
her.
I love her. She's awesome. And yeah, I think she basically decided the left cannot be reformed in this country anymore. That's what happened with Bobby Kennedy. That's what's happened with a lot of old school liberals is they say, yeah, you know, we don't care what you do in your bedroom, but we believe in the fundamental right of people to speak their mind, and the Democrats just don't believe in that anymore.
So
and
crazy.
I've thought a lot about like what's, you know, what is going on there and what's driving it psychologically. And I think what's going on is the entire modern Democratic Party grew up in an era where there was consensus, right? Walter Cronkite could say something about the Vietnam War, and it turned out he's probably right about that, actually, and it collapsed public support for the Vietnam War. Or they grew up in an America where social trust was just so much higher. And I think that a lot of them are trying to reimpose that social trust from the top, not recognizing that high level of social trust came organically
Right.
from the way that American society worked. And if you have people trying to reimpose it from the top, it actually degrades the very thing that you're trying to create. Because I've seen, family members of mine who got really radicalized because they were like, wait a second, should we be masking 3-year-olds in our schools? Like, does that
Right.
do something to their language development? And then they would get kicked off of Facebook because a person with 900 Facebook friends who has no public profile dared to like question the prevailing narrative. And again, they ended up being right about it. I actually think that what the left is doing is degrading social trust by trying to create it from on high. And I kind of get the psychological impulse because, you know, like a lot of great things that we do come from high levels of social trust, but you've got to reestablish it organically. You can't try to force it on people.
And there's been some course correcting. Like, did you read Bezos's article? Was it yesterday that came out in the Washington Post?
I did see
What
that.
did you think of that?
I mean, I go back and forth. Like, again, I don't know Jeff super well. I've always liked him in my interactions with him. But the problem with the Washington Post is not that their editorial page has been insufficiently conservative. It's that their entire journalism department is fundamentally engaged in democratic political activism. I mean, the two, we talk about this a lot, and, you know, my political guys are, you know, a lot of them are outside, and certainly a lot of them will watch, but we talk a lot about which of the newspapers that have really gone crazy. And the New York Times is kind of an exception. Yeah, it's very left-wing, but it hasn't totally gone insane. The Washington Post might as well be a propaganda outlet of the Democratic Party. If you look from the Hunter Biden laptop to any number of stories where they just toe the left-wing line almost instinctively, the problem was with the journalism at the Washington Post. It's not with the editorials. I don't care, frankly, whether the editorial page endorses Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. I care about whether the journalists are lying about Donald Trump or lying about Kamala Harris. And frankly, they're lying a lot in the negative direction about my running mate, and they're lying a lot in the positive direction about Kamala Harris. So what I would like to see from Jeff Bezos is a commitment to the Washington Post not just being a Democrat super PAC. I don't give a shit if he hires a few more conservative columnists. It doesn't matter. What matters is, do they hold their journalism to anything like a high standard? And if they don't do that, then to me, it's just window dressing.
But it seems like that's at least a step in the right direction.
Fair.
Like,
fair.
one thing
Yeah,
would be
that's
great.
fair.
You have an argument against Donald Trump on the front page next to an argument for Donald Trump, and let two different
Sure.
intelligent people state their cases, one from a conservative perspective, one from a liberal perspective, and let's see what resonates
Sure.
with you.
It's a step in the right direction. I just think that unless you change the underlying, you know, journalism to make it more fair, it's going to be only a step in the right direction rather than fixing the problem.
But what else can he do? I mean, he's probably pretty busy on his yacht, hanging out with his girlfriend with his tight shirts on. does he have the time? You know, I mean, he
Well,
can't go into the office and like read everybody's work.
Okay, so let me give you an example. There's a journalist by the name of Matt Boyle who writes at Breitbart. Do you know Matt Boyle?
Yeah,
Have you
I
ever
do
heard of
not.
Matt? Okay, so Matt is, even though he writes for Breitbart, and I know that most people assume that Breitbart is just this like right-wing rag, Matt he has one of the best contacts of journalists in Washington. Like, he knows what's going to happen in the country before most left-wing journalists because he talks to the liberals, he talks to the conservatives, he has allies on Capitol Hill. I'd love to see the Washington Post hire a guy like Matt Boyle and say, Matt, go and do what you're going to do. And obviously, it's not going to be able to have a political bias to it, but go and investigate. If you want to go and investigate Kamala Harris's campaign, go and do it. But that is what it would look like, is empowering conservative and independent journalism in the same way that Jeff Bezos has empowered left-wing journalism. If I see that happening, then I'll be a little bit more optimistic about his stewardship.
Well, could you imagine if there's the same sort of scrutiny on Kamala's speeches and appearances in these media outlets as there is on Trump's?
Oh, my God.
Like, one of the things that we talked about was how they edited that one answer that she was asked, like, what, you know, about foreign
At
policy.
CBS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They edited it completely, and I wasn't aware that they put an answer for a completely different question there.
Well, okay, so I think that what happened there, having done try to understand that a little bit better, is they basically just edited her answer down a lot so that she didn't sound like a total insane person. Because what aired, I think, on the smaller, you know, what aired on the channels online that had a smaller pickup
Was the rambling,
the
the word salad.
But what actually aired on the news programs was, I mean, it still didn't sound very good, but it sounded a hell of a lot better. But let me give you a very good example
But
of
it's,
this.
it's
Okay,
really not the answer.
so
It's like they changed the answer.
let me see what. Yeah, no, you're right. They changed the answer, but I just wanted to find the statistic from my team because I asked them this last night. So they did change the answer, and they changed it in a way to protect her. And then,
Yes.
importantly, they refused to release the transcript, right? So my attitude would be just release the transcript. Let people see what she actually said,
Right.
so that you at least have some integrity as a journalistic outlet. But okay, so here's you, of course, I'm sure, paid attention to the kerfuffle over a comedian at the Trump rally at MSG. I think you even know this guy, right?
He's a good friend of mine.
Okay, yeah.
Tony Hinchcliffe.
So he tells a joke about, you know, Puerto Rico. The number of mentions on CNN about this joke in the last 48 hours, this was as of last night, 143 on MSNBC, 101 on ABC, 53 on NBC, 32 and on CBS, 31. In 2 days, they talked about that joke effectively nonstop. You know what it means to have 31 mentions on NBC News about this particular thing? That is that is saturation. Last night, Joe Biden called the half of America that's going to vote for Donald Trump garbage. Do you think that the word garbage is going to appear on CNN 141 times over the next 2 days?
No.
I would bet no. Now, what's the difference? Well, one difference is that it was a comedian telling a joke, and it's the president of the United States telling what he actually thinks. Another difference is, again, it's a comedian with, at best, a tenuous connection to the Trump campaign. And on the other hand, you have the actual sitting president at a vice presidential campaign event telling the vice president, telling the entire country at an event sanctioned by the Kamala Harris campaign that half of Americans are garbage. And I guarantee the media is not going to cover this in the same way. I mean, here, let me, I don't know if Jamie can bring this up, but I tweeted about this last night, that Politico, when they initially tried to write the story about what had been said by Joe Biden, they said that Biden had called racism against Puerto Ricans garbage. Well, who disagrees with that? I think that racism against Puerto Ricans is garbage, but that's not what he said. He said that Trump supporters are garbage. He said it's on video. So Politico tried to like retcon this. It turned out there was a video, so we could actually see for ourselves what was actually said. But the amount of dishonesty in the American media really is off the charts.
It is, but also with Joe Biden, I think at this point in time, he's literally that crazy guy on the porch yelling at the neighbors. I mean, no one thinks he's there, which is also one of the fascinating things when they asked her, when did you know that he was mentally impaired, and why didn't you talk about it earlier? And there's this, Joe Biden has always done the amazing work that Joe Biden does. It's just like this, like, where are you going?
Yeah.
You want to get the lights that they use with the air
That's
traffic
right.
controller, like, come
That's
this
right.
way.
Yeah, come this way.
Like, help her out. Do you think
Well,
she
it's-
wears an earpiece?
I wouldn't be surprised. I have no
the
idea.
earpiece
but
one was amazing.
but, man,
the little
she just-
Bluetooth thing, the earring.
it's
earrings.
astonishing. She talks. The only way I can describe it is she talks in circles.
Yeah.
Right. It's like
Tim Dillon says it's like she does gypsy curses because she speaks in gypsy curses.
That's very good. But it's we need to build an opportunity economy, because if Americans don't have opportunity,
Yeah.
then they're not going to have the opportunity to be Americans. And it's
Right.
like, what the hell?
The opportunity to
did you
generate
just say?
wealth and generational wealth. Like, wait a minute. Do you know how few people generate generational wealth? It means you have so much money,
yeah.
you're going to give it to other generations.
Well, but
Like,
there's actually okay. I mean, I give a lot of speeches, so there's actually a skill to this. I think that she is the Michael Jordan of using as many words as possible to say as little as possible. There's actually a certain gift that she has, because you listen to her talk, and you're 100, 200 words into it, you're 500 words into it, and you're like, what the hell did she just say? She didn't say anything.
right.
And that actually, I mean, okay, so yeah, there's a certain political skill in saying a lot without actually saying anything, but it actually worries me about her being president. Like, okay, there are all these substantive policy disagreements, and we could talk about, okay, I don't like her border policies, I don't like this, I don't like that, but what does she do when she's in a meeting with a world leader and she has to know the details of public policy to negotiate with Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping? Like, one of the major things that you do as a president is you participate in economic negotiations, like what tariffs are we going to apply on your goods unless you lower the tariffs on ours, or vice versa, right? You have to be able to know a little bit about your job to be the president of the United States. And I don't know that she has an ounce of curiosity about public policy in this country. That's what scares the hell out of me.
Well, it's just strange that everyone's accepting that this person who is the least popular vice president ever is now the solution to the problem, and that the media machine in just a few days did this 180 and just sold her as the solution. And as long
Yeah.
as they keep her from having these conversations where she's allowed to talk,
That's right.
they're able to pull this off. And the fact that it's happening with no primary should be really concerning to people, because
It
that's
really
never
should.
happened before.
Well, it's
They
also-
could have had a primary.
Well, it's also part of the process where you identify people's flaws, you figure out what they're good at, what they're bad at. Like, the primary is actually a grueling process.
How you handle pressure.
How you handle pressure, right? And we don't really know how she's handled pressure because she's only done it for a little while. And if you just look at Donald Trump's public schedule, J.D. Vance's public schedule versus Kamala Harris, dude, it is striking how little she does. There was an interview that she did. I think it's the only really tough interview she's done with Brett Baer of Fox News. I believe that she had a clear calendar for 2 days before she did this interview.
So they're
And
just prepping her?
just prepping her. But how can you actually, that's not pressure. If you could just take 2 days off for one single interview, that's not pressure. And also just little things. I mean, look, there's this story out there. To be clear, I have no idea if it's true, but there's a woman who has gone on the record and said that Doug Emhoff, Kamala Harris's husband, smacked her in the face in France. Okay, that's been reported on the media. I'm sure you guys can find it if you want to. Okay, again, maybe it's not true, maybe it is true, but these things take time to actually figure out and investigate. And here's the thing. You know this, I know this, most people know this. If you are a domestic abuser, that usually doesn't stop with one person. Like, most domestic abusers are serial domestic abusers. Is it in the public interest to do some investigation about whether the White House, the president, could be sharing the White House with the person who is engaged in domestic abuse? That is in the public interest to know. Not only is the American media not that interested in it, but most importantly, you don't have the time to really investigate some of these accusations. Meanwhile, every time somebody says anything about Donald Trump without an ounce of evidence, the American media picks it up and runs with it and makes an entire news cycle. totally incurious about what's going on with Kamala Harris.
But I think over time, what's interesting is most people are becoming aware of this extreme bias, the difference in the scrutiny that's applied to Trump.
So that's right. But you go back into this question you asked me about Jeff Bezos. This is why you need good reporters who have the investigatory skills, who are empowered by their employers to go out and do the investigations. Like, your platform, you're having more honest and open conversations than anything that's happening in the corporate media. It's like one of the reasons why I listen to your show, one of the reasons why I'm happy to be here. But you don't have like a person working for you who's going to go to like France and talk to this woman and investigate whether this is true. This is why, I've told Elon this, but like the most useful piece of philanthropy, if you're a right of center American, would be to set up a nonprofit organization where you pay a really good reporter. For 5 years, you give them complete job security, and you just tell them, go off and investigate what's going on in the world and bring it back and report on the truth. Because if you don't have that, then that is where the media still has a fundamental advantage over us, is they've got an army of people investigating me and Donald Trump. There's no one really investigating Kamala Harris.
Well, there's also the amount of left-wing media versus right-wing media is pretty disturbing.
Yeah.
Like, what is the percentage of networks that lean left? CNN clearly, MSNBC, ABC, NBC, CBS, and then you have Fox.
Then you have Fox.
And then you have a couple of online things, like News Nation, what have you. But
and if you just
reach is much less.
It reaches much, much less. And if you just look at, you're only, you and a few others are the only people who can compare with the actual platform size of an NBC, a CBS. Fewer people watch them now than they did 20 years ago. But if you look, man, like you're still getting 5 to 8 million viewers every single night for each of the major networks on the nightly news. That's incredible reach, right?
Yeah.
There's still a lot of power there. And, to your point about like the comparison, Fox News, number one, if you look at Fox News' viewership compared to NBC's, it just NBC dwarfs it. But more importantly, in some ways, is Fox News, which I do think is very important, but yeah, they have a right of center bias, certainly, I will admit that. But if you look at how much Fox News is covering the left fairly versus the right, it's much more balanced than like an NBC, right? Like NBC would never have an interview with Donald J. Trump where the journalist is asking tough questions but is like sitting down and broadcasting Donald Trump for an hour. Fox News would do that for Kamala Harris, and they did do that for Kamala Harris, and there's a real difference there.
Well, there's also like the way Brett Breyer interviewed Bear.
Yeah.
The way he interviewed Kamala Harris is very similar to the way he interviewed Donald Trump.
Exactly.
Exactly. And nobody accused him of doing anything sneaky then.
No.
Or no one was even angry.
Well, because the expectation is that you're going to interrupt and you're going to fact check and you're going to try to actually do the job of an interviewer. But the expectation is that if you touch Kamala with anything other than kid gloves, you're not allowed to do that.
But I think most people are upset. It's one of the reasons why the movement is so, the movement towards Trump, they're so enthusiastic. They're so energetic.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's because they do realize that there's this imbalance, and they don't like it. And they think that the only way this is going to get fixed is someone who's a complete outsider. And you can't be more who they're literally turning the judicial system against him. They're literally trying to prosecute him like a banana republic. And they're doing it over and over and over again. And they're speaking about it openly. We're going to put him in jail. We're going to lock him up. And that way we're going to keep him from being in the office.
Well, then, I use this analogy a couple times publicly. But so what's interesting to me about toddlers, and, I've talked with Tucker Carlson about this. Toddlers lie in a way that's very different from how everybody else lies, right? So, like, if you're telling a lie, normally, hey, did you do that thing? You would say, no, somebody else did it, or they kind of qualify it a little bit. Let me give you an example. My 4-year-old, I'm a big baker. You're probably surprised by that, but I'm a big baker. And my 4-year-old and I are making an Oreo cake a few weeks ago. And my 4-year-old is helping me. He likes to help me out a lot when I bake. And I go to the bathroom, and the Oreos that we're supposed to put in the Oreo cake, like crumble them up and put them in the cake, like half of them are gone when I get back. And I'm like, buddy, what happened to the Oreos? And he looks at me, and without a hint of irony or shame, he says, "I didn't eat the Oreos, you did." Right? So that's the way that Kamala Harris lies, is I didn't eat the Oreos, you did. Not only does she actively brag, and has her administration actively bragged about trying to arrest her political opponents, she will go out and say that if Donald Trump is the president, he's going to arrest his political opponents, even though he already was president and he didn't do that.
Did you see she went on Shannon Sharp and said that he's going to take away your Second Amendment rights?
It's crazy. The person who literally wants to confiscate firearms, Kamala Harris, is saying that Donald Trump wants to take away your Second Amendment rights. Dude, the thing that, okay, do you know who Steve Bannon is?
Yes.
Okay, fascinating guy.
Did he just get out?
He got out of prison yesterday. They had the audacity to say Donald Trump wants to jail his political opponents. Steve Bannon just got out of prison after a 4-year prison sentence yesterday. And by the way, do you know what he was put in jail for? Do you know the actual charge?
No.
Contempt of Congress. Eric Holder, who was Obama's attorney general, was found in contempt of Congress, or at least was, there was, Congress found him in contempt. It was never litigated. He was never tried to put in jail. There was no court case around it. The contempt of Congress that Steve Bannon engaged in is that the J6 committee, or one of these, Banana Republic committees from the congressional Democrats, they issued him a subpoena. He, under the advice of his lawyers, felt that he couldn't actually respond to the subpoena because executive privilege applied. They held him in contempt of Congress, and they threw him in prison for it. A charge that has been levied against multiple Democrats. Republicans never tried to throw anybody in prison over it. Steve Bannon just got out of prison. Kamala Harris is literally using the power of government, has already used the power of government to jail her political opponents, and she's saying that Donald Trump is going to do the thing that he didn't do and she did when they were in respective positions of power.
Do you think it's because they're worried that if he gets into power and he gets back in the office, that he's going to start investigating a lot
Yes.
of this stuff and the 51 former intelligence agents?
That's exactly what they're afraid of.
Yeah.
They're afraid of consequences. They're afraid of, and look, do I think the 51 intelligence agents who signed that letter should go to prison? No, but should they be stripped of their security clearance? Absolutely I do, right? They lied. They used their position of authority and lied to the American people about something that was in the national interest. If there are no consequences for that, then what are we doing?
And they're probably very concerned with a trial that's going to reveal what the elements of that particular story really were. Like,
there's a lot of corruption there. There are, I'm sure, higher ups. There are people who said one thing in public but said something else in private. There probably is, at some level of that whole thing, people who maybe perjured themselves or at least unethically lied. Look, there's a lot going on there, but Donald Trump is not going out there and has never said, I want to arrest you because you're a Democrat. He's never said, I want to arrest you because you disagree with me. He's never said, I want to censor you even because you engage in disinformation. What he has said is that we should investigate some of the obvious sources of corruption in the United States government. That's not going after your political opponents. That's what Kamala Harris did, actually.
Well, one of the things that he's talked about pretty openly is that he could have gone after Hillary Clinton, and he didn't because he thought it would look bad for the country.
Yes.
And it's true. I mean,
It's
he
true.
really could have. She did commit crimes.
The FBI, a Democrat who's supporting Kamala Harris, said that she committed, I think, not just crimes, but maybe felonies. She committed felonies, and what Donald Trump did is said, you know what, it's bad for the country. A lot of my voters would love me to prosecute Hillary Clinton, but it's bad for the country, so I'm not going to do it. That is the exact opposite, of course, of what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have done. And again, the media, it's a total upside-down universe where they accuse us of doing the very thing that they've done themselves.
Yeah, it's really wild to watch. It's just, the gaslighting is off the charts. So there's a bunch of things that people are deeply concerned with in this country, and it seems like for men, it's the economy. That seems like the primary thing that people are concerned with, and it seems like for a lot of women, it's abortion.
Sure.
Abortion and Roe v. Wade is a big concern.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm correct, your position, and this is what they wanted when they overturned Roe v. Wade, they wanted to leave it in control of the states. Is this your position?
Yeah, so what President Trump has said, and what I've said, is abortion is now a matter for state legislatures, state voters to determine. And one, that's always what the argument was, right? If Roe versus Wade goes away, then the state legislatures, the state populations are going to make each individual abortion decision. The same way that, like, California has different laws on a whole host of subjects than Alabama does. The idea is that, yeah, California would make its own abortion policy, Alabama would make its own abortion policy. And so there's a basic sort of principle of federalism at work there. But I also think that, knowing Donald Trump well, I think he's motivated also by a desire for us to just stop having a culture war over this particular issue and to let the voters in these states make these decisions while the national government focuses on things like lowering the cost of groceries and lowering the cost of housing and securing the southern border. And I think there's actually some great wisdom in that because, think about this. Abortion has not really been a political issue for 50 years. Now, we say that it is, and obviously we disagreed about it and people fought about it. It was always something the Supreme Court said, this is the way it is. There's no political decision making. Every European nation has made abortion policy democratically. And that's what Donald Trump is saying. Do what every European nation has done. Let the voters decide what their abortion policy is going to be. And we're going to focus the national government on different things. And I say this as somebody who, I genuinely, want people to choose life. And I'm, a big believer in families, and I think, having children has been like a revelatory experience for me, and I want our country to be more pro-family, more pro-child. I think there are all these things that we can do at the federal level to make our country more pro-family and more pro-child, make child care easier, I've actually sponsored legislation to stop the surprise medical bills that happen when people, and I've seen this with my own wife, you go to the hospital, you come home, you've got a beautiful baby, but you've also got a $20,000 unexpected bill because you choose the wrong out-of-network healthcare provider when you're at the moment of delivering a baby. Like, there are all these things we can do to make it easier for young women, young families to choose life. But Donald Trump, I think, wants abortion policy, and he said this explicitly, to be decided at the state level.
It's not possible for me to get pregnant. So when I think about these things, according to some people, depends on who you ask. But I think when you talk,
you get with the 21st century, man. It's possible for a man to get pregnant now.
For most people, I think one of the issues is, or for a lot of people, one of the issues is that men are making decisions for what women can and can't do.
I hear that.
And one of the more concerning aspects of this is, like, say if you live in a state like Texas, where there's a limit to when you can get an abortion. I think it's like 6 weeks, which a lot of people think at that point in time you can't even tell whether or not you're pregnant, and this puts a lot of women in like very vulnerable positions. And then there's this thought that they could go to another state where it is legal and have an abortion, but they could be possibly prosecuted for that in their state. That's concerning to me, that we can make, if there's a place in the country where it's legal to have a medical procedure and you live in a state where it's not legal, that your state can decide what you can and can't do with your body, which is essentially based on a religious idea. And a lot of I'm not criticizing it one way or another, but I'm saying that a lot of what this choose life thing is about, that life is precious and life is sacred and life begins at the moment of conception. And some people agree with this, but other people disagree with this. And it seems to be a lot of it is based in religion. My concern is using that to dictate whether or not a person can legally travel to another state. I don't think the government should be monitoring where you travel or what you do when you travel, as long as that thing is legal. And I'm concerned with this idea that you could be prosecuted for it in your state for doing something that's legal somewhere else.
I don't like the idea, to be clear. I've not heard of this maybe as like a possibility, but not as something that actually exists in the law. But I've not heard of somebody being arrested, and I don't like the idea of arresting people for moving about the country.
I haven't heard of them doing it either. I've heard of the discussion.
I've heard as a threat.
Yes.
I don't like the idea, to be clear, of people getting arrested for freely moving around the country.
Right.
I think, so to your point about it being a religious idea, I mean, I would say I know a number of non-religious people who are very pro-life. And I think the honest answer is that what we're doing is we're trying to figure out what is the right balance between autonomy and life. And I say this as somebody who, when Ohio made this decision, I campaigned very aggressively for the more pro-life position in the state of Ohio, and my side lost. In fact, we got our asses kicked. We lost 60-40, and I took some learning from that. I think one of the things that I took as a learning as a guy who cares about this issue is Republicans. We've got to earn the people's trust, because they don't trust the idea that when we say that we're pro-family, we don't just mean pro-birth. A lot of people say you're pro-birth, but you're not actually pro-family. And I think there's a lot that we can do as, Republicans to try to earn back the trust of the American people. But if I'm trying to represent as fairly as I can the pro-choice and the pro-life position, here's what I think is really going on is you have something. Now, some people would say maybe religiously motivated, maybe not, that it's a human life. I would say that it's a human life, but it at least has the potential to be human life. And then on the other hand, you have, again, I freely recognize this, you have a woman who wants to make a choice about what she wants to do with her own body. Those are two very profound values, both of which I think are valuable, right? I mean, I think autonomy is really important. I also think life is really important. And what we're trying to talk about fundamentally, I think, again, I'm trying to be fair to both sides here, is to balance the interest in life against the interest in autonomy. And I think that the way to do that, at least my view, is to let the American people debate and talk about and argue about this issue and come to this decision on a state-by-state basis. And again, California, Florida, Ohio, Alabama, we're going to have different solutions to this particular problem. But that's what we're trying to do, right? People like me are trying to say, look, I think life really matters. And other people are trying to say, I think autonomy really matters. And the truth is that 95% of Americans would probably say there's some way to strike the balance in the middle. Where most of Europe has ended up here, and it's actually striking because you think of Europe, again, as a more socially liberal place than America. Almost every place in Europe has ended up effectively where late-term abortion outside of cases of medical necessity is banned outright. And then, early-stage abortion is allowed. That's how most societies that democratically settle on this, that's how they strike the balance. I think my attitude is I'm running for vice president. I'm not trying to tell you how to strike the right balance, but we want to preserve the right of states to make these decisions.
I think what people are afraid of is men telling women what they can and can't do with their bodies.
That's the autonomy value.
Yeah.
I get it, man.
Yeah.
I get it. And I think that there is a very real and valid argument here that autonomy should take precedence here. But I also think if we're being honest, there is an argument that life matters too. And that's the balance that people are trying to strike.
It's very complex, and
It's
people
super
don't want to
complicated.
look at it that way. I always discuss, when I talk about abortion, I say it's one of these very human issues where
That's
it's
right.
very strange, where most people think like at the moment of conception, if you can just remove those cells and keep them from multiplying, that's less bad than if you wait 6 months.
Right.
Like almost everybody would agree to that. So what are we doing then? Like
Right.
like Bill Burr has a great
there's
bit about it.
yeah.
Have you seen Bill Burr's bit?
It's a very good bit.
Fantastic.
And there is a moral intuition there that obviously like something that looks and feels like a baby is more valuable than
Right.
Something that's just
Well,
looks
when
like
it has a
clump,
heartbeat, you
something
can
has a
see-
heartbeat, sure.
look-
But I think it's just hard, right? Because it's not clear to me philosophically where you draw the line here. It's a very hard question to figure out, and I think that's why people debate it and disagree about it so vociferously. But it's interesting, man. The thing that I find, again, as a person who leans more in the pro-life side of this debate, is okay. So you will sometimes hear people on the left say, "Well, late-term abortion doesn't happen." Well, there's an organization called the Guttmacher Institute. It's a pro-choice organization. It's a abortion rights organization. And they found that there are approximately, I think it's 12,000 abortions that happen in the second half of pregnancy. So this is past 20 weeks, maybe it's even past 22 weeks. About 12,000 abortions past 22 weeks, okay? They also found that of those, 8,000 of them are purely elective. There's no medical necessity. There's no the baby has some genetic abnormality. It's just pure elective late-term abortion. I don't know how we can't get consensus that is not good.
Right.
Right. Come on. And in fact,
Especially when it's not a medical necessity.
exactly, every European nation has gotten to that point where you say, okay, 8,000 late-term abortions, come on. But again, it's not my decision as the vice president, and that's not President Trump's views vary against a national abortion ban, because he wants this debate to happen organically and democratically. And I think that's kind of our attitude to this. Now, you're right. Again, there is a balance to strike here, but usually in American society, we recognize that the way to strike that balance is to debate it as citizens, and not to have like lawyers and judges make these determinations for us.
Believe it or not, Joe Biden had one of the most logical takes on it a long time ago. A long time ago, back when he could talk real
Back
good.
when his brain wasn't fried.
And he said abortion should be safe, legal, and rare.
Well, that was my grandmother's view, right? That was my grandmother's view. That was the Bill Clinton view.
Yeah.
And I do think that there's something that is really weird about this whole debate where, thank God, to be clear, this is not true of the gross majority of our pro-choice citizens, but you do sometimes see people, like they'll go on TikTok and they'll celebrate having an abortion.
Yeah.
Like I've known many, many women, usually when I was younger, who chose to have abortions because they felt like they didn't have any other options. And I don't judge them. I think that a lot of them just felt like they were completely trapped, and they made the decision that was ultimately right for them. Again, my argument is we need to try to gain those women's trust back, because clearly the Republican Party on this issue has lost a lot of trust. But none of them were like baking birthday cakes and posting about it afterwards.
Right.
They recognize that this is a medical procedure, and this is, something that they felt they had to do. But celebrating something like that is just bizarre to me. And I'm much more comfortable with the people who say safe, legal, rare than I am with the people who say let's shout our abortion from the rooftops.
Well, it's just this rebellion thing, and it's
Yeah,
also
no, that's
rebellion. Like the concept in the zeitgeist is that abortion had always been, Roe v. Wade had always been the law of the land, and then all of a sudden that was taken away. And you have these religious men who are trying to dictate what women can and can't do with their bodies.
Yeah. Yeah. No, look, I mean, again, I understand that. I understand the pushback against that, but I think you can go, like with so many other issues, you can go way too far about it, and it becomes trying to celebrate something that at the very best, if you grant, I think, every argument of the pro-choice side, it is a neutral thing, not something to be celebrated.
I think there's very few people that are celebrating though.
I
It's
agree.
just the extreme
100% agree.
weirdos, the TikTok
Well, but it's like
people.
everything,
Yeah,
right? Where and I try. This is something that is dangerous about social media. Is the danger of social media with me is not, to me, that I live in my own echo chamber and just have views reinforced. The danger is that I'm only exposed to the crazy people on the other side,
Right.
who make it easier for me to adopt my own worldview, because I'm saying, oh, it's just people celebrating, when in reality, like you said, most American women, even those who are pro-choice, are not celebrating this thing.
I think that's one of the insidious things about the social media algorithm, is that it highlights things that people engage with.
The more outrageous.
Which is more outrageous, more things that they find reprehensible. They see more of it. I see so many guys with makeup telling me they're going to take your kids,
That's
they're going
right.
to indoctrinate your
Yeah,
kids.
yeah.
Like, why am I seeing that? Well, it's because they're highlighting it. And when you have an app that's owned by China, that is the number
It's
one
like-
app. Is that a coincidence?
That's facilitating the worst of our fellow citizens, because it
Yeah.
allows us to silo more. But I mean, the way that I deal with that is I just try as hard as I can to remember that most Americans, this is what really bothered me about what Biden said, like most Americans who vote for Kamala Harris are fundamentally good people. Like I believe that. And you got to try to find the people who are reasonable and talk to them. And that's why I talk about, the importance of regaining trust. Is just I've had enough conversations with people who don't like the Republican Party's, even their perception of the Republican Party's
Right.
views here, that if you talk to reasonable people, you gain a different perspective than if you talk to the unreasonable people. So I try
And I
to do
think
that.
a lot of people are only informed by headlines and by real quick things that
Absolutely.
they see on television. And so they form these narratives in their head, and this is what they're operating off of.
That's absolutely right.
And this is why they have this weird perception of both Republicans and of Trump. And then they start throwing these terms around like fascism and white supremacy. And, well, of course you don't like fascism. Of course you don't like white supremacy. You can't be a Republican.
Right.
And the next thing you know, you're on the other side. And you don't like, how did you get me? You railroaded me, you fucks.
Yeah, that's
And you guys you're censoring my Facebook. What's going on here? And it's there's not like a reasonable, and that's the one thing that I think the Republican Party has done poorly is like be a little bit more balanced in some of these controversial social issues. You know, like the one thing that people were worried about right after Roe v. Wade was gay marriage, and gay marriage laws. And people were thinking, well, it's religion that overturned Roe v. Wade, and religion is probably going to overturn these gay marriage laws. And people are very terrified about that too.
Yeah, and which obviously that's not something we're trying to do, but it's interesting to me that how much people focus on the religious element of it. Because if you go back to the Roe versus Wade debate, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who was a feminist icon and was very pro-choice, she thought Roe versus Wade was terrible law.
Why did you think that?
Because, I mean, basically because of the argument that often, sort of Republicans will use about making it a state issue. She said, look, you can be pro-choice, as Ruth Bader Ginsburg was, but the avenue to make abortion policy should be legislatures, not judges. So it was a procedural argument about how the Constitution functioned, where it's funny, like Ruth Bader Ginsburg actually agreed with Donald Trump that even if, that this should be a state's issue, that the states should make these decisions among their citizens. And it's telling that perspective is not illustrated or highlighted. But look, I understand, like, people who aren't, I'm obviously a person of faith, they don't want people of faith to force their values down on people who don't agree with them. But I'm sort of comfortable with every one of us kind of having our zone. And within that zone, I don't want people to come in and tell me what to do. Like in my home, I'd like to be able to raise my kids with my religious values, and I'd like to be able to teach my kids what I think, and you should be able to teach your kids what you think. And then we recognize that the more public the zone, the less that I can get to control what you do. And that's part of living in a pluralistic society, and I'm very comfortable with that. I think, unfortunately, the modern left seems to be less and less comfortable even with people of faith having their own private zone. Right? This is the trans thing where it's like, oh, we're going to take your kids away if you don't consent to gender reassignment, or, we're going to tell you that you can't send your kids to a religious school. You hear people say these things. Again, I think it's the crazies. It's not the majority of our fellow citizens, but part of living in a pluralistic society is accepting that every man's castle or every woman's castle is his or her own. You've got to have respect for people within those castles. And then we should hopefully just have some common sense things that everybody can agree on when we're talking about public spaces.
I think for a lot of people, worst case scenario, when they start thinking about religious influence on the way they're allowed to behave and the way their state is governed, worst case scenario is a state adopts Sharia law. This is worst case scenario.
Yeah.
And I think all these people that would cry against the concept of Islamophobia really need to understand what that means and what you're talking about. And to say that that's an outrageous and ridiculous idea that's never going to take place, it's kind of already worked its way into some societies.
It has.
It has. And there are, is it Minnesota that has call to prayer? Like, is it Minneapolis?
I don't know.
What place?
I know there is a place in Minnesota, I believe, where they have prayer calls as a matter of local government. I do think that's happening.
That starts getting real weird.
Yeah. Well,
Stuff like that starts getting real weird. And when you have people that are openly saying our goal is, and they've talked about this in Toronto, like activists have said, our goal is to outbreed everyone who is not Muslim and vote it out and put Sharia law in place.
Yeah, that's very scary.
Women have to wear burqas. This is how it works.
Yeah.
Like,
well, and that's what to me is so crazy about some of the hyper left-wing reaction to, the idea that like somehow I want to force every man, woman, and child to go to my church is ridiculous. I just don't want to do that. I've never had any interest in doing that. But where you see actual real religious tyranny is increasingly in Western societies where you've had a large influx of immigrants who don't necessarily assimilate into Western values, but try to create, I think, a religious tyranny at the local level. And if you think that won't happen at a national level, you're crazy.
Did you ever read Douglas Murray's book, The Strange Death of Europe?
I haven't read the whole thing, but I've read it in bits and pieces. He's a smart
great
guy.
book. He got attacked so hard for that because he was really like an early sounder. He's the Paul Revere of this shit.
Well, no, one of the most controversial things I've ever said is, what is the first Islamist, right? Because it's important to separate. There are Muslims who are not Islamists, right? Islamists are like theocrats, right? What is the first Islamist country that is going to have a nuclear weapon? And I sort of joked. I said, maybe it's going to be the United Kingdom. because they're so bad at assimilating sort of newer immigrants into their society. You have definitely communities in the UK where local leaders are running explicitly on Sharia law and winning elections in cities that are in the United Kingdom, right? This is England. This is
Yeah.
like where America came from, right? It's a bunch of English pilgrims who came to the United States. That, to me, is really crazy and really scary. And then, of course, everybody said, well, you know, Pakistan already has nuclear weapons. And my response is, well, Pakistan isn't necessarily an Islamist country. It's an Islamic country. They certainly have an Islamic government, and that's the majority religion of the people. But Pakistan isn't going and saying we need to like conquer the infidels. At least their government isn't. We need to conquer the infidels and force them to obey our laws. You see that more among some of the activists in the United Kingdom, maybe than you do in certain Arab countries. And that's crazy.
It is crazy, but it goes along with this thing that we've been talking about. I think essentially people have sort of a built-in mode, a program in their mind that accepts religious doctrines. And these religious doctrines could be woke, it could be, you know, hardcore right-wing conservative Christian fundamentalism, or it could be Islamic doctrine. But
Well, yeah. But this is why assimilation is so important, right? That, look, I'm married to the daughter of immigrants. I do think that immigration can enrich this country. I do think that, you know, immigrants, many of them are bringing a lot of to the table. But we have to be honest with ourselves that permitting 500,000 immigrants in a society like ours is much different than permitting 5 million or 50 million immigrants. And importantly, where are the immigrants coming from? What are their values? What are their economic skills? There's something.
what's their criminal record?
What's their criminal record? There's something very in sort of the modern. Again, this is a new thing because this is not Bill Clinton liberalism. This is
Right.
something that we're seeing today, where they don't even want to talk about the quality and the backgrounds and the skills of people coming into our country. Somehow, it's fundamentally racist
Right.
to say, well, we don't want certain people of certain backgrounds to be in the United States of America. No, it's just common sense. I mean, let me sort of give you a very specific example, okay? So, you know, ask yourself, should America accept 100,000 immigrants from Mexico, okay? Just in the abstract. Well, Mexico is a gigantic country with millions upon millions of people. Who are we talking about? Are we talking about people who speak English as a second language and don't have criminal backgrounds? Or are we talking about people who don't even read and write in Spanish and do have criminal backgrounds? Because those same groups of people, even though they come from the country we call Mexico,
Right.
are going to assimilate and contribute to America's society much differently. There's something in the modern liberal mind that doesn't even allow you to ask the question, who does America benefit from bringing into this country? And if the answer is we don't benefit, then why would we bring them into the country?
Well, it's also the concept of being anti-open border somehow or another became attached instead of safety. It became attached to xenophobia.
Yes.
It became attached to racism. And when you confront people and say, "Do you know that Venezuela is literally opening their prisons and instructing people to just cross into America?"
Yes.
Like, no. When you tell one of the wildest ones, I think it was you, we're having a conversation with a woman. We were discussing the gangs in Aurora, Colorado that have
That was
taken
me. Yeah.
and she was like, "It's only a couple buildings."
And
What?
imagine if that's your community. It's only a couple of apartment complexes, right, with hundreds of people that have been taken over by Venezuelan gangs. I think, Joe, the right number
Is
of
zero.
apartment complexes taken over by Venezuelan gangs is zero.
It's in San Antonio too. It's happening in San
It's
Antonio.
happening everywhere.
It's so crazy that people don't want to admit to this because if they do, it's empowering the right.
Yeah.
And they think it's going to help Donald Trump get elected. So they're turning a blind eye to dangerous criminals crossing the border
Yeah.
with no recourse, no
Yeah.
tracking. You can't do anything about
Well,
it.
you see this in some communities where, because they're small towns, and because rapid migrant influx can happen very quickly, where the town population has been doubled. Okay, so you don't even have to assume people are criminals. What does it do to the local public school when all of a sudden 1,000 newcomers show up that don't even speak English, right? What does it do to the hospital system when you now have thousands of people in a small healthcare system that are showing up to get emergency services because they don't have access otherwise to a doctor. And now the American citizens have to wait in line for 7 hours to get to see a doctor because we've overwhelmed the local hospital system. What does it do to housing prices? We've seen this in a number of communities, including those that I represent in Ohio. When you bring in thousands upon thousands of people, you cannot build enough houses quickly enough to accommodate that, so the cost of housing becomes unaffordable for American citizens. It is the craziest thing that we've seen in this country, that you don't even allow people to talk about the effects of mass migration anymore.
Right.
And that's why I think it's one of the reasons why Donald Trump is going to be elected president, or at least should be elected president, because he's one of the few guys who's saying, you know what, no, we're going to talk about this problem. Yes, some immigrants are good. Some immigrants are not good, and that is an obvious insight to anybody who knows human nature.
What do you think is the goal behind allowing this to take place? Now, first of all, one of the things that Kamala Harris has said was that there was a bill that could have fixed the border problem, but that Donald Trump did not want it to take place because he wanted to keep this as a political talking point.
Totally dishonest. Totally dishonest.
What was the bill?
Okay, here was the bill. What happened is, okay, let me talk about what the bill does first of all. Okay. Number one is it sets a maximum cap on the number of illegal immigrants that we can have before the border shuts down. That maximum cap is 2 million illegal aliens per year. It's like 1.85 million to be more precise. That's number one it did. Number two, it codified what's called catch and release, where a person comes into our country, they're an illegal immigrant, but they say, no, I'm not an illegal immigrant, I'm an asylum seeker. And so their claim for asylum gets adjudicated, but because there's a backlog, because we have so many, their claim isn't going to be adjudicated for 15 years. So rather than having that person wait in Mexico, we give them a work permit, and we give them legal status, and we let them come into the United States of America. That's called catch and release. Donald Trump's policy was you have to wait in Mexico. We're not going to catch you and then release you into the country for 15 years. It codified that. In other words, even if Donald Trump became president, and this was why he really hated it, is that he would not be able to undo catch and release if he won the election. It would be codified into American law. Third thing it did, nothing on the border wall, nothing on an immigration system called parole, which is supposed to be a case-by-case, you grant parole to people who are fleeing tyranny. But Harris has used parole to the tune of millions upon millions. Mass parole, whole categories of country have been paroled in the United States. It didn't do anything to solve that problem. So it wasn't a border security bill, it was an amnesty bill. Now, in addition to what I just said, it also gave some table scraps to Border Patrol. And that is what allows them to hinge onto that one thing and to say it's a border security bill. No. It was a mass amnesty bill. It would have made the border problem 10 times worse, and that's why they ultimately pushed it, and that's why Republicans fought against it. By the way, like 6 Democrats voted against that piece of legislation because they thought it was kind of a disaster. So it was not a bipartisan border bill. And in fact, it was much more bipartisan, the opposition to the legislation, but it has allowed Kamala Harris to go around and dishonestly claim that she cares about the southern border, even though when she came into office, they bragged about undoing all of Donald Trump's successful border policies. They did exactly that, and then we had the massive migrant invasion that we've seen over the last 3 years.
And I think it was good on you in the debate with Tim Walz when they fact-checked you. They tried to check you and say that this has always been in place. And you stepped up and said, no. This app is new, and this app was specifically used for shipping.
Yes.
And now they're using it to schedule people to illegally come into the country. Here's the question.
Sure.
Why? Why is this happening? What do you think? I mean, obviously speculation a little bit, but what do you think the motivation of allowing this to take place and the disproportionate number of people that have moved to swing states, which is also like a little suspicious?
So depends on how many tinfoil hats do you have in this room?
I got a lot, dude. I got a wardrobe.
We can get real serious about this real quick, or pretty crazy very quickly. Look, I think what is obvious is, and I've seen this in the halls of Congress, I've seen it very explicitly. You talk about lobbying, and we obviously talked about in the context of other industries. There is a massive corporate lobby for cheap labor in the United States of America. And that is, I think, the main thing that's going on. Think about this. If you've got millions of illegal aliens, okay, let me tell you a story. In 2017, 2018, when I was in the private sector, I was at a business conference dinner, and I was seated next to the CEO of one of the largest hotel chains in America. This is, I think, probably 2018. And the guy is going on and on about how much he hates Donald Trump. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Like, why do you hate Donald Trump so much? Because again, I was sort of a Trump skeptic in 2015, and at this point, I was kind of starting to really get on the Trump train. And he said, well, the reason I hate Donald Trump, he says, is because Donald Trump's border policies have cut down the number of illegal immigrants, and because I can't pay illegal immigrants under the table anymore, I have to pay American workers, and they want much higher wages. And I was like, this guy just admitted it. I was like, holy shit, this guy just admitted it. Now,
That's a crime.
That
You
is
just
like
admitted to a crime.
straight up monopoly, man, evil shit that this guy admitted to. And I was like, my wife, who's very apolitical, she was actually at the dinner with me, and she's like, come again? You just said you don't want Americans to get decent wages. Like, that is the best argument for Donald Trump's immigration policy, is that American workers are getting higher wages, and this is why this corporate CEO hates it. So whatever the industry is, you've got a lot of people who want cheap labor, and they don't want to pay American workers higher wages. That's a big part of it. I do think there's also a power dynamic to it. In particular, I think Kamala Harris and the Democrats, they want to give these millions upon millions of illegal aliens the right to vote. They want to legalize them. They want to make it easier for them to participate in our elections. And that means fundamentally the end of American democracy. Because you're talking about 25 million people here. If Kamala Harris gives 10 million of those people legal status and allows them to vote in American elections, then say 70-30 they go Democrat, Republicans will never win a national election in this country in my lifetime.
And the only way to get them on your side would be the Republicans offer the same services and maybe even be more generous in letting illegals in.
Exactly.
I mean, you would have to literally beat them at their own game.
Yeah,
I'm going to give you a free house.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, it would, Lifetime's probably overstating it, but you'd have to, it would take 30 years for the Republicans to get to a point where we could even compete with these newcomers. But again, it will have degraded the voting power of the people who have the legal right to be here.
And it would
they've been
essentially
here for
turn these
generations.
states blue forever.
would
The
turn them
same
blue.
way they've done California.
Exactly. And we saw this. And look, I'm like a Reagan guy, right? I'm a conservative Republican. But Reagan screwed up a lot. He screwed up mental health in this country. People don't talk nearly enough about
The
that.
amnesty thing, he really screwed up.
The amnesty thing, he really screwed up.
Yeah.
And people always say, well, Ronald Reagan, when they, critics of Donald Trump will say, well, look at how Reagan talked about immigration. Because of what Ronald Reagan did with the 1986 amnesty, California is now effectively a permanently blue state.
Except when Arnold won.
But Arnold ran as a super moderate Republican. He was a major celebrity, right? He was at the height of his celebrity power, and he still won barely, even though California had been mismanaged. California's a one-party state because of Ronald Reagan's amnesty.
And that's the fear, is that the entire country could become one
The
party.
entire country becomes that. Now, it also, you may not appreciate this, but even if you don't give people the right to vote, it really distorts congressional apportionment and then the electoral college. You know how this works?
Yes,
Okay.
I do. But
So-
explain it to people, please.
Okay, so how many, we have 435 congressional seats. The way that you draw those congressional districts is that you try to draw them evenly based on population so that everybody has equal representation, right? One person, one vote, fundamental principle of American law. But you don't just count the American citizens. You also count the illegal aliens. And so, for example, the state of Ohio lost a congressional seat in the last census, and states that have high illegal immigrant populations picked up congressional seats. So you're actually taking away congressional representation from American citizens and giving it to illegal aliens. Even if you don't give them the right to vote, you're still destroying the voting power of American citizens.
Because it's based on population.
Because it's based on population, including illegal immigrants.
Is there a way to change it so that it's only based on legal American citizens?
Well, Donald Trump tried a proposal that Democrats went nuts over and was litigated in the courts, so we would have to try again, that would ask citizenship status during the U.S. Census. The idea being that if you ask more people their citizenship status, you get fewer people who are answering that question. I think that we should make it, and I do think this would require an act of Congress, but I think that it would be constitutional, is we should just say that illegal aliens are not counted for purposes of congressional representation.
Yeah. I mean,
Democrats would call that racist, but it's just common sense policy.
Well, especially if it's been shown that you're manipulating it by moving more people to these places, and even if they're not legal citizens and they can't vote, it still counts as congressional seats.
Correct.
That's kind of crazy.
That's exactly right.
It doesn't. The one that drives me the most crazy is this idea that somehow or another it's discriminatory to require ID to vote.
It's nuts.
That could only mean. I've tried to look at this from the most charitable position outside of it. Only makes sense if you're trying to cheat.
That's exactly right.
You need
exactly
an ID for everything.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
need an ID to rent a car,
Well, you know it's basically illegal now in California
Yes.
to ask for voter ID.
which is crazy.
Which is totally insane. But you know, my view, and I'm sure you got many listeners in the great state of California. The next time you're pulled over by a police officer, just tell them that you're on your way to vote.
I've seen that meme. Yeah.
I mean, think about this.
Yeah.
But you can't, if you can't require people to show voter ID, then I think you're inviting fraud into your system. And there's also something implicitly very racist about this, because what they say is voter ID means that black people aren't going to vote. Well, number one, if you look at polls, the same level of support for voter ID exists in the black community as in the white community. It's about 75-80% of blacks, 75-80% of whites support voter ID, but they're basically saying that black people can't get identification. When they say that voter ID is racist, they're implicitly saying black people can't get identification. I think that's an actual racist concept. I actually assume that my fellow, or that black citizens are my fellow Americans, and they can do the same thing that every other citizen can do, which is get identification.
Yeah, it's fundamentally just gaslighting.
That's right.
That's all it is. It's just you're trying hard to make your point because you want people to be able to vote that maybe shouldn't be voting. And then there's all these lawsuits where they're counting votes that they know to be illegitimate. Or they're saying that there's a certain amount of people that are in the system that they want to keep in there.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. So
Yeah.
you're saying you want people that shouldn't be allowed to vote.
No. They say that they don't want illegal aliens or illegal voters to vote. The Harris administration right now is litigating a lawsuit against the governor of Virginia because the governor of Virginia, using a state law, kicked about 1,500 people, or maybe it was 6,500, but it was some number of people off the Virginia voter rolls because they checked a box that said they were non-citizen. Well, if you're non-citizen, you can't be on the voter rolls. So he kicked all of the non-citizens off the voter rolls. Harris is suing Glenn Youngkin. The Department of Justice under Kamala Harris is suing him to ensure that those voters go back on the voter rolls.
There's
Again,
no argument
there's no
that
argument
makes
for
any
this.
sense.
There's no argument for this other than you want to facilitate cheating.
But the fact that the left has no problem with this because they just want to win is insane.
But who's going to hold their feet to the fire? Who's going to tell the honest truth? The American media has barely even covered the fact that in the middle of a very consequential presidential election, Kamala Harris's Department of Justice is suing to keep illegal voters on the voter rolls. It's crazy.
It's wild. So it's like for Trump to win, he has to win by an enormous margin. He
I
has
think
to overcome a lot of this shenanigans.
Well, as President Trump says, we want to make it too big to rig. I think, look, I encourage all of your listeners, whether you agree with us on all the issues or not, if you agree with censorship, then vote Kamala Harris. And if you think Americans should be able to say what they want to say, then get out there and vote. Vote early, vote by mail. That's obviously part of the reason why I'm here, is I want to get people out there to vote, because I do think that we need to overwhelm the system with so many voters that we ensure that we get the representative government that we actually deserve as a country. And that's not going to happen unless people get out there and vote.
Is one of the things that I think is an important issue that kind of gets put aside is I know a lot of veterans in particular and a lot of people with some severe trauma that have had psychedelic therapy, and they've had to go to other countries to do it. They've done some of it illegally in America, but I know far too many guys who have had PTSD, who have had an incredible experience and been alleviated of all these.
And this helped them. The
It
psychedelic
helped them
therapy.
tremendously.
Okay. What
And
is it? Is it like MDMA, or is it what do they
MDMA
use?
was what MAPS was using. They were running these studies, and they got close to FDA approval, but then now they're being sent back to say they have to do more studies. So the problem is, like, you can't really do double-blind, placebo-controlled studies on MDMA. Either you're on it or you're not on it. And it's pretty obvious.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, sugar pills don't have the same effect.
Yeah, it just doesn't. But the therapy for people that are suffering from severe PTSD has been incredibly beneficial. They've shown that with the MAP studies, but they've also shown it with, like, anecdotally. I know a bunch of different guys that have gone down to Mexico and had psilocybin journeys and all these different things where they've encountered these experiences that have made them sort of rethink who they are, alleviated them of a lot of the stress and a lot of the trauma that they've experienced, and given them peace. And the concept of Schedule 1 is that there's no medical benefit.
Right.
And if these people are experiencing, first of all, cessation of smoking, people that have had issues with addiction, Ibogaine treatment's another one that they've found, which is not something that anyone would ever abuse recreationally. I've never done it, but apparently it's an excruciating experience. But the rate of curing addiction is tremendous from it. And these things have been denied, people have had denied access to it because of this scheduling issue. Like, there's we discussed it yesterday on the podcast, like the LD50 rate was like lethal dose at 50% is impossible to achieve with psilocybin, and yet it's still illegal. And that there's all these people that have reported
Psilocybin's mushrooms, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And but you can synthesize it. It doesn't have to be.
I see.
But the scheduling of these things, in particular like marijuana is legal on a state level with, I think, almost half the country now, if not more.
Yeah.
But yet federally illegal. And if you go to the history of why it was federally illegal in the first place, it coincides with the what happened with prohibition of alcohol. Right after prohibition of alcohol, they turned their eyes to marijuana, and there was a lot of political influence by Harry Anslinger and William Randolph Hearst, and there's a lot of maneuvering, and that's where the Reefer Madness films came up and all this propaganda stuff. It was to make it illegal, essentially, to make the textile, the hemp, illegal.
Interesting. Okay.
There's a long history to it. It's basically more about the commodity of hemp than it was really about the drug itself. In fact, the term marijuana was never used for cannabis, which has been used for thousands and thousands of years. The term marijuana was created by William Randolph Hearst and put in Hearst newspapers. It was originally, marijuana was a Mexican slang word for wild tobacco.
Really?
It had nothing. So they started writing these stories about blacks and Mexicans smoking this new drug, marijuana, and raping white women. And most of this
I had
was...
no idea this history.
It's so crazy. The story is so nuts, but it all came about because of an invention called the decorticator. And the decorticator is it's an invention that allows them to economically and effectively process hemp fiber without slave labor. So when the cotton gin came along, people stopped using hemp as much because it's much more difficult to work with, and they started using cotton for clothing. But before that, they'd use hemp. And this is non-psychoactive hemp.
Yeah.
It makes a superior paper. It does. There's a bunch of uses for it, completely outside of the psychoactive aspect of it. William Randolph. There was the cover of, was it Popular Science magazine? Popular Mechanics magazine. Hemp, the new billion-dollar crop, and it was all about this invention. So then the propaganda machine goes into full scale, and then they
When was
start.
this?
This was in the 1930s.
Okay.
So they start. Here it is. The new billion-dollar crop, 1938. And this is because of this invention, the decorticator. So it solves a problem. You can see it there. Solves a problem more than 6,000 years old. Hemp, a crop that will not compete with other American products. Instead, it will displace imports of raw material and manufactured products produced by underpaid coolie and peasant labor. It will provide thousands of jobs for American workers throughout the land. So everybody was really high on hemp as a commodity because of this new machine that you could process hemp fiber with, where you can make much more superior paper, superior clothing.
Yeah.
Like it's like canvas. Literally, the Mona Lisa was painted on hemp. The first draft of the Declaration of Independence was written on hemp. They used to use it for paper back then.
Yeah.
So then William Randolph Hearst, who owns Hearst Publication and also owns all these paper mills and forests filled with trees.
Okay.
So they,
again,
to
this goes back
combat
to the
this
financial incentive
industry,
point. Yeah.
exactly. And so we're still trapped under this propaganda that was distributed in the 1930s by incredibly powerful people.
Yeah.
And this is why it's illegal on the federal level. And even though you have medical marijuana that's been shown to help people with chemotherapy and wasting disease, help people that have appetite problems and people in chronic pain, it's still listed as a Schedule I drug federally, which to me is unconscionable. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay. So like, first of all, we're not trying to be clear because I'm speaking as a vice presidential candidate. We're not trying to throw people in jail for smoking weed. That's like very much something that we're not interested in doing. The one thing that I have, like, my attitude on this stuff is kind of live and let live. Like, keep it in your home. I don't like smelling it when I take my kids to the park. Right?
Yeah,
but keep
that's
it
not
like
good.
keep it at
Daddy,
home.
what's that skunk
yeah,
doing
exactly.
here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But like, keep it at home. I don't want to throw people in prison. That's not what we're trying to do.
I don't think you
But-
should be drunk at the park either, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Same exact principle. The thing that I wonder about is if you know, I do. There's a part of me that worries a little bit about kids
Yes.
doing a lot of this stuff.
Yes.
And I wonder, to your point about consent and the brain's development and all these
Yes.
things, I really worry about, do you have an increase in usage among minors? And so what I'd like to get is some sort of legal regime that, again, it's not like criminally prosecuting or prosecuting at all people for smoking a joint, but also where we can actually ensure that it's kept out of public spaces. That's kind of my attitude towards it. And I think that's the right approach. I mean, on the psychedelic thing, what is